last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you. So hard to see the light when the wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. Get money. Let's get the get money. Let's get the
It's been a whole 3 days now for the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023, and it's really exciting. Hi, Tashbunny here alongside Donut. We are your panelists today, and I am super excited to be here with Donut because it's been a while. Usually me and her, we're on the casting desk, but now we are the ones who will be on your desk today. So, Donut, before we start, what do you think of the past 3 days so far? Well, 2 days rather.
Yeah, the 2 days, they've been so amazing. I mean, we've seen a lot of, unconventional selections from Team SMG for their composition. And apparently yesterday it was revealed that it was their coach really defining everything else. I thought it was the players themselves, but the coach had a lot to do with their selections. But of course, right, some of the teams here, at least 6 out of the 8 teams who qualified for the playoffs, were the same teams from Open 1. But a lot has changed ever since Open 1, and Open 2 is such a tournament to unpack, especially with the changes that happened. The only thing constant, at least, is Team SMG doing SMG things each and every single day.
I wouldn't really say it's constant from them because they did have some new signings to the team, and one of them being one of the best players here in the Asia Pacific, at least, which is Aneri. Now, coming back to what we thought about today, I mean, when we talk about all these teams, we are even seeing, well, these teams are teams that we've seen from Open 1, even from last year. There are some new signings to the team, and some of them are brand new players, and one of them is RKNY. Despite that, I'm really seeing that these girls, they're really coming into this new open with a brand new mindset and a brand new team style of play, as well a brand new sort of, I would say, team, not teamwork, but teamwork as well as, what's the word to say it? How do we define this? A brand new passion for anything. But for
Definitely.
those who are just tuning in, here is some of the things that you need to know about the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 2. So if you guys didn't know that this particular series format starts from Open number 1, where we have a $10,000 prize pool, and now where we are currently on the Open 2 from groups, which will be happening from May 30th to June 3rd, and now we're at playoffs from June 6th to June number 10th.
Yeah, there's a lot to really undergo, right? I think there were some questions in the chat, in the comments, like, why do we have to go through the opens? Well, the reason why is because the league ever so changes, the scene changes together with it, right? And given all of these opens, it's a time to test and to learn, to see really what the scene and the landscape really is for the players, and then prepare themselves for LCQ and, of course, the last stage, which is Elite. But I'm happy to see a lot of registered teams for stage 1 open 2. We had a total of 68 teams, Tash, for this open.
And you know what's really exciting? Because, I mean, when Quack was telling us from before VCT Game Changers is called VCT Game Changers, we didn't have a lot of teams. There used to be very little teams. Maybe we'll have 16 at max. But now we've come to this point where we have over 60 teams signing up, and I can only imagine it getting bigger from now on. So the playoffs had happened. Sorry, not playoffs. Sorry, the qualifiers had happened, and now we're down to the playoffs. And these are all the teams that have come through. While not a lot has changed in terms of the household names, we do have some brand new teams, which is, I know, Point of Authority Blossom. We have teams like the Hero KDA, but players, however, especially in the Hero KDA, are players who have already played here in the Game Changers since, I don't know, last year, even before that.
Yeah, an example of that would be Snooki, right?
Mhm.
She used to represent the team X Team Bo, wherein they wanted to really qualify for LCQ. They gave other teams a
A run for
really
their
tough
money.
time, right? But unfortunately, they had to face the team of Sapphire, and that's when they fell to their demise. But at least in Open 1 and Open 2, Hero KDA went against OGX as well, which is something that we will be seeing for today. And I'm interested to see how they will see each other. I mean, how they will go against each other, given that there will be a prize pool, such a big prize pool for Open 2.
So the prize pool is still $10,000, where the first place winner will be going home with $3,500. Now, I think for a lot of these girls, prize money is just a bonus. Most of them want to get to go forward. I mean, if you saw last year, it was the Sapphire team previously under X10, now FULLSENSE Sapphire. They were the ones to go all the way to Berlin. And for these girls who have been training their whole lives, that is where they want to head to the global stages. While we did see that that the Asia Pacific scene was a little bit kind of like lagging behind the other teams, but you can tell that from the way they are playing this open, they had learned a lot in that, I would say, in Berlin last year. But enough about that. Let's talk about the brackets, because yesterday we saw SMG versus GE. We saw OGX FSS, OGX THK was happening today alongside GE versus RRQ. And then on the upper brackets, we're going to be seeing SMG versus FSS. And honestly, I'm not surprised at this outcome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really surprised. A good run for SMG, and they haven't really dropped a single map just yet for this year. And probably match 11, the second match that we will be seeing for this stream is gonna be either a make or break for Team SMG. Will they lose their streak, or will there be something new that FULLSENSE Sapphire has to offer? But I want to really talk about OGX and THK since they have met in the same Open, at least previously during the Swiss stage, right? And
Yes.
OGX really defeated THK. And then I think this is going to be a redemption match for the hero KDA at this point, given that Hannah and both Aisling are very experienced players.
Yeah, and when you talk about Hannah and Ashling, I think we did see them kind of like going head to head on Twitter, where Hannah, I think her biggest goal right now is to be able to overcome Orangutan X. And I think that's a very, very, I wouldn't say a tall mountain to climb, but it is very ambitious. Now, it will be a very big statement because Orangutan X, they are a team that is not only a team that has come together for a long time, they've played together for quite some time now, unless, of course, there are some additions to the team, but the core still remains the same. And personally, for me, this I just want to ask you, what do you think of the roster changes so far for Orangutan X?
I mean, Aruma is going to be a great addition to the team, right? I mean, she had a lot of good things to show when she was part of Big Sight, and I think it's either a big loss for Big Sight and a big change for OGX, especially if I had anybody else that I have my eyes set out for in terms of player to beat, that would be her because her being the sentinel and being the anchor of each of the site, she's impenetrable as a killjoy and a cipher.
Okay, for now, let's talk about going into a break first. When we come back, let's talk a little bit more about the roster and what they can bring to the table today. So don't go anywhere.
So hard to see the light when the wave of the world is mine. But oh, now I will not resign, and I'm biting my tongue. No, I ain't gonna run. This is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I will stand tall. Take me down, shut me out. You ain't never, ever gonna see me bow. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stumble, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise.
Sorry about that. Always a technical difficulty when we're doing on air, but let's take it back one more time. Welcome everyone to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023. Tashbunny here alongside Donut, and we are your incredible duo today on the desk. Now, for our first series today is going to be really exciting. Orangutan X versus the hero KDA. Now, we've seen these two play. These are clearly not their first time coming together here, matching up. We know that Hannah one of her biggest things that she wants to do is to take down Orangutan X, and this is going to be a very exciting one. But coming back to what we were talking about earlier, Donut, we were talking about Orangutan X's roster change, but let's talk about the roster that is on the Hero KDA side.
Yeah, there's really a lot to take a look at here for Hero KDA. We have two Filipinos who have had some experience playing together, right? And so it's going to be Hannah and Iceling. Both of them are flexible players. Hannah has really transcended from being a controller to now the initiator for the team, and she's doing really great wonders here. But Iceling, always, she's really been good at being the anchor for the team, not just really a role anchor, but really more of that brain power for the team. So I guess that duo here is going to be really a big impact for this specific matchup. But then at the same time, there's still a lot to learn from RKNY, right? You mentioned that she's quite new to the team. When I took a look at her VLR profile, she had nothing on her, but she's really performing so well.
She is really good. The way she plays, the way she communicates, her clutch moments have been phenomenal. In my opinion, it looks as though she had been very experienced in playing in the pro scene, given the fact of how she communicates and move with her teammates. I think she and Hannah have something good going on. If you see the buddy system, especially if you saw them play Ascent on day number 1, you saw Hannah holding near logs Ascent B, and then after that you saw RKNY holding on B main. As soon as someone came out, you saw the swing out, or at least the first hit will be coming in from RKNY, and Hannah will answer back for that second trade. And I think it's such an impenetrable, I would say, fortress in terms of their post plant or even hold on the site itself, because it shows how much they have in terms of communication as well as understanding each other's playstyle and body languages. And because I'm just really curious, because I don't think I've seen this team in open number 1, so it means that they must have just come together, but the way they play has just been so clean. Now coming back to Orangutan X one more time, I don't think we've spoken a bit about their team play and chemistry. After all, we still already have 2 more players in. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of chemistry, right, we do have the core of Orangutan X, but the new addition to the team is something to really behold, because Aruma, as I mentioned, right, I think she's really the player to really watch out for, given her the way that she plays her Sentinel is quite different from how the anchorship of Iceling would be. If there would be a head-to-head, I would really compare the two of them, because Iruma, when it comes to the clutch situations, she always at least delivers the final blow. And I think a new addition would be Emmy as well. She is new to Game Changers APAC, but she is very experienced. She has a good experience and good history with her time in New Zealand, and I'm really excited to really feature her here in Game Changers APAC.
I'm more curious as well about like how they are in general. Now with Torley coming in as the main duelist, do you think that she has been giving that 100% fire that we expect in terms of a very bombastic start into the game?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to say about how Twirly really gives out her playstyle as a duelist, right? Sometimes she can be very explosive, but sometimes she can be her demeanor changes when there would be like an opponent like FULLSENSE Sapphire. But as we're looking at the lineup, Emmy wouldn't really be playing. Her main 5 is going to be Chloe and Twirly instead.
I'm really excited about this because I thought that Chloe had been moving to sub. I was waiting for her for a little while and she said that she wasn't playing, but I guess, surprise, she pulled a prank on me. So I'm really excited because honestly, I think that Chloe is such a flexible player. She's been in Orangutan for quite some time now, since last year, if I'm not mistaken. And I think coming into the team, she has provided a lot in terms of her hold as well as an anchor. But coming into the Hero KDA, now this is where things get very interesting, right? Because Osnoki and Olulu have been playing together in Team X Team Bo previously last year, and I think it was LCQ or Overtime, I do not remember, but these two have been a very great dynamic duo coming into the team, number 1, and number 2, their performance at X Team Bo was phenomenal. And honestly, I'm just gonna be real here, when I first saw Hero KDA coming into this game or this open, I was a bit worried because I thought to myself, I haven't seen their dynamics yet. I don't know, I only know about them individually, but I don't know about them, I would say, chemistry wise, how they play together. But despite the short amount of time they had played, I am thoroughly impressed, and they look to be a very formidable team.
Yeah, I think there would be some connections between Hannah and Iceland playing together, and then as well as Lulu and Snooki having that experience as team members before. Really, the X factor would be RKNY because you mentioned a play when they were in Ascent, and it's as if that they played open one together, which they didn't at
Yeah.
all. RKNY is a new. Basically, this is an experienced team
This is her
individually, but
debut.
as a
Yeah.
team, they haven't really found that link together. Well, we have yet to see for this map.
I'm really excited to see what exactly they have in mind, but we're gonna be looking at what the maps are going to be, and it's looking to be Split, Fracture, and Ascent. Now we already know that all these maps, I think that Orangutan yesterday they did manage to take one map away from Full Sense, and I believe that was Heaven, and Heaven has been already banned. So I do not blame them for doing that. Sorry, was the other way around? It was the other way around, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Correct. Orangutan took one map away from Full Sense Sapphire, and because of that, I think THQ decides to ban that, because honestly, I wouldn't want to go against that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to OGX and their experience in Haven, I think Japips also really favors this map. When it comes down to her being the initiator, right? It's all about the timing of her utility. And in Haven, she seems to have perfected that. Although her KDA isn't, or her ACS isn't as high, but if you take a look at the stats, right, and how she plays within the game, it's as if she's already memorized the whole blueprint of Haven. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they choose to ban Haven, only because of their performance against Full Sense Sapphire, and also they don't really want to deal with that anymore. They want to be able to explore in different maps because Split has just returned. Open 1, we didn't have Split, and this time is when they have to show us what they've got, because at least with how the hero KDA plays, they are more exploratory when it comes to choosing the double duelist setup. So I can expect that a little bit here in our first map.
I mean, if you look at stats here for Orangutan, the last time they actually played on Split was against the hero KDA themselves, and they won 13-6. What a landslide! And I'm worried. Honestly, when you think stats, and like, oh, they're gonna lose again because they've lost against it before. But I think that when you play against this team and you're going on a round 2, there are a lot of things you can learn from your mistakes, and going against them again in such a short amount of time will give the upper hand advantage to the hero KDA. Now, my question stands for Orangutan X is: did you guys manage to create a new counter strat? Did you guys try to create something new in your playbook? Like, yes, maybe perhaps what you did in the previous weeks, the last time you went with them, might be working, but what are your next few pages if you do get outstratted here? Because I've seen way too many games where even though people are saying, okay, just get 4 in attack and then we'll just thrive on defense, but there are just so many games that I've seen now where teams thrive on attack, and it's honestly surprising given the fact that the map is just so defender-sided.
Yeah, I think there is a lot to say here about the composition of the team of OGX, or at least the performance of the controller. I think when it comes to Split, right, it's all about the timing of the smokes with how you use the utility, because if you're an Omen, you're only left with 2 dark covers, at least for the first few seconds of the round, and then it refreshes. But even as the Astra, right, when it comes to how Casper plays the Astra, she's so phenomenal. All of her gravity wells and her Nova Pulses would hit them right smack in their faces. And I am just really looking forward to either reviving that. Yes, I said so.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
Astra is gonna be selected, and Aruma goes for the Cypher.
I am excited for this one because we have another comp here of a team that does not use sentinels. Now, the idea of not using sentinels here is to take up space and deny them that space entirely by playing as aggressively as you can. Sorry, we are seeing sentinel. I just didn't realize that Aruma actually just picked up that Cypher. Now, it's going to be battle of the Cyphers. Well, Cypher and Killjoy. Personally, for me, I prefer Killjoy. I prefer what the alarm bots can do. It covers a lot more space. But a Cypher, though, I think the flexibility as well as the hard hold that a Cypher can bring to a site might state a whole different story. Regardless, I'm really curious to see what exactly is coming to the table here, because before this we saw Chloe on the Killjoy all the time. She was your designated Killjoy, and now she's gonna be playing the Reyna. Regardless, we are gonna be going into our first game of the day: Orangutan versus the hero KDA. Let's throw it to our casters. Take it away, ladies.
Yes, always technical difficulties every single day, but it's okay because we have an amazing game coming up. It is split, map number 1 between these two teams. And you know, the thing that Tash brought up, I really like that she brought up that they have like a prior history. But this is a team, Orangutan, they've gone through kind of roster shuffles. It is good to see Chloe back though, I gotta say.
I mean, you got that double innie setup. You got that double duelist setup on the other side. So when it comes to split, you just never know from the attacker's side, from the defenders as well. If you just think about it as well, who and what composition can actually make it better here in a map like Split? For you, in personal opinion right now, Zach, is it double innie or is it gonna be the double duel?
Look, I'm just a fan of the double duelist just because of how Paper Rex plays it. I'm not saying that every team plays it like Paper Rex, but whenever I see double duelist, I get super excited about it just for that reason. I think that Split is a map in particular that even with the changes that came in a couple of patches ago, it's a it's a map that most teams really struggle to attack on and take space on. And while double initiator is useful for setting your single duelist up, I feel like if you just have that double duelist dynamic, if you're really good at coordinating together, like how, for example, Forsaken and Jing do, or well, these days something and Jing do, I think that kind of chemistry is just enough for you to like power through, punch through, and just get inside.
Not other than that, they have that setup from Erase anyway. So as a duelist, for example, you have that explosiveness that you can still bring to the table with the help of that double innie setup that you can take and really look for the fights. That's the problem here, especially for the side of the double duelist setup like Orangutan X. Like, you have that enough firepower. Again, it really depends on the synergy of the team and if they can make it work. But heading into our pistol round here, Zach, we are looking at OGX on the defense.
Yeah, they're gonna be just holding down the fort. You do see 3 players stacked up towards mid, perhaps expecting that pressure to be coming through from the side of the hero KDA, but instead it just seems to be mostly B main push. They do have one player kind of lurking around mid, watching for that push, and you can already see the aggression coming out of the OG squad towards mid. Casper, of course, the only anchor on this B side. Yeah, it does have some backup from Japit, still 1-for-1 trades coming so far, and the numbers are pretty even.
Yep, quick trades back and forth for the rest of the teams, but Casper already in a good spot here. Good repositioning coming in from her, and Aruma from behind will finish everything off. OGX secures this round 1. I mean, Casper was just waiting there patiently at that point, Zach, waiting for that perfect moment to actually kill the heads off.
Look, I gotta say, Casper is one of the best players I've seen, and her improvement has just been phenomenal over the enemy last year. Her aim is just
one enemy remaining.
Ryzen waits, moving her utility. Not only as an Astra does she get the smokes down, she also gets the kills, and that's exactly what you want out of your controller player, and Casper delivers every single game.
And the setup was great anyway. You have that smoke actually there to really displace the enemy and go for those angle isolation plays, and they managed to pull it off, especially with the help of Aruma coming over from heaven. But it's another brand new round that we have here. OGX, they're playing a little bit slower on the end here of THK as well, knowing that they don't have the power really when it comes to the guns, holding on to the classics. They want to try to make a setup happen here and make the pistol round work.
Yeah, they're probably just waiting for a bit of aggression coming out of OGX. You did see that mid push coming in last time around, but this time with that better weapon, the OG are kind of happier to take these range fights that work in their favor. And with the team comp that they're running, right, they have, despite that double duelist, they just have so much utility, especially with that Astra. You can just delay so much. All of this bait towards B, it's not quite been taken. There is still going to be some presence onto A, and that's going to be first split coming in for OG again as RKNY on the lurk just goes down.
They try to play around, especially when it comes to the smokes coming in from OGX. Aruma exactly knows what's happening on the site, but she's waiting for the rotation of a majority of the players here. Anyway, they want to go for that manpower, especially they have the guns. Casper already shuts down one here. It's a 5v3 situation, and 3 people actually trying to punish also players coming in from heaven. But that's Japeeps closing things off with a classic. The last shot to the head, and a clean 2-0 for OGX. 1 man down only.
Yeah, only Casper goes down there, but honestly, it's not that bad. I think that her Spectre is gonna be something that she can replace, and honestly, Casper with the Ghost is pretty scary. Almost as scary as her with the Spectre anyway, so I don't think it's too much of a loss. It's the bonus round for OG anyway, and this is where things get scary, right? The Hero KDA, they're gonna have their buy coming in. Kind of been charging up those ultimates, especially I have my eyes on those Seekers coming out of Olulu. Only 2 away, they might come into play in this round, but overall, OGX, they're just looking to be so strong here. I'm just looking at that Pestle and that Anti-Eco. They're just there for the trades. Their synergy, they have been really working on it since that Open 1, and especially with their new players, they're looking almost flawless.
You have the double ini anyway. You can set up quite well, especially here on the attacker with the fault line coming in and even maybe a pain shells to really displace enemies that you want to displace when it comes to the backside of a site, for example. But still depends on what play they actually want to show against OGX here, as they are really just patiently waiting for the entries to come in. They know they have traps set already all the way to, for example, towards the ropes, towards vents, and even up above in B towards male. So they would know for sure if there are going to be enemies. And it seems like THK, they want to go for an entry here.
Haven't quite found anything, and if you look at the positions that OJ is playing in, it's a lot of these really tight angles and corners. There's only so much that you can do. Aruma spots that first player, takes the shot, gives away her position, and is not even able to find one. As Snowkey with the satchels is just able to not only find space, but also the kills. Already 3 entries coming in for THK here, and OG, they're gonna be in a very awkward retake attempt at this point. Their best hope is to make it as expensive as possible.
Yep.
And knowing that, just the positioning being held by the Hero KDA, it's gonna make that very difficult.
Using up that guiding light, no one really to find here, but Chloe, they wanted to gauge upon especially that Trailblazer, but this pain shells, you know what? I'm gonna help you out, at least make it a little better for OGX right now. Chloe goes out, she managed to pull out 1 kill here, a dismiss away, and now trying to look for another, but that's gonna be Iceling way up above, trying to pinpoint where the enemies might be. This is a triangle formation, and at this point, Zahk, it's very difficult to actually defuse the spike with the time being placed.
Yeah, though you did see some players going down, some kills coming in for OG. Really, really good bonus for them, by the way. It's still going to be the round coming in for THK, and I think that at least the last 2 players, they were disciplined enough to just play for time and make sure that they can hold on to those rifles. But look at the economy. It's in such a weird spot for the Hero KDA. They do have a couple of these ultimates that are pretty close, but so do OGX, right? They're one off the Seekers, one off that Cosmic Divide, which is super good in that retake kind of scenario. And honestly, I was skeptical about the Reyna, but Chloe is doing work.
I mean, you have an agent where you can sometimes be selfish, you know, especially when you have a dismiss ready anyway, and you're confident enough for the wide swing or even the push coming in from Arena. It can still shock a lot of teams, and maybe that's what they're gauging on, especially the Trailblazer didn't really work out in their favor because of that swarm that was on City side. But anyway, 2-1, again, like you said, it was still not bad of a bonus for OGX.
Yeah, 3 weapons is still pretty huge, and even though it's gonna be a buy coming in for the side of THK, you see some light armor, you also do see that Bulldog for RKNY, so a little bit less of a proper buy here for them, and again, just mid control, right? It's so pivotal on a map like Split, and you can see how both of these teams are happy just trading down utility. The thing is that this works in OG's favor, because not only do they maintain control of mid, they also manage to bait out so much utility and gain information off the back of that from their opponents.
True, even the turret was already pinned down here, but look at it, it's gonna be a fast entry coming in from THK, but completely stopped by Aruma yet again. Hana on the other side will try to go for a kill. It's still a 4v3 situation here, especially with the smokes up. You can definitely see that the traps of Aruma hasn't been used up yet even.
Oh, and look at Casper's positioning here. Already so ready for her. 20 seconds left. Know that they're going to be coming into her. I think does get caught out a little bit by the flash, but still being able to have some high impact. All she really has to do is buy time here, and with the spike dropped in heaven, it's going to make things so much difficult. Already the chase is on. Slaying able to get these kills. It's 1v1, but there's no time on the clock, and Turley wins just by staying alive. What a beautiful round from OG. Sure, they lost almost everybody, but Twirly, you play hide and seek, and if you hide long enough, you still win. And Twirly does it.
Again, very impactful kills coming in from Casper. The thing is, she did this already during day number 1. you wouldn't see Casper over-rotating or hyper-rotating to the other sides. Instead, she is actually one of the anchors that would stay. And you have to be really careful because it's a little bit of a poisonous move towards that side, knowing that there is 20 seconds left for THK to actually make a plant happen. OGX, they know their advantage. They're making their way up to it. And not only that, they're utilizing each and every part of this map.
Yeah, they're just playing it a bit of a heal round for the side of the hero KDA here. Chloe already in that close range. Yeah, just pulling that running gun. I think that they know it's a shorty, but nevertheless, it is going to be the trades coming through once again in favor of OGX. It's just Chloe running Farming Simulator right now. 4 kills on the round already, but the ace is going to be denied. You know, there's always something about your teammates stealing that 5th kill that it's just heartbreaking. Like, I'm on the ace track, I have 4 kills, let me get the ace, and they're just like, you know what?
At this point, I'm used to it, especially playing with Dax back in Blue and Ralph. You just cannot, you know, Zach. At this point, I'm used to it. But like you said, Chloe, though, she knew exactly the advantage she had. She knows she can dismiss away. Not only that, she knows it's gonna be a shorty. And how many shots can you make into a shorty? Only 2. Once you reload, you gotta expect Chloe to push in. And she managed to pull off 4 of the kills out there from THK's side and still winning again for this round despite losing majority of the players for Orangutan. And as you can see, even on the economy, it definitely shows the rounds are still important, especially here in a map like Split.
Definitely. It goes so back and forth here, but I like this timeout coming out of the hero KDA because number one, they're gonna have a buy again. More than that, they have been really just stacking these ultimates together. They have 4 out of 5, only 2 off that Rolling Thunder as well. So very likely we can see an execute coming in off the back of that. They have Snow's showstoppers to be able to find a couple of kills, get that space for free. They also do have that lockdown to be able to just pioneer their way to site and to prevent that retake, the Cosmic Divide as well. Ideally, they'll be able to kind of stagger these ults, make sure that they save a couple for the next round. But worst comes to worst, they have them. All they have to do is stay alive to use them. And against OG, I think it could be a bit challenging.
Yep. We play around the time here anyway. A little challenging, I would say. But again, this is the brackets moving forward. It just gets harder and harder every match that you play here in Open 2. And looking at THK right now, again, playing a little slow, but you can see definitely that they have control over mid here, and they can actually punish the players. But look at that, Chloe again with the quick trades.
Yeah, being able to find that kill is huge. Seeker's giving away Aruma's position right now. They know that there's at least 2 more players towards this A side here, and Aruma has to be very, very careful about how she's going to be playing this. Chloe alone on site as well. Does have some backup from Sky here. Has to be very, very careful. The Empress now active for Chloe. Dodges the showstopper. Gets yet another kill here. Finally being shut down by Snow. That's gonna be huge. Things, again, back to a 2v2. Both players on the line. Only Snow alive against them. Does isolate the 1v1. Finds the kill here. Casper, again, just with better positioning. Reading them like a book. It is going to be the 5th round for Orangutan. And what a round it was.
THK knows how to actually make an entry happen. You know, they actually take control of the site, even on the host plant itself. But then again, you have surprising factors coming in, like the rotations coming in from Casper, for example. They weren't able to actually capitalize, especially on those choke points, choke holds that they were able to get, knowing that screens was already taken by OGX, knowing that OGX already took ramps at that point. The world just got smaller for the side of THK. But look at this, playing around those utilities will be at their advantage, especially in an eco like this.
Yeah, they're just trying to hold. They're just hoping for Orangutan to make a mistake here, maybe get a couple of rifles for themselves. And despite this kind of aggression coming out of OG towards mid, just the smokes, the nebulas out of Casper, they're doing enough to really buy time here. On the opposite side though, RKNY already having walked into B main, huge positioning, does have that lockdown to invest, but I don't think they know that she's already towards this backside area.
That's why she's a little doubtful to use that lockdown. They don't know that she's here, and she might actually catch Casper here. Just going through patiently. You know, trigger discipline is the key. Information is the key.
Oh, they get another kill as well. Hannah with the same capitalizing and being able to get that kill, but Chloe once again there for the refrag. 2v4 scenario right now. Numbers advantage hugely in the favor of TFK. They also did invest that lockdown already, but they only have 2 rifles to work with. They at least have managed to pick up the one
Spike
strong.
planted.
So if Aruma can get a kill, it's gonna be the Neuro that's available. Chloe, of course, finding that first kill. Aruma as well. Suddenly things look much more difficult. One
enemy
scenario.
remaining.
So only with the sheriff, that's all she needs though. Already able to find the first, sorry.
enemy
Now,
remaining.
1v2, isolates the first one, does find that kill. But now Snow's position is unaware. Ruma does have that expectation, but Snow with the sheriff, a 3k on the round and a thrifty to boot. The hero KDA, they're not giving up quite yet.
Managed to save the day. Again, on an eco disadvantage here was THK. But if you play around those utilities, the power of a pain shell and even a gravity well put together, you can definitely get kills away from that. Knowing that it wasn't, again, an eco disadvantage here, playing around the utilities, even that neural death coming in from Cypher, they still managed to pull off those essential kills. Again, the epitome of this stake started from RKNY really holding that trigger towards Casper.
I got the
Just
spike.
to be able to kind of sneak up, Pink Panther style, get in that back of the site and hold with that patience that you expect. It was really good, and
Here.
that was some good calling as well. I think that it's Hannah who's the shot caller for this team. I'm not quite sure,
Look out.
but really good call to just invest those ultimates, even though they didn't quite have the weaponry, and the space they got off the back of that was absolutely invaluable. Talking about space right now, though, once again, it's going to be a headlong charge through mid here. Orange being able to make their way onto site, and Olulu towards main able to just find those 2 kills. This is kind of a half-buy round for Orangutan. Not much that they have to work with, accepting that one Vandal in Chloe's hands, and despite all of their
Spike
wins, it's just
planted.
amazing how they're struggling with economy here.
We still end up in a 1v2 situation or a 1v1 at some point, at some degree, that even OGX was getting those rounds in.
Not
The
ready yet.
economy is just completely shattered. Peeps, goes for that guiding light. We know there's gonna be someone on hell, but good anticipation coming in from THK. It seems like so far, with how the rounds are going here, Zach, it just gets cleaner and cleaner, especially on the post plants.
Yeah, I think that timeout that the Hero KD had really woke something up in them, because their positioning has been incredibly pivotal. And more than that, I think that just Snow kind of activating in those last 2 rounds, it's just been phenomenal. You saw like the reads coming out. OG, they've been fighting for mid control all this time, but because of how that last round played out, they were kind of gearing towards site instead, and the read from Snow was just perfect. She was able to take up all that mid space for free, basically, and now it's going to be Orangutan's turn to call a timeout. And it's a testament, Taylor, to how close these rounds are going. Because even though Orangutan had like almost 5 wins in a row, their economy was still in shambles in that last round after just 1 loss. And that's because every single time it comes down to like a 1v1 or a 1v2, and it's just so incredibly close.
True, we're talking about it already anyway. And it seems like, of course, for OGX, the gauging for this is for Chloe to obviously get the initial pickoffs, maybe even a dismiss away, and the rest of the team comes by and actually helps her out. But the thing is, if you shut down Chloe immediately here, there is a certain factor for THK, and we can see that all of us can actually see that despite the advantage that the defense has here, there's still some loopholes. Like, they can go into a site without even anyone from OGX actually knowing.
It's just been very sneaky coming out of them. Huge lurks from RKNY in particular, but overall their coordination over these last few days has significantly improved, I gotta say. And now once again, see that change of pace coming out. The last 2 rounds they've been very aggressive from the Hero KDA, but now they're just kind of playing it patient instead. They know that Twirly has that showstopper, might be tempted to push up with it, and off the back of that, they're just trying to like take it a little bit slow. But OG, they have their number this time around. They're playing a little bit more carefully, much more slowly.
One fault line out, and the answer is 2 utility play coming in from OGX. And immediately, you know, you shut down those utilities, shut down the cameras, shut down the line traps, or even since THK is playing majority on a play for contact scenario, they find a loophole. They manage to take a space here. The problem remains is how are they gonna hold again onto that post plant they want to continue holding on to. OGX, they can feel there's some certain loopholes kills here, and the showstopper perfectly connecting yet again, but a showstopper back to answer. That's gonna be Twirly going for the second, and she managed to pull it off with a quick trade to Hannah.
30 seconds left.
3 right now. Once again, the hero KDA do have that
Spike
numbers
planted.
advantage.
Last player standing.
But again, Casper is only able to find one though, and Aruma is going to be forced to take on that 1v2. Hannah, though, more than ready for it, finds not 1 kills and ends the round with a massive, huge number, almost only 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. Sorry, 2 away from that Rolling Thunder. So once again, the hero KDA they took the timeout and they are back on fire right now.
Spike
Like
planted.
they said, just play around your advantages, and they know that they destroyed traps here. They know they don't have the cameras anymore. They know the positioning of the respective OGX players because they have certain engagement where they just really try to get that intel in. And so far, THK is doing wonderful in minimizing the effects that OGX is having right now. And again, shutting down Chloe is one thing, and the other is actually making that decision happen and making it work. Look at this. Aruma knows exactly there's gonna be people coming in from male here. Not exactly how many though. She has to come back as there are gonna be lots of utilities coming in as well.
Again, you just see this. This is like the 3rd round that I think THK are doing this. They just go for this crunch towards B main from mid, and
Spike
the 4 players
planted.
towards B main, they just get punished time and time again, and there's just no counter to it exactly. This time it's going to be Casper paying the price here. 4 players for OGX, all of them with not ideal weapons to say the least, though at least Twirly and Chloe, the duelists do have some kind of great power. Tucked away in the corner. It's going to be RK, but finding the frags. 3 on the run already. A couple of bullets left, but it doesn't matter. Snow is already swinging there with the backup, and it's gonna be an equalizer here coming in. 5 to 5, from 1 to 5 to 5 to 5. That's 4 rounds in a row for THK. Wow.
You can definitely see Zahk that she wanted to go for that 4K. She really did, but she didn't have enough bullets any longer. What's going to be coming in from RKNY, very powerful, especially if you have a 3-man push towards CT side. Despite that Lear, she didn't shoot it down anyway. And in the end, she managed to pull off advantageous position on her end. 5 to 5 is going to be the score. And THK really taking this slowly but surely, Zahk.
Yeah, they're really changing up the pace here. So again, like these last 2 rounds, they've been kind of conditioning Orangutan to think that they like going for these fast heavy hits. That's been what they're like doing. But now, once again, they slow it down. They're just trying to spray through the smoke, find a bit of chip damage, maybe a lucky kill. But nothing really coming through. Trailblazer invested by Orangutan to make sure that nobody is quite sneaking up to a mid. And you can see Snow considering like, I put my boom bot down, check if anyone's pushing. Eventually it does decide to do so, but it's just a bit of a default coming in so far.
It's gonna be 3 people actually looking towards mid here. You can see the importance that this mid control has for the side of OGX, and they want to go for that aggressive positioning. Again, if you push in or you have 3 people pushing towards mid, you lose control of some of the sites here. But if they manage to pull it off, especially Chloe sees someone right now, that's gonna be Iceling shutting her down. Again, it's like a domino effect here for OGX.
Yeah, they gamble long. They took mid control, but
They have no
saw
one to
that
beat.
Exactly, they went towards that A crunch instead, but it's just going to be a free B side available for the players of THK. Numbers advantage in their favor. The heal coming in for Ash as well off the back of the Lulu.
Spike planted.
And now once again site is taken for Orangutan. The saving grace is that they have the ultimates to work with. Again, though, the awareness actually looking for that playground and Lurk finding that kill basically for free, and now it's going to be a 3v5. CT push,
Last player
surprising
standing.
Casper to beat, and a 1v5 to keep. We've seen her achieve a lot before. Already finding 2 on the round. The flash will buy a little bit more time, and time is the problem here, right? The clock already having ticked down. Japeeps having to make a decision here. Does she want to hold on to the gun or find a couple more frags? Already the research is caught between a rock and a hard place. Lulu will say sky diff, and it's gonna be THK stealing the lead back.
Good play
Last
this
round
position
in the
coming in
half.
from THK. As soon as they were able to shut down one player here, especially coming in from the flank, Zahk you play against a team that sneaks up in every single round towards the side and you try to sneak up against them, you know exactly what to expect and what will happen because they are going to be anticipating that as well. We started off with a very good start coming in from OGX here, but it seems like THK, those micro adjustments are really working out in their favor.
Oh, now though, you see I think for the first time, some significant A pressure coming out of Orangutan here. Painjo's doing quite a bit of chip damage to a Lulu. Almost like 50, I believe, if my math is correct. My math is not very good. Spoiler alert. But you do see them taking aggressive movement. So now Lulu caught in the sewers. Oh, what a flick on the Curly. Just as nasty work for little Casper. Onto site, still being able to find refrags and trades. And still Casper on that backside being an absolute menace. Finding two before she's finally shut down here. Now Japib,
One enemy remaining.
Dodges the flash. Clean
Spike
headshot
down,
Hannah,
B.
and it's going to be a 1v2. Japib's still alone on site for now. So all she has to do is stall for time until Chloe's there to back her up here. Japib's doing her best, and now Chloe's there. Cavalry is here. No 1v1s for Ash, and that is going to be the round for Orangutan. 6-6 half. What are we thinking?
Switching sides.
My god, it's gonna be an intense battle here, but it's not yet over. It's still a halftime. That's why we're gonna pass it on to our panelists to talk about what happened in the first half. Donut and Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Goated Casters. Back to us here on the desk. And honestly, we had already anticipated this to happen. We were just talking about it in the pre-show, Donut, how we sometimes on attack, we are going to be seeing that power spike and exactly what THK brought to the table. Now, we did talk about Orangutan versus THK previously on this particular map. What do you think they learned so far and how did they adapt?
I think there was a lot of adaptation, especially for OGX when they selected that double duelist composition, especially with Chloe selecting the Reyna. It was a strong start for them. The aggression was there, but it was put to a halt after a couple of timeouts from the hero KDA. And what they did was they tried to unpack whatever solutions there were, and what they did was to overwhelm them with numbers when it comes down to the aggression. And I loved how they would always come in together, always hand-holding, and then they would always overwhelm Casperon towards the site. Even the likes of Twirly can't do anything about it, even with her utility. So I guess their adjustments when it came down to how they would attack was the biggest X factor for the first half.
I think what's also important about is talk about, like, you know, THK's control here. The mid control was especially important because I want to highlight that on that because they took their time. Whether it's going to be a push out from B or main or even A main, what they do after is quickly to rotate through mid. And because Eruma had put all of her utilities on the mid side, the problem now is they are slowly just removing those utilities, taking up that space and making sure they do not lose control of it. And it's putting Orangutan X in a problem because they're not able to play together and work as a team. And I think despite the 5 wins in a row, I think the economy for Orangutan X hasn't been so great as well because the rounds have been very, very close. THK looking very good at attack. I'm really curious to see what exactly they can bring us on defense, which is exactly what's going to happen now on this round half. So I'm going to pass it over to Tayrawr as well as Zahk. On to you guys.
Oh, I thought the camera was gonna show. I was preparing my wingman, man. I was ready to cosplay my wingman. But anyway, welcome back here to the second half. We are looking at OGX versus Hero KDA. We talked about it a while ago, Zach, as well, but I want to touch upon that last final round we had. It was a little messy, not gonna lie. And to a point where the teams, for example, OGX, same goes to THK, they managed to get 1 kill here, but they don't know there's gonna be another player from behind. So it was a little bit more of they rotate a lot for both sides that they don't even see each other until the site is open.
Yeah, OG have been making some kind of questionable gambles when it comes to positioning, but now this is their chance to really shine because they are running that double duelist comp. Both Chloe and Twirly there on that Jet and Raze that we love to see. Well, I love to see personally. I know a lot of people kind of get hate for it, but I personally loved it. Especially if you're Chloe and you're having a game like her, currently top frag on the team, just popping off, perfect agent. And you can see Orangutan making their way up towards Rams already. Close to taking Heaven control, but they want to go into the site. The problem is, there's a Killjoy setup here, and Timmy the Turd is just player 6 on a pistol roll.
I mean, if you can kill RK and Y, why not, right? It makes it a little easier. And to be fair, even on the OGX's side a while ago when we had Aruma, she was not able to capitalize much on the tripwires, if you noticed. And THK, they know to swerve around utilities here, hopefully for the side of OGX too. But a good kill coming in from Aisling. Quite unaware. It's going to be Casper and Twerdy though. There's going to be one player
remaining.
left immediately.
Spike
It's a
down,
4v1.
Yeah, Spike gotta be dropping as well. Chloe on this lurk though, Arena with an overheal and a frenzy. The only problem is the claw. Chloe can't quite take the spike and run away. Has to get these kills already though. It's gonna be Hannah saying frenzy diff, gets the clean shots, and that is gonna be the pistol taken by THK. And I think that for the side of THK, the moment where they won the round was when they found that timing onto Casper. Casper's not expecting that fly pushing out at that time. It was just really unlucky. And the fact that they were just able to collapse on that. THK.
She didn't expect that there's gonna be that push coming in. Not only that, but that aggression coming in from THK as well. But to say the least, THK winning that pistol. Again, you remove the momentum towards the hands of OGX here. It seems like he started off really, really strong, but adjustments from the hero KDA so far has been phenomenal, and now they are also on that momentum ride.
Momentum for sure. No plant either for OG, so we're not gonna be seeing a force spike coming out either. Bit of a rough round for them. Only Chloe arming up with the frenzy after being able to find that kill. It's gonna be a very, very rough round for OG. The Sand team saw not what they'd like to be doing ideally. They have taken mid control for free at the very least, but that's just how CHK are playing. They're happy to kind of get that for free instead of opting to go in for side play instead. And already you can see the quick back and forth coming out here. One enemy right in the corner, along with the Lulu. It's just a slaughterhouse towards mid, and now it's just Aruma left alone, just running into the waiting crosshair of Ash. That is going to be a flawless for THK.
Flawless round indeed from the side of the hero KDA here. So far, Aisling has already caught 2 players from B main. Again, with her aggressive positioning here. But not only that, OGX was playing for contact, and Chloe was looking at that time in the floor, maybe looking at the alarm bot if I'm not mistaken. And caught off guard. Again, they were looking for the contact, and contact is what they saw from the hands of THK though. 6-8, this is now the buy round of OGX. Hopefully they can come back a little, but also on the other side, THK, they seem to have it figured out at this point.
Yeah, they're reading OG quite well here. Now though, Orangutan, the spike itself positioned towards A. A little bit of pressure on the other side of the map, but it's just gonna be Hannah on this A side trying to watch for the crosshair. Does have her full kit of utility, and with the off angle, might even be able to pick off a player for free before anything else really comes down. It depends on how OG play this, especially with Snow coming in for the backup as well. Chloe with a beautiful headshot, able to find the first, and Chloe with the second. Chapeeps does get tagged up quite a bit, but the numbers advantage is still significantly in favor of Orangutan. There's only one more player left on site, and if she can do some damage, maybe find a couple of kills, it might be what THK need to make this bonus really work. Kolulu though, in a very, very rough spot out there.
They're gauging on that kill from Lulu, especially for the players here from Ascent. But Arcane Y was able to pull off 1 kill before she dies off towards the hands of OGX here. 7-8. Clean round coming in from OGX. Especially, it was obvious they were looking for contact here and immediately found Hannah, and because of that, this opens up the opportunity for the rest of the players to really take control of Heaven here and remove the space from THK. But look at this, Zahk. Now going for that operator is gonna be Hannah. It can be the game changer here for THK.
Yeah, Hannah has been really great at setting up the rest of the team, but with this operator on a beach, I mean, honestly, we've seen an operator on every single agent at this point. Who are we kidding? And Hannah with that operator already, though, from Heaven being able to find that kill. I take my initial skepticism back. Repositioning to boot as well, and starting early to make sure that she can't take up more space and possibly try to go in for that blue flag. Now they're trying to go onto side. Japeems with a clean shot onto RKNY. That's the difference between the Phantom and the Vandal. Headshots
Spike planted.
All those warning shots coming in from Hannah as well. Like, she just kept shooting that operator after that initial kill to scare off the remaining members here of OGX. But in the end, we're able to plant the spike. Snow was just waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill off that trap. And that's going to be the kill towards Rumuma as well. Trap destroyed. Casper to get the kill. And now this is going to be the post plan. Playing it out. It's up to Iceling. And I think it's rather going to be a save than a fight.
Honestly understandable. 1v3 where the 3 players are Japeeps, Casper, and Twirly. I would not want to do that, especially considering how expensive that operator was. THK, they can try to make that round work around it. And honestly, that was some really beautiful play coming out of OG. You know, they get the information that there's going to be an operator towards Heaven. Immediately, you see 3 players push into the site. Japeeps finds that kill onto RKNY. And after that, they just hold down these crossfires. Sure, everyone goes down to that well-timed flank, caught looking at the camera instead. But aside from that, Orangutan, they were almost being able to just dodge that flash and find those 2 kills towards main, completely shut down any hope that the hero KDA had for a retake.
They still want to gauge on that operator for the next following rounds here, Zahk. Now, what I'm worried about, actually, I think we're looking at a pause here anyway. What I'm actually worried about is when you have an operator, especially on the defense here, especially you have it with Hannah, who cannot really hyper-rotate quite fast compared to a Jet, for example, or, you know, other agents. But then, the value of the operator, you lose it, especially when you have to make a retake happen. And it seems like right now for OGX, when they figure out that the play for contact actually works and they can actually loop into the site without anyone knowing as well, this is where my issues would be more raised upon, because the operator again in play, the movements is a little tight. Not only that, you also have to fight with the double swings, etc.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much to handle. Hannah, of course, was able to get that first kill and stay alive, but after that, it was RKNY really needed to stay alive there, but she was just snowboarded with utility, caught between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately, the headshot that she did as well was only 140 damage, RIP. But overall, I think Orangutan, they're slowly like building up their confidence on these attacks, especially Chloe in particular. She has been so good at just taking up space. You know, you expect when you're running a race on this map that race is going to be the one kind of like saturating in, creating plays. And of course, Trilly is doing that, but just Chloe constantly getting those refrags, being able to just play along with Casper and the rest of the team. And of course, Casper has been phenomenal ever since she's been on this team. But I think this year, she is just on a whole other level, especially when she picks up that Astra. Oof.
True. I would also like to add, especially towards Chloe as well, a little bit of an expectation that maybe she would lurk around and try to get kills for herself. But in the end, you have that power, the capability to produce a double flash onto a site. Why not use it? The Leer takes up a lot of space, especially for pro plays. Sometimes you just don't kill it off, and they capitalize on it. We are looking at a judge right now. Look at this, exactly what I mean. No one is throwing a Leer here just to not give out the info, but they know it's gonna be a judge. They back away.
Yeah, they're like, I'm to do with that. I completely understand.
Not today.
I feel the same way when I hear a judge. However, they do spot out Hannah's position, so they know where that operator is probably going to be playing, looking to go towards this A side instead. But the angle that Smokey is holding, it's a very dangerous one. Casper more than ready for it. Just the awareness coming out of this player every single time, able to find that kill and get that heal back up to full HP. Now, 4v5 scenario, the gun's not the greatest for the side of THK. Hannah not here either, so that high impact operator will be finding almost no impact. It's going to be a very good round for the side of THK, especially with them falling like flies.
Twirly finds one, and not other than that, Aruma was able to actually get a kill towards ramps as well. This opens up the side for them to take and plant the spike, but look at this, Iceling waiting patiently. It's gonna be a shorty shot, and that's gonna be it for Twirly. It's still a 3v2 scenario here, Zahk.
But they have the weapons now. They're both now reconditioning, trying to go for this backside. Casper, 15 HP and a team stuck in the corner. Can't really do much here. Hannah finding one as well on that operator, and now it's gonna be the Cosmic Divide here. Japeeps in a clutch scenario. 1v2. spots out the shoulder but can't connect the kills. You know how I said that this is a Drift Hero, it's gonna be almost impossible? Well, not if you're Ash, just sitting in that corner, picking up that first one, finding that rifle, and remember, this is between an operator and a shorty. 2v4. That's what made this round possible. What?
Not only that, the Cosmic Divide was beautifully placed, especially after clearing it out. This removes the complete angle from the side of OGX. They planted it in the open and now you can't see it at all. You have to go through. Your bullets wouldn't connect. You don't have a paint shell left for you if you are Japeeps, obviously. And all she doesn't have a choice at that point but to swing out. And either that or take the advantage for the side of OGX here and really make a double swing happen in that Cosmic Divide from Hero KDA. Again, maximizing utilities is one factor here to consider, not only the kills. We are to a 9-8. The Hero KDA, they are on the upper hand here with one round, but we're looking at a timeout and the possibility that you want to convert more rounds.
They certainly have the ults to work with it. They have that lockdown available for a retake if necessary. Nothing from Orangutan can really stop that, with the exception of Trolley. If she gets that showstopper, she might be able to just slam it into the ult's face and possibly find a couple of kills as well. But aside from that, ultimate economy, it's definitely in the favor of OG. They have that Cosmic Divide to be able to get onto side. Japeeps has Seekers. And if you really need some additional information after the Seekers, you also do have that Neural Depth on Aruma. So they have a lot to work with here. However, their economy is in a very precarious spot. You know, they've spent almost everything they've had into this round. Next round is going to be a little bit rough for them, and they're going for a very aggressive A hit already. Cosmic Divide and Seekers coming out.
Especially with that kind of Cosmic Divide, this is going to be a sure A hit now as the showstopper comes out in the hands of Twirly. She's trying to look for someone to actually pop it on. RKNY goes down already, but that showstopper would never see the light of day. Olulu, on the other hand, goes for the flash and actually kills the one planting the spike. Now that the Cosmic Divide is away, she has to fight with a triple kill. She managed to do so. 5 HP remaining, and they can still make a sandwich play happen here, Zach.
Live trying to put those smokes down into, like you mentioned. Aruma, though, finding that kill was huge. That's going to trigger that neural theft, and the remaining players, they're gonna know exactly where they are. Ash and Hannah. Spike finally going down. Casper being able to get it onto site here. Aruma going up towards heaven. Trying to find a frag. Finding a better positioning here. Does spot out Ash. Gets her to really low HP, but not quite able to finish off the kill. And now Casper playing aggressive. Despite that operator looking to find some frag value. One spotted out. Aruma, though, goes down despite the low HP. And now it's once again down to Casper. That clutch player her team needs. Finds the first, but Hannah swapping out that weapon is able to refrag immediately, and THK, they get to double to the first. How did that round fall apart?
Really quick thinking coming in here from THK side, but not other than that, the shots just didn't connect, especially for the players up above heaven, especially for the Astra that just jumped down because she has the unequipped time, to say the least. And isolating the angle is very much needed. Again, for the side of the Hero KDA here, having Olulu alive and getting a triple kill like that, there's something that they have to fix up here. And they tried. Again, if the shots wouldn't connect, what else can you do, right? You have to just completely reset right now. And a good timeout might help them as well.
Yeah, they definitely need to reset. I think Aruma, of course, only had a Bulldog, wasn't quite able to finish off the kill. I think that despite Ash only having like about 5 HP left, just being able to find that kill onto Aruma was what really changed the course of that round. They took 2v1s almost the entire time after that. You saw her waiting for Hannah, being able to find that kill onto Aruma, and then they swing together onto poor Casper, who can only do so much. And unfortunately, that's going to be a round that Orangutan should have won, especially after getting those 2 entry picks and investing like 3 or 4 ultimates in it. It's just going to be a loss, unfortunately, instead this time around, and not much left in the bank here for them, both ultimate-wise and money-wise. They're going to be playing a bit of a half-buy purchase. If they can convert it, well and good, but otherwise, 8 to 11.
Yeah,
Not ideal.
THK, they lost the operator here, but in the end, they won the round, right? So, the importance right now of each and every round, especially you're on a double-digit scoreline, very essential for the team and to really keep up at it. But again, OGX will try for a take to happen. Again, control over Ramen. That's going to be the double shot from Casper actually connecting.
Casper, as always, coming in clutch, being able to find those 2 kills is huge, and that's going to be a couple more rifles that they can possibly retrieve if they decide to go forward. Ash now playing aggressive, trying to prevent that very possibility, does get spotted out, and unfortunately will be forced to fall back. Off the back of that Orangutan, they find 2 guns that they can use to try and make things work. Casper just pulling out the heroics. I think that's also the showstopper that got taken down, so wow.
A lot, really. A lot has been taken away, that's for sure. But I think one more to be taken away here is gonna be Aruma as Hannah shuts her down away. 3v3 situation, still a lot of delays coming in the hands of the hero KDA. But I think they can feel that it's gonna be a rotations going to A site. They only have a few seconds to do so or decide so. With the lockdown being placed, it's just gonna be another delay, and OGX has to decide now. It's either gonna be a fight or a rotate. It's gonna be a fight.
Oh, unfortunately, though, the frags still go in favor of the side of the hero KDA, and Japeep's forced to plant with that clock ticking down. Hannah will be able to find the perfect timing and just get that final kill. That was a really, really nice cosmic ride coming out of Ash there, to be able to put that angle down, force them to just have one real way to peek into that lockdown and to fight it off. It was just such fantastic work. It got so much later.
Yeah, it brought so much delay. It also brought so much worry in the hands here of OGX. And you can definitely see that from the players from Heaven, that they were contemplating, are we gonna push or are we gonna rotate because we're close to vents? And as time is ticking away, again, 30 seconds, you have to decide fast. Despite that, THK was already in position to take on the kills anyway. And again, good usage of utilities overall. Japeeps, on the other hand, it's a brand new round here. It might seem like a showstopper will actually be in their face, but Twirly managed to escape.
Not like this. That is just such a great kill coming out. Japeep's being taken down like that. That's gonna mean no more flash initiation available for your duelists. No,
that's why not Chloe. That's why she chose the Reyna.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be like info flashes anymore, right? It's just breakable Reyna flashes, which aren't nearly as good, unfortunately. And Snowkey gets away, doesn't even take a scratch, just gets that kill and is like, yeah, you know what? I did my work. I'm out of here. See you later, guys.
Yeah, they know when to fight and they know how to actually stop the fight as well. When they have that advantage, why do we need to push it? And exactly like that, they just go back to the side retreat and regroup yet again. Chloe with a good opening here towards Olulu. They still have to find one. Twirly on the other hand, she might go down, but Casper quick on her toes to actually get the kill first. It's gonna be Twirly, not yet for the kill, but instead the other members of OGX.
That's just a slaughterhouse. They come in one by one towards Heaven.
Protect Twirly at all costs, Zach.
I agree. Twirly is a queen. She deserves to be president. Get down, man. We got you. But you know, that was just really, really good awareness coming out of Orangutan. Casper to be able to check that corner and just their positioning. They were waiting for people to come out of that Heaven smoke. You see them jumping down one by one, and it's just like, yeah, let me do some skeet shooting here. Chloe gets one. Aruma gets one. I think that Twirly finally managed to get that last one. So Orangutan, they're not giving up yet.
You want to fight it?
Casper and Twirly died from that spray down, it would have been a different story here, but again, they saved the day. Another brand new round. Cosmic Divide has been set already. The race is inside. The boombot explodes, but it's gonna be Japeeps and Twirly exploding onto them. A 4v3 situation again. THK, they're on a low buy here. Zach and Japeeps already going for the plant.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Spike will go down. There was a moment where you saw like Twirly shooting at Japeeps, and it's just like, oh wait, that's my Sky, that's not a Lulu. But yeah, that part, it's gonna be a bit of an awkward lead take there. Spectre taking his way on the side. That's not, it's gonna be Japeeps and Twirly between them, just cleaning house here. Lulu finds one with the Sheriff, but that crossfire is too much for THK to really contend with. Then Orangutan, they make it to 10, one round away from being able to draw even, and they have the Seekers, only 2 off the Showstoppers as well, so they're building up some of these ultimates, but so are the hero KDA. They're one off that Rolling Thunder and one off the Seekers. They have the Seekers themselves, so ultimate wise, more or less pretty even.
We're looking at back-to-back rounds here from the side of OGX and THK. And at this point, despite THK having that 1-point advantage here, you also have to worry with the economy that OGX is bringing to the table, the damage that they did to THK. And if they lose this round, they wouldn't have anything to buy off for the next. Quite scary, I would say. Twirly already trying to find someone to punish. Seekers has been used in the hands of THK here. No one really to find immediate shutdown on those utilities. And maybe we might be actually seeing a rotation.
Pretty much so. They made a bit of noise. They haven't really caused any damage here with all 5 players being left alive, but at least it is gonna keep those 3 players on that A side, just positioned towards that side of the map. Iruma still kind of lurking around sewers, but everybody else heading towards B instead, where already Casper has lobby control, so it's only gonna be Ash on site. We've seen the kind of damage though Astros can do when they're just playing around this backside. They destroy the pseudo sentinel themselves, and now that they have the key, they hear the sounds. It's gonna be the rush coming in from OG with them off the back of those seekers. They make their way onto site, but it's gonna be these 2 players. Just Chloe again on fire with that Reina fighting the refrags, 2 for the price of 1, and Orangutan they get the plants.
Good Seekers, I would say. And again, you have good utility usage here. Aruma, on the other hand, will go down. Chloe, though, going really intense in the hands of THK. From the previous rounds, we've seen her. She was basically shut down here over and over again by THK, but it seems like she found a new spark and she's going for it.
Yeah, Orangutan, that's a sign of life that they really needed. And once a Reina wakes up, it's gonna be super hard to stop her. Chloe just mowing through them. 22 and 16, topping the scoreboard far past anyone else. So Casper is, of course, as always, right behind her. It's like whenever these 2 girls play, it's like a competition. Like, I'm top frag, no, you're top frag, no, I'm top frag, no, you're top frag. And it's just the same thing again today. Nothing new here. Chloe back from her vacation, ready to slay out, and already slaying out, I gotta say, on that first map. But 11 to 11, the economy not in the greatest spot for THK. And Orangutan, knowing this, look at the patience out of him.
Patience is key as well, and OGX versus THK. Zach, we were talking about it already the previous round, and I mentioned it, that THK, their economy is completely shattered here by OGX yet again. In a double-digit score. This is the match point score we're talking about, and it seems like OGX really lopsided and got those rounds that are very impactful and very essential for the economy that we're talking about. Iceling quite prepared, but this paint shells actually doesn't hit her. She was saved by this wall, but Twirly wouldn't be saved, and that's gonna be Iceling going for the second here onto the headshot, but goes down in the hands of Casper.
B.
I know exactly where you
Still
are.
a doable situation. Now the neural that's coming out, that's going to reveal the position of these last 2 players. Casper on the hunt here. Trying to find these kills. Oh no, Arcane Widow still finding value. Huge kill there, and now it's all up to the Cypher. On the lurk, knows that there's at least 1 on side, most likely both of them. Can't quite see the Killjoy hat or the barrel, so Ruma's going to be forced to drop down here. Can't even make a little bit of noise, unfortunately. 15 seconds left. She has to go for this. Very awkward fight. Swing is going to come out. Find the first. Sees the second. And it's not going to be a clutch. Snow more than ready for it. Will get that headshot. Iruma almost getting the 1v2. But the Thrifty instead for THK is going to get them to match points. And Orangutan, they still have the guns to work with. They have the ults to work with. But for the hero KDA, they have those and more. And they are very close to being able to lock them out.
The thing I notice about, especially towards Aruma, is that she knows how to really isolate the fight. She's been put into a position where it was a 1v3 situation, and or a 2v3 even, but she still knows exactly where the angle might be that the enemy wouldn't see her as well. She uses this and utilizes it quite well. 11 to 12 is going to be the score again. Another try for an entry here from the side of OGX. They have a showstopper in play, but immediately a lockdown has been placed. Showstopper wouldn't connect that wall, but instead push out that turret away, and they have to respect this. No space, no kills.
No time either, so yeah, of course, they're gonna have to be forced to wait it out. That's gonna be the only major ultimate that they had really coming into play. The Empress as well ticking down here. Already you can see the backup coming in on this B side. 3 defenders just positioned. they make any kind of aggressive play, they're gonna go down, and the Empress runs out as well. Orangutan effectively have no ults in this particular round, and that's against the Rolling Thunder and an almost ready Cosmic Divide coming in. 50 seconds left on the clock. It seems like there's still one kind of on the B side, but through the smoke, Ash able to find a kill and do so much damage. The crossfires between THK players are just too much for anyone to deal with. The perfect stun as well from the side. Hannah rolling Thunder to boot, and what a way to win the game. I think that was basically a flawless thing in that final round, and it is going to be that first map taken by the hero KDA. And this is from 1 to 5, Tayrawr. They were like 4 rounds down, and they came back in that first half, equalized at 6-6. Again, Orangutan, they took the lead early, but the hero KDA, just phenomenal teamwork coming out of them over that entire map.
The anticipation was there already at that point. After the lockdown has been placed, it was a triple stack onto B. Not only that, but they were also waiting for Aruma to make something happen on towards mid. There was too many traps though, and immediately Japeeps, or rather on the side of the hero KDA here, they were able to utilize the guiding light to know the intel, to know the info. There's not just enough power towards heaven to actually make a control happen here. But again, the hero KDA, they look so happy. What can you say about that, Wingman? Yeah, he's happy too, Zahk.
I mean, anyone who sees Wingman at this point is gonna be very happy. That includes me and everybody watching, I suppose. I love you, Wingman. But that's enough from us. Let's throw it to our wonderful panelists to break down what we just saw.
Thank you for that kiss, Wingman. Love it from you guys. Thank you also to Tayrawr as well as Zahk. Now coming back to the panelist desk here, it was a phenomenal match between the hero KDA as well as Orangutan X. Again, reminding you guys that previously Orangutan X was the one to take that map, and coming into today, what a dominating performance from the hero KDA. So I'm pretty sure that there's a lot to talk about, but I think that we really want to talk about here is about which team does it better. What do you think, Donut?
I think that there are a lot of things, right, that we saw in the first half that didn't really push through for OGX. They had a wonderful start, a big lead, basically. THK, they were down 4 points, but they just immediately threw that back and away from Orangutan X. I think one of the things that are very different between the two would be how they position themselves in the map. And Split is really tricky because of all of these narrow corners. You do have all of the utilities just lay down on the site, and also the potential of Casper being the hero for the team with all of the utility, it wasn't necessarily just shown, right? I think that was just a lack of setup for her during the defense, but she did pull through during the offense. But I do have to celebrate, of course, one of the members of THK, which was Iceling. She did show up during the last 4 rounds, getting all of these multi-kills each and every time. And even as the Astra, look at her first kills. 5 kills during the, I think most of them were really garnered during the defense. But I really have to give it also to the team of OGX. I think one of the reasons why they lost this map was really that lack of mastery for the roles, because we all know Chloe to be a great aimer, a great player, but she was embodying that Reyna, which we didn't really see come into play with Twirly as the Raze. So I think there were just a lot of gaps that OGX really had to fill in, but I guess there are still a lot of things to decide on for the next map. Are they going to be doing the double duelist again for Fracture? I think that's the biggest question of all.
I mean, when you look at how they play for the hero KDA, other than Aisling, I think Aisling has been such a great job doing a great job on that map in particular. She's a great anchor. She's a great, I would say, band-aid player when push comes to shove, when it comes to those clutch moments, and she's really good at these aim duels. And I would like to kind of like compare it to Orangutan, where it feels like in so many situations, Orangutan was just using so many of these aim duels. Sometimes it also feels like a little bit of an overheat as well, when you think about how they push out a little bit too greedily, when they weren't able to prepare for that post plant, when they weren't able to try to push into site. Feels like they were a little bit at loss about how to deal with these executes. And coming back to our talking about Iruma putting her utility already at mid there. It felt like it was not only cleared very quickly, but the space was also given away so quick. I mean, so fast as well. It's just taken away by THK. And THK looks so good. I mean, even on defense, what's even more scary is the fact that at first you saw a little bit of of aggressive play coming in from THK, and then OGX went to a more defensive play where they played on contact. And when that didn't happen, it didn't work out. What THK did was work on a little bit more of that conditioning. But coming back here, let's see how exactly it's going to be working out for the Fracture. Whether it's going to go 2-0 or 2-1. Let's go for a quick break, and when we come back, more Orangutan versus the THK.
One enemy ready. Spike down B. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Long. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Oh, come on. One enemy remaining. Ready. Spike down A. That's 3.
They're done. Quit your tiptoeing.
We wanna get it funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it funk with a couple hundred thugs. Funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it funk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. We wanna get it funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it funk with a couple hundred thugs. Funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it funk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here, know we getting hype.
permainan yang sengit di map split tadi sudah memberikan 1-0 kepada di Hero KDA. Meskipun begitu, masih ada map kedua yang bisa kita saksikan bersama-sama untuk melihat apakah Orangutan X bisa membalas skala mereka di map pertama tadi. Masih di Valorant Game Changers APAC Series 2023 bersama dengan Abigail, Dave, dan nantinya akan ada caster-casters dari Albert Fospisti dan juga Rere Brendel. Nah, kita ngebahas map kedua yang bisa dibilang ini bukan map yang seharusnya nyaman dimainkan oleh The Hero KDA. Tapi melihat performance mereka di split, gue melihat sepertinya masih ada secercah harapan.
Ini open ending sih menurut gue untuk kedua tim, especially karena kedua tim ini juga hampir bisa gue bilang melakukan kesalahan yang sama ya. Setelah gue barusan nge-review apa yang terjadi di map pertama, sebenarnya itu banyak banget fundamental mistake yang terjadi yang dilakukan sama The Hero KDA dan juga Orangutan X. Kita melihat juga bahwasannya performa dari The Hero KDA di map Fracture ini kelihatan banget ini bukanlah map yang mereka mainkan dengan nyaman. Berbeda halnya dengan Orangutan X, mereka benar-benar nyaman juga, mereka sering banget main di Fracture walaupun mereka memang punya win rate yang gak bagus-bagus banget untuk map Fracture-nya itu sendiri. Cuman ada satu hal yang harus gue garis bawahi di sini. Kalau misalnya Orangutan masih melakukan kesalahan-kesalahan seperti apa yang mereka lakukan di map pertama, menurut gue ini adalah kesempatan yang besar banget untuk The Hero KDA itu sendiri, di mana mereka hanya tinggal memfix beberapa mistake-mistake kecil seperti kayak nggak ngecek angle, beberapa kali sequence utility-nya aja. Especially ini udah mereka map yang bukan mainkan 1 kali 2 kali, ini adalah ketiga kalinya The Hero akan memainkan map Fracture. Otomatis harusnya mereka udah punya plan yang baru gimana caranya mereka bisa untuk melakukan approach. Sementara itu dari Orangutan X, ya balik lagi kesalahan mereka itu adalah kesalahan minor yang harus mereka cepat atasi, kayak ngecek angle, terus main mungkin harus memberikan sedikit variasi-variasi yang baru, tidak hanya dengan mempertahankan skenario 4-1 mereka, karena ketika skenario 4-1
or a double duelist, which we saw Orangutan X bring to the table. Now, I'm not sure if Emmy was playing in the previous rounds that they've played on this map during the Swiss, or if we saw Chloe play on this round of Swiss. But depending on their setups, which just now was kind of broken down by our friends over our casters, that they said that obviously the setups was set up around Emmy. What do you think we can expect with Chloe in the game?
Yeah, with Chloe in the game, I guess they just really have to decide whether or not which type of player, because Chloe can be a good Viper, but I guess there will be a bit of adjustment. She will now be the fade for the team, which is very surprising because we haven't really seen her play this agent before. And I'm not one to really direct our eyes there whether or not this is going to be a mistake, but given the composition of THK and Olulu really bringing so much to the table as the initiator, I guess if we were to compare the head-to-head of Olulu versus the fade of Chloe, experience-wise, I would go in favor of Olulu. And Chloe, I think she has a lot of expectations now for the team. The team play has to be there, which THK really has a bigger weight, especially with how they played in split.
I actually prefer having that breach, that hard entry that he can provide coming into the site, which can enable Snowkey, will bring a lot to the table. The question now is how exactly they'll be able to counter this sort of set play. Can they play offsite and go for retakes is the question. But I think that our casters are pretty much ready to go. So let's see how it's going to go here, whether or not this round 2 between THK and Orangutan would go to a win in Orangutan's favor. Let's throw it to our wingman as well as Zach and Tay. Take it away, ladies.
I feel like this VCT Game Changers Open is just like a wingman chiming in simulator, like
He's
almost
sleeping.
every single time.
Sorry,
Aw,
Dash.
he's a bit tired.
He's
He was a bit
tired.
After that first map, I can't blame him at all. But Taylor, looking at these team comps coming in, the one thing that I am super excited for personally is just watching Twirly on that Neon again. I think last year for Bren Victra, she was like one of the strongest duelists ever on that server on this particular map, and to see her back on that Neon action, I am so excited.
Exactly what I was thinking as well when I was seeing and looking at the agent composition. I'm excited to see Twirly back on that Neon. Again, they played Fracture the first day we had, and I also casted that game as well. And you can definitely see the confidence she has taking in the site. They might have lost the game back then against FULLSENSE, but in the end here, you have to give credit where credit's due. And those times that they were on the attack, The entry was amazing. It was well prepared here. Again, OGX, they just have to be the team where they don't lose the ball in the middle of the game, because it happens every time we look at them. They started off really strong, and then the micro adjustments from the other team, respective team, comes in, and they just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, we saw this as well during this particular open, like in their opening match against Big Sight. They had that initial advantage in Orangutan so far, even over the course of today. They've been able to find that adjustment right off the start, but as the game progresses, they're not able to like really keep up the kind of momentum and pace that we've been seeing, that we've come to expect out of them, to say the least. Now, though, they're going to be starting off on the attack side. Already, you see them farming up those orbs, which personally is my favorite strategy on Fracture. When you have 4 orbs, you might as well try to get them into your pockets. Exactly, yeah. And now they're looking to just go towards this arcade and make a push into the site, but there's going to be that kill streak on the site.
Or maybe they're just creating boba milk teas, right? On the side. You just never know. Anyway, moving forward. Anna, though, already out of the equation here as Twirly shuts her down, but RKNY fights off. Managed to pick up a trade here. 4v3 situation as they plan a spike right now. Twirly knows exactly where one of the players of THK would be, but they have to move further away. They have to take care of this post-plant situation in a 4v2.
Yeah, the HK is going to be in the favor of these V-takers, but as I say, that Snow goes down to Twirly despite being only 22 HP, says, no problem, guys. This is my map and my agent. I got this. Slaying out as always. It's all done just a Lulu. 1v4, hit by the stun. They know exactly where she is. They manages to finally take down Twirly, but Casper there for the trade, and Orangutan, they once again take the pistol on this particular map. And the thing about Fracture is that this is probably one of Orangutan's best maps. They managed to... they've been playing it for such a long time, and even though they lost, I think, last open, they've still been able to, like, really dominate on this particular one.
Yeah, but you also have to remember, it's a revamped setup. It's a revamped team we're looking at here as well. Though they really have good performance here in Fracture, that also means there's going to be lots of VODs to look at, lots of understanding from the respective teams, especially coming in here in the open. But another brand new round is what we're looking at. OGX, they have the upper hand, but look at this, a 4-man stack towards B. Actually 5, so quite deadly in the hands of THK if OGX decides to go to B.
Yeah, that's just not a very fun prospect, walking into classic right clicks and shorties and everything in between here. Now, though, Orangutan themselves, they do seem to be getting a little bit of information. At least they spot out a couple of players, and Ruma finds one, but Snow finds the trade and doesn't even take any damage. So that's going to be one gun that they can retake. And Orangutan, they make some noise. They put down the fast lane here to possibly try to hold them, keep them onto that particular site, but instead they're just going to be heading towards the A site. They made the right call. There's still going to be nobody on site, although you do see Snow rotating over, and Snow's the only one with the weapon. It's going to be a lot of work onto her shoulders to make this round, this anti-eco viable again for the side of THK.
Yeah, she's the only one here with the Spectre anyway. And the rest is going to be a follow-up short. Yes, they jumped in, and that's going to be Twirly and Chloe. It's a whole crossfire from the side of OGX. Answering back to THK. One by one, they all falter in the hands of OGX. A team ace even. But 2 players, at least for OGX, were pinned down, were gunned down. In the end, the round is still theirs. Imagine, Zach, if they decided to go actually hit B.
Oh, that would have just been extremely scary. But I think that with the Ruma going down, and like kind of the utility being used, they knew for a fact that there were at least 3 there. They were like, you know what, guys, have fun on this site. We don't want anything.
Enjoy the site for yourself, then.
Yeah, keep it. We don't want it. You can have it. We'll just like take the spike to the other side of the map. And now Orangutan, a bit of a broken bike here, but they are getting close to some of these really crucial ults for their full by round 2 off of that Nightfall for Chloe. And Casper only 3 away from that orbital strike. Now off the back of the smoke, they're looking to get close and aggressive. And Casper already being able to find 2 kills there is huge. Lulu finally shutting her down, but the damage has already been down. It's done. It's gonna be a 2v4 retake.
The tripwire. It's a whole limbo rack towards tower here that RKNY was looking at. But anyway, going back to the game, Iruma, she has a camera set up anyway. It's already a crossfire. It's going to be a firing squad, honestly, for the players of THK if they decide to push in. And I think it would rather be a save for them. They would go on the safer side. Good bonus for the side of OGX though. They capitalize again on the speed that they can bring to the table. You have Casper that can throw out a stim beacon anyway. You have Twirly that can run as fast as she can as well. And if they want to rotate, they also decide fast. This is one of the factors we were able to look at in map number 1 a while ago. The decision making of the team not quite fast to a point where they get stuck.
I think this is one of the nice things about the new kind of players and comps that they're running on the map, is that with the rotators coming in, they're able to completely catch them by surprise in a way. And like you mentioned, that speed coming out of the stim beacon, along with, I think that round-winning piece of utility there was that smoke that Casper put down. It cuts off that long angle completely, and they're just able to take these close head-on-head fights. THK should not have been playing to try to push through those smokes. They got punished for it so hard, and Casper finding not one but two. That's just so incredible for Orangutan. Now they definitely do have the advantage here. Not much in the hands of these players from the side of THK with the exception of those 2 rifles, but already they're able to find these 2 kills. RKNY and Snowkey between them just churning out kills here. Able to pick up the weapons as well, and suddenly this round looks very, very bad for Orangutan.
It looks like they had a delivery, and delivery has been made and picked up. That's what THK might be thinking right now. Again, OGX, they find B site open though. At least they were able to plant a spike here, and now they just have to wait for the retake to happen. Twirly already shuts down one. They know that it can come from CT side. Not only that, Snow already has a Vandal here on her hand. She has to find someone. No more dash away if she must. Twirly finds her instead. This is going to be the Nightfall being used. Twirly for the 3rd, and now going for the 4th even maybe for that shorty. Doesn't matter right now as Aruma already does the job.
It's just Twirly go kill in that particular round.
Protect Twirly at all costs.
You don't need to protect Twirly. She can protect herself. Look at that. That was a massacre on that side. But yeah, Twirly just being beat 1 by 1. You really don't want to do that with someone as practically. Look at this. She's just being able to find these kills one after the other. And for the last couple, it was Aruma coming in. But all of this again was made possible by that Nightfall from Chloe. It pinpointed the position of all 3 players exactly like this. They were all towards spawn, and off the back of that, Twirly and Aruma just being able to go pew 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 and hit their headshots. Now though, it's going to be Hannah on the site here, already taking half her HP in damage, caught out by the Haunt as well, spraying through the scope, desperately trying to find these kills, and the flash is going to be perfect, setting Twirly up to get that kill once again.
Oh, no, the 6-man! Good trade on the 6-man! Timmy turret, but it's not yet over here, as THK bombarding the site as well, with how OGX bombarded it. 3v1 situation, Casper left alone here, she still has an orbital strike in use, but no plants at all. She has to figure out if she can pick up 1 kill, and that's exactly what she finds. Goes for the reposition, even another, and now it's a 1v1, but it's in the end, Olulu with a better positioning here gets the kill.
Casper is just so smart on that controller. 1v3, she puts down a smoke that lets her really isolate these angles. She didn't know Lewis was in position, otherwise she would have just been able to run towards that A site instead. But yeah, that 1v3 almost gets clutched up. Not a situation that you really want to be in, but huge round coming out of the hero KDA. Timmy the turret for 1 kill, as always. Very, very dependable player, number 6 on the team. And for the other 2, RKNY being able to get a 3K and that lockdown online, that's going to be a very much needed revitalization for THK.
Yeah, Timmy the turret never gets tilted. See? So you already have something, an advantage for your team anyway. But here we go. Timmy the turret goes down. Overdrive is on. Really scary, but in the end, RKNY more than prepared to take on that duel. No trade-off coming in from OGX. They take the site though, open for the plant, but again, THK really likes playing for retakes.
And Casper is going to be playing tower as well. She really needs to stay alive here. Rolling Thunder invested to boot. Ash already being able to take Casper down is huge. Along with the lockdown, she's crumbling here. Really phenomenal retake coming out of the side of THK. Now it's all down to just Japeeps playing inside spawn. has the defuse already, having been stuck, and Ash with the advanced positioning is able to find that final kill as well. THK, they knew what they were doing. They were just playing for the retake here. They had the Rolling Thunder as well as that lockdown, and off the back of that, it's just going to be another clean round. And more than that, just Casper being forced to play onto site. Her not being able to reposition and set up that post plant with the orbital strike as well as the molly, it just denies the defuse from being prevented.
They go for the overtime here, Zach, and much needed, I would say, especially after that take. You have to also realize what the utility may be of the other team, and having the lockdown and the rolling thunder, the hero KDA knew exactly what their strength may be, and that's actually the retake potential that this can do. Iceling didn't even get to use the orbital strike yet, so it's a little scary for the side of Orangutan X, especially we're starting off again. They start off in a good round, they take the post plant here, but there was no control towards B main any longer, to a point where that Rolling Thunder and that lockdown will just perfectly connect to everyone, and it just created so much space right now for THK, honestly. Again, Zach, they have an orbital strike here. It's gonna be another round. OGX, utility-wise, a neural def and an orbital strike as well.
Yeah, they have a lot to work with in this particular round. 2 off of that Rolling Thunder as well. Orangutan, they have the tools with which they can win it, but they need to win this round. The pressure is on them financially. 3 of their players won't have the money to buy up after this particular one, and Twirly having already used that overdrive in that last round means that that's not going to be available in that eco round either, unless, of course, she gets an ace and a couple of ult orbs in the meantime. Either way, though, it's going to be a bit of a repositioning coming out of the players on THK. They've put Jet Snowkey towards this arcade area instead, perhaps expecting that re-pressure once again, but instead of Orangutan, they're playing this very, very slowly this time around. Last couple of rounds, they've been conditioning their opponents for very quick hits onto this B site, but now, after cutting all of this noise, they're hoping that there's more pressure towards the opposite side of the map, but THK, they're not buying the bait.
And honestly, THK, they're just waiting as well to pull out the utilities. Once that wall comes up, you know it's gonna be that knife next. Now Twirly needs to clear it out. They go for a pop flash here, and still, the KO managed to survive. Already hopping out here is gonna be Hannah. They used up the orbital strike anyway, and Twirly finally clears it out. The angle has been isolated, and now it's all up to ArkNY, who will also go down. OGX, surprise! Come in and take the kills.
Really nice plays coming out of them, and of course that was a very awkward interaction between Hannah and I believe it was Shirley. They were just both simultaneously flashed by Hannah's flashes. I am very blind if I could see the flashes myself, but yeah, at the end of it, you know, it is going to be Orangutan who take up quite a bit of space on the round as well. And they managed to hold on to all of their ults as well, because the orbital strike we saw, that was Ashes. That wasn't Casper, so she still had that heading into this particular round. They still have that Rolling Thunder and orbital strike combination, which just denies Diffuserless to his very useful life.
I mean, Zach, they have the Rolling Thunder again. That's the right term. They have a Rolling Thunder here yet again that they can use. Olulu, though, on the other hand, gets a kill towards Chloe. And they go for a smoke onto A main. Just a little bit of a free fire here and there as well. This is just to create a little bit of a diversion for OGX, especially one has been killed already, and they don't want to make the same mistake as to what happened on that last round on the last map.
Yeah, if one goes down, you don't keep trying to push into that particular area of the map. Orangutan, they have learned their lessons quite well. They're very quick to learn from their mistakes, I gotta say. And now, after creating some havoc towards this B side, they look to go A side. Sorry, they look to go towards B instead, where there is still all of this pesky Killjoy utility active. I think that Twirly's fast lanes have been very pivotal in helping them to make their way onto site. But this time around, that's gonna be all of the players detected off the back of that 0 points, and with only 35 seconds left on the clock. Oh my god, Aruma's lure. That was so pivotal.
That was the kill exactly they're looking for right now. A little bit of a cue towards OGX's side to hyper-rotate, but look at another team that's hyper-rotating. That's gonna be THK though. Burnt alive, roasted alive, but that opportunity to get up and actually use the orbital strike perfectly, it was just there for them to take the round itself, Zach.
Yeah, Casper doesn't have any smokes left, puts down the orbital strike. 2 players trying to play up close. They get caught in it. Do I want to burn alive or do I want to die to one enemy standing? Really nice reloading coming out of Orangutan. That could have gone very, very badly considering the time was so low. But Orangutan, they still play it to perfection. And now 6-2 here. That's going to trigger a timeout out of the Hero KDA. And their buy is not looking very good.
Yeah, their buy is a little bit shattered right now. Even the economy as well.
Just a bit.
For the Hero KDA. But I guess like Fracture is a map where if you have really good skills mechanical skills when it comes to sheriffs, for example, it'll be another story, right, Zach? So it really depends on the players here and how they actually make use of this pistol rounds, because in the end they are very essential. It can still be pivotal to some degree, but especially if OGX is a type of team that would go to try and play for picks. And if you win those engagements, if you win those duels, especially using and utilizing those 0 points where you make it a raw firepower duel, you might be able to win still.
I think that head-to-head, firepower-wise, I feel like a lot of these players, they're just on pretty much even footing. But Orangutan, they're definitely using utility a little bit better in these last couple of rounds. Once again, I think it's like war flashbacks coming in. Will the Sheriff's kill? Nope, it's just Twirly slaying out here. Doesn't even take a single speck of damage. 3 kills already on the round. And with that fast lane, once again, looking to charge into sight like that superhero that you really want. Ash through the smoke, trying to get a couple of headshots, but unfortunately not quite coming out. Now it's just Twirly who wants the ace. Shorty versus Judge, pulls out the Vandal instead, finds that 4th kill, and it's all down to Ash to be able to prevent this. Does deny the ace at the very least, but Peeps is there to find revenge, and Orangutan finds 7 to boot. Every time there's an ace on board, it's always a 4K. Every time.
Of course it would be a 4K. Why give the ace, right? Your teammate just wanting to post some TikTok reels, and instead Orangutan posts a normal TikTok, you know? Like, I don't want 5-kill reels. I want you guys on TikTok. And that's exactly what they do anyway. Shout out to the peeps. But anyway, going back here to the game, Zach as well. A little one-sided in the hands of OGX. Now, my fear remains on the next following rounds. If THK makes a really good adjustment here, again, OGX a little on the table where they drop the ball in the middle, especially if they're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing any real aggression coming out of THK so far. They've been just playing catch-up to how Orangutan is playing now. There's Snow goes for a little bit of early exploration. In fact, a 3-player flank coming in for the side of THK. Tripwire gonna be broken. Camera spots out at least a couple. And Twirly's once again down. Aruma as well caught between 3 players. That's gonna make it a 3-1. Make that a 2v4 retake attempt. Though Chloe and Casper both be able to find huge kills. Chloe finding the second as well. The stun though, it's gonna be enough to beat Ash in the open. Now Casper, as always, ready for the clutch. 1v1 scenario with Anna still down and with only 1 enemy left. We'll have to stay and make it work. And Casper, 3 on the round, a huge clutch, denying the momentum shift coming in for THK and Orangutan. They take 8. Can we please see that again, Casper?
It was 10 HP, Zach. I
know.
I closed my eyes at that point. I was praying for Casper, and in the end, she managed to survive. The fact is, they were going for that rest towards the KO and actually stopped it in the middle. And if you wanted to have that 3v1 situation, they actually could have done it, but it was a little bit of the pressure coming into the teams. Again, you want to trade off your teammate, but if your teammate's also shouting it's 10 HP remaining, the pressure is just completely on. And Casper, with regards to that pressure, really performed quite well. But look at this, Aruma yet again on that flank. Always, always her.
Does deny Ash's Blade Storm, but aside from that, it's still going to be a 4v4 situation. In the meantime, Orangutan, they've taken advantage, been able to get the ace site for themselves. However, the ultimate economy is definitely in the favor of these players from the THK side. They do have that. They do have the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown, as well as drop control. So they can put this lockdown safely. Casper doesn't have the orbital strike either. They have the ultimates to work with for this retake. All they have to do is really make it work. And with Jupiter is being committed, they should be able to rush onto site.
And even an orbital strike, honestly, has been placed here. They have to fight it off. And immediately trades after trades. Now Hana goes in as well with the judge to the face. That's towards Twirly. Time's ticking away. It's still a 1v1 as Chloe was going away, but Casper yet again the back-to-back round save.
Casper on smokes is just a hero. Casper in general is just a hero, don't get me wrong, but she's been looking incredible today in particular. So many rounds, just being able to be that difference maker for the team here. Chloe as well, coming back after a vacation, revitalized, you know, you think you just chill.
Where did she go?
Get into Valorant. I'm not exactly sure. It's I saw her posting pictures, but I'm not. I forgot. Someone told me where it is, but I forgot. I think Thailand.
No wonder. No wonder
Yeah,
she's very
she's back
active.
fresh.
She's refreshed. Oh, what? It's already almost the first half here, but anyway, Twirly again. Fast lane is being used up here. They want to take a side completely, and it's actually very, very much open for them to take. THK, they want to play for that retake potential. Yet again, no other ultimates in play here.
Yeah, they tried to go for the gamble stack on the B side, but once again, Orangutan, either they had the read or they just got lucky, but either way, it's going to be a 5v5, and the weaponry for THK is not exactly what you'd call ideal. Already, RK and White going down, it's going to make it very difficult. Coming there, there's Snow with the Vandal, along with Ash and 8 remain 2 of their own. On site though, it's going to be Casper and Twirly just finding these kills. 1v2 once again for Hannah. Does have one share for these distance fights. Finds that first one, but again, Aruma is there for that swing out. Only 46 HP, but that's gonna be all that she needs to be able to close it out. 10-2 half from Orangutan. This is the kind of domination that I was expecting on this map.
Yeah, definitely true. Now let's head into the panel to talk about what happened here on the first half. One-sided. What do you think about that, Tash and Donut?
I think that we really want to be able to see Wingman again, but welcome back here to the panelist desk, and I really want to talk about that match just now, because I think that on Fracture, while it is an Orangutan pick, they do dominate as a team on the map itself. And another thing is, I really want to talk about number one, OGX's strat. What do you think, Donut?
Yeah, there's a lot to see here for OGX. At first, they did stumble, especially during the 5th round. I thought that it would be a trend because that happened in Split. They were so dominating in the first few rounds, and then they stumble but not pick it up again. But this time, it was different. They called for a timeout, and they had to rethink the strategy. At first, they were doing everything so fast, but then they realized if we don't take space, it's a round already lost for us. And I love that they would want to play slow. Aruma just anchor down, trying to stop any flank, and that is already information for them to try and push forward the site. And each and every time, THK, they're just wondering, oh no, our gamble stack here in B isn't really the right call, and OGX just really either got lucky or they just really read the map so well.
I'm thinking they really read the map so well, especially how they play for those post plants. Sometimes there are situations where THK want to go for this really interesting retakes. We have Twirly coming in maybe from drop, or even sorry, not Twirly. It was Snooki coming in from drop, or even like so many different sites. But it feels like for Orangutan, they understand where exactly to go. Now coming into the next half year, I think that when we want to talk about THK, I want to talk about RKNY's impact. What do you think?
Yeah, I think RKNY, she had a lot of kills during the defense, but I guess she also has to embody that flank, right? They all push together in Split, but this time, since it's a bigger map and you really need to pincer, she really needs to provide a lot of coverage for her utility. Either they entrust the flank to another person and then use all of her utility to protect the rest of the members, or just, you know, be that tank flank for the team. Well, I guess RKNY, she has a lot to give for the team, and I'm expecting her to perform just as well as she did during the defense.
And for now, I think we are ready for the second half. Let's take it away. Wingman, Zach, and Tay.
Hopefully Wingman...
Wingman answers.
I think he's awake.
Yeah, he's awake, Zach. Wingman answers.
I think the boba definitely helped though. Or it could just be watching Orangutan play. They're on steroids right now in this game and they're just absolutely slaying out. But before we get more of Wingman's insightful analysis, it's gonna be the pistol round coming in. THK on the attack this time around, and I think I would not be overstating it if I said that this is a must-win pistol for the side of THK. So far, they have been struggling a little bit when it comes to these aggressive pistol rounds, but already they're able to just swamp their way onto site off the back of this utility.
Enemy
Inner
down.
cage. Oh, that is such a nice, nasty.
And also not only that, the traps are actually the 0 point connected to the Cypher. So really, this eliminates the traps itself on the side. 3v2 situation, though Iceland goes down. It seems like OGX, they still figured out the way how to make a retake happen. And that's exactly what happened right now. Like you said, Zach, it was very essential for THK to take. But again, momentum-wise, you can definitely tell it's in OG's side.
Yeah, I think that's like what. Let me do the math here. Yeah, I can count, thankfully. 7 rounds in a row for Orangutan. Just a dominating game coming out of them. It looks like, you know, that first game, they're playing with like kind of a new composition and roster. They had to like settle in, but the second one, it seems like the confidence is kicking in. And of course, Twirly and Casper, they're going to be the ones stepping up huge. I said it before, Twirly on Neon was one of the main driving forces for... Yeah, exactly. This is. I mean, we saw the peak of all KDAs yesterday with Kohaibi going 29-1, but this is pretty impressive considering that it is their first day really playing here on this particular Neon. But now back into this anti-eco, because they got the plant, they are going to be able to force up on this particular gun. So it's not really a bonus already. RKNY and Ash between them able to find a couple of kills. Hano as well. This is looking like a round that suddenly swings completely in the favor of THK. Orangutan left with only
Spike
Chloe and
planted.
Aruma. They do have this back, but oh, okay, nice spam.
Again, if you have a Spectre, you have a smoke, why not spam it, right? Bullet trails wouldn't be seen anyway. But in the end, there are a few people that's very low in HP here. And if Chloe
player
can actually
standing.
get a kill on both, it would be the big opening they're looking at. But instead, they're more than prepared. THK, they know the players are low. They team up, they buddy up, and instead make that their advantage instead. 11-3, and finally that forced buy worked out in the favor of Hero KDA. But there's a bigger problem than this right now because they have to do what? 8 consecutive rounds, perfect consecutive rounds to actually make it to a tie.
Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge, but I'm sure they're up for it. I think the biggest component here that differentiates both of these teams is the difference that the duelist is having. Shortly's impact is just exponentially greater at this point than what Snow has pulled off. And Snow on that last map was doing a phenomenal job, and this time around he has to really activate. Being able to get that first kill is huge already. Just walking into CT here, it's shut down by Casper, though the trade is still gonna be there. Chloe finding the kill as well. That's the spike! You do not take the spike into spawn and expect to really survive there. They do manage to pick it up and get a couple of kills to boot, instead choosing to make their way towards that B side. But that's gonna be weapons that OG can now pick up.
City is the way to go. I think that's gonna be for Aruma. She has a camera set up here. She even has a smoke in play if she wants to use that. But in the end, she has to still wait for Twirly here. And giving out both intel towards the Hero KDA right now will just make them move further away. They know they have the advantage as one is planting the spike here, but they have to answer back. Kind of goes for those double pop flash. Again, no follow-ups played for time, but Olulu, crossfire indeed. Not even a crossfire, but a double swing from the two players.
Yeah, just a little bit too much for Twirly to deal with. However, considering that Orangutan had nothing but pistols in that round, still
Not too
pretty
bad.
good. Yeah, not a bad equal, but now on their bye, they're able to be a little bit more confident. However, that's the kind of play that we need to see out of the Hero KDA. On these last 2 rounds, they've been hyper aggressive, and it's been paying off big for them. Just being able to get that first kill for free, basically. If they can continue, they're starting to build up momentum. If they can win this bonus round, sort of bonus round, they'll be able to buy up next, but they have 3 rifles because of how the anti-eco played out. It's going to be a huge boost to their confidence as well as the round differential.
Again, so far for THK, they're looking for the next following rounds yet again. Good trade on Casper on that. No one really, because THK is already going into the A. And now there's gonna be the shutdown immediately from OGX. Spray down indeed. Zach, again, if you have the traps, why not?
Now it's gonna be a Lulu in a 1v2 position known. Unfortunately, the gun has no bullets, so even if she spots Casper coming out of the smoke, not able to connect the shot, and just like that, Orangutan, they get to match points and are 1 round away from pushing this into a map 3. Like the adjustment, right? It's been very fast and heavy. RKNY on the enemy, been able to find phenomenal value, but this time 3 players is too much for even her to deal with. And not the matchup, that just that ratty Cypher play coming out of Aruma. And I say rat as a compliment here, because her putting down a utility enables one of her teammates from drop to get that first kill, and on site they were not expecting her to get that second. You could just see Snow being like, "What? There's a player here? Oh
Yeah.
no!"
It's like watching chess pieces hiding inside smokes. I don't know what kind of chess is that, but it.
Speed chess.
I don't know
speed
which
chess.
version is that, but they're playing Valorant 2.0 at this point, Zach. So they're already done with Valorant 1. So they know exactly what they needed to do anyway. But seriously speaking, though, for OGX, again, THK, they're looking for momentum here. They're looking to stabilize at least their economy as well, because all throughout the rounds we're looking at, despite them getting 2 more rounds here and OGX having a hard time closing it off so far, you still cannot deny that the damage has been done in the economy here. You can see Snow would just go for the Blade Storm. Very powerful, I would say. Anyway, for a Jet, if she can actually explode and make something happen, that can be the cue for THK, or that can be the round.
She has found a couple of very nice Blade Storm kills in that first half, even if they weren't able to win the rounds. But depending on it right now, it's gonna be a very huge ask, like you mentioned. Snow has not been having the best game on the Duelist. I think part of that is just the disabling utility available on the opposite side from Orangutan. They've been very pivotal with it, but also just I feel like it's kind of like a lack of setup coming out of Olulu and Hannah. They don't look as coordinated as they usually do when it comes to them being able to set Snow up for kills. Now, honestly, looking at this, the thing that terrifies me most, it's not even like the 3 ultimates on the side of THK, but that judge in the hands of Aruma.
Very deadly gun, I would say. I'm laughing because I'm actually the same player, you know? Sometimes you just have to pull it out to make something work. And it seems like this is going to be the entry now, as the Multiman has been used. Perfect execution on the judge here for 1, but not good for 2. It's still a 4v4, and in the end, Hannah can still be revived here.
Yeah, they managed to get that player back up, which is pretty huge. They're holding down the ring. Was Casper already expecting the pusher, able to take out RKNY. Chloe finding 2 there is absolutely insane. It's all down to Lulu and Hannah, the initiators, to try and make this round work out, but the orbital strike and stun is too much for Hannah to deal with. It's just going to come down to a Lulu. Has the Rolling Thunder, puts it down, but Casper once again just finds that timing, walks in, shoots her in the head, and that's going to be Orangutan taking Fracture 13-4. What a dominating statement being made.
Perfect timing even from the judge itself, really stopping Hannah to her toes here. But not only that, you know, even despite Hannah getting pinched down by the player, or Aruma to be specific, she still had the null command active. So in the end, the players for Orangutan wasn't able to use up their utilities, just raw duel after raw duel, and in the end, they still won those duels, very important ones as well. And we were talking about it a while ago, Zach. The pistol round already would set the tone, will set the pace for the team, and the Hero KDA not getting that pistol round is a little bit of, you know, having lesser rounds for them to actually get that advantage.
Yeah, they were struggling just a little bit on this particular map, but that's good news for us because we're going to be heading into map number 3, and this is going to be another map with rematch potential as well because they faced off before. But before that, let's talk about Fracture. Hi, Wingman. Let's throw it to our panelists while I just look at how cute Wingman is. Oh.
Thank you guys so much for that breakdown, as well as that cast. Now, me and Donut will be here to break this down for you. Now, I think there's a lot of things to talk about that map in particular, about how heavily, I would say, biased that map was toward Orangutan. They have played so much of this map, and it looks like their momentum wasn't stopping even on the second half. Now, my question was, why was THK not able to get onto site? What do you think?
I think it was really the lack of preparation. It seemed as if during the defense, they all were lumped together in one site, but they weren't able to really maximize the number of heads, the number of manpower that they had, spreading it across the whole site. And because of that, right, being lumped together, RKNY was able to get at least the top of the scoreboard for the team. But looking at this, we were really praising Twirly, but it was Casper at the end of the day getting all of these almost clutches and delivering a 20-9 KD with a combat score of 311 for Brimstone and Fracture. That's a sight to see. But we also have to celebrate the likes of Twirly. Earlier on in Split, we didn't really see her perform, and we really didn't see her get all of those kills as the race. But this time as a Neon, she really did shine.
I think it all comes to her, I would say, how comfortable she is on this agent. And I think Neon is definitely, it shows a more, I would say, comfortable way of her to play. Now, when we saw the second half here, it was 10-2 in favor of Orangutan X. And I think that Orangutan's hold on defense is something that really helped them, really snowball forward. It was a very interesting sight to see 4 players on A side and just 1 on B in particular, leaving Aruma there just to hold on herself. And I think she did quite a good job just anchoring. And that is, I would say, the power spike that we can expect from Aruma on a map like Fracture. She wasn't able to deliver this sort of impact on Split. And I love seeing her setup. She's okay with playing so closely behind dice and just using her judge. At the same time, by the time everyone, the members of THK have gotten onto the site, the other members of Orangutan has made it onto the site itself. The way they play reticks as well is very important to talk about, because in that situation, you see a setup coming in from Casper alongside her teammates when she dropped down the orbital strike, and all the other members of the hero THK has to go toward main, and it was just a spray down altogether. So overall, I think it was just great communication and understanding of the map from Orangutan X. Now, as we move to Ascent after this, a lot of questions will be answered. We're gonna go for a quick break, and after this, we'll see whether or not which team will be going up and which team will be gone.
One enemy remaining. Team A. Bye-bye. One enemy remaining.
Prepare for hellfire!
One enemy standing.
I know Zahk you
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Just a scratch.
Down. Defender spawn. Last enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
One left standing. Like, off your feet!
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But now I will
While map number 1 split was a tug of war between Orangutan X and THK, but map number 2 swings heavily in Orangutan X's favor. Will THK manage to bring it back in map 3 is the question for now. Tashbunny here alongside Donut, your panelists for today, and let's talk a bit about Ascent. What do you think can we expect from both these teams on this map, Donut?
Yeah, I love that Turley and Aruma really showed up here in the map of Fracture, but Ascent is going to be quite a different story because we saw Chloe fall a little bit short in the fade during the first half, but she did show up. She did throw in a couple of precise utilities, and that's why they won a couple of rounds. But this time, I think that the push and pull now between the two teams, or between OGX, would be who would actually play the role of Sentinel. Is it going to be Chloe or is it going to be Aruma? And I think that will play a big impact to this decider map for OGX. Or at the same time, THK, if they get their strats together, if they did prepare for Ascent, just like they did in Split, then I think we have a closer match or a closer game here in the map of Ascent.
Okay, so if we look at stats, I mean, both teams did play these 3 maps prior, and Ascent was their last designer map. And Ascent, the last time they played, it was 13-5 in favor of Orangutan X. Now, we had this similar conversation about Split, where Orangutan X was able to win. At the same time, we were sort of hoping a closer match on Fracture. That didn't happen. Now, given the fact that this map is very defender-sided, what can THK do to be able to make it big on this particular map?
I think play the same that they did in Split. They were all just really playing together. The utilities were just so pristine, and whenever Hannah would throw in all of the flashes right as the sky, I think that's sorry, that was Olulu. Olulu as the sky, right, just really mowing them down and bullying them with the utility. I guess that could really make a lot of difference. It's just that I think apart from just the agent composition, they must know how to try and counter this experienced team of OGX. Altogether, in the map of Ascent, they did lose already, and the adjustments that they have to make for this specific map might go a long way. It could be either agent composition, how they position themselves within the map, or even if they opt for those retakes, just like they did in Fracture, they have to make it cleaner as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think if we watched day 1 where we had, I think it was the Hero KDA versus Global Esports Phoenix, I believe, they had played this map. I mean, THK had played this map, and it was honestly a quite heavily, I would say, skewed in favor of THK. And this map in particular was the map that I saw very good teamwork coming in from Hannah as well as RKNY. And coming forward as well, when you have the combination of Olulu as well as Snooki, Olulu moves around with Snooki through mid side, either from top cat. Their lurks have been really good, especially on defense. And because of Olulu enabling Snooki was the reason why they do really well on this map. I'm not sure how much they've learned from the last time they played together. I honestly a lot better from the team as well for THK, but Orangutan X for them, given the fact that their name is quite a big name, there's a lot of, I think, pressure on their shoulders as well to perform, given the fact that in Open 1, they were the team to make it out on top. But moving into the setups here, I think this is something that we can already expect from both these teams. This week, Chloe running that fade again, maybe? Or I actually don't hate if, say, Chloe were to run I would say, Reina with the Jet, because I think that on this map, it can work if they wanted to play aggressive and take full control of mid.
Yeah, I think the fade does work for them, but let's see.
There we go.
At least you got your wish. Reina is in for Chloe, and that combination between Turley might make all of the difference, I guess. Now, given this Olulu and Snooki duo, right, I guess Aisling and Hannah really also have to play together. RKNY, she does need to function on her own as the Killjoy, compared to how we saw her play the map of Fracture. They were all just lumped together, and against the firepower of OGX, they were just really bruised, damaged, and when it came down to the push, it's as if they couldn't do anything else about it. So now I'm very excited to see what happens in Ascent, especially this is a do or die match for both of the teams.
Yep, I completely agree with you. So without wasting any more time, let's pass it over to our casters Tay and Zach. Show us how it's done.
Whoop. Map 3 it is, guys. Ladies and gents, welcome back here in Open 2. We are finally heading into a very, very heavy default setup called Ascent that we have as a map here, Zach. And last time they met in this exact map, 13-5 was the score in favor of Orangutan.
Yeah, but last time it was a mirror matchup as well. This time we kind of have some things being shaken up here with that Reyna pick coming out of Chloe. Now, honestly, Chloe on Ascent on Killjoy is on one of the best plays I've seen in the history of VCT Game Changers APAC, but Chloe on Reyna, that's something new. And while it is very exciting, it is also slightly terrifying because Chloe on Killjoy is something very dependable. This is the X factor. And Orangutan, they are going to have a little bit less info utility since they don't have that KO anymore, but instead they are getting firepower. And I gotta say, Chloe has been on fire today.
Yeah, exactly. If a player is on fire, why not put her on another duelist role? And anyway, she performed really extremely well on map number 1 a while ago, using up the Reyna here despite losing the round or the game towards THK. But let's see how they will falter yet again on a rematch here on Ascent. Again, probably OGX is waiting for something here while they were, chilling, and while Chloe's just crawling her way around the spawn here, Zach. Let's just talk about the teams itself. How do you feel about the composition here? Aside from, we talked about Chloe already, we have a double duelist yet again for OGX. THK, they still stick to that double innie.
I think that it's gonna be a lot of pressure on Snowky's shoulders. I think that on maps that she's able to pop off on that Jet, those are the games that THK are able to win very convincingly. On that Jet, as a solo duelist on this particular map as well, she has a lot of pressure on this defensive side. The
30
sooner she can
seconds
get an
left.
operator online, the easier it is gonna be for the rest of the team to just hold strong and be able to defend. I feel like we might be seeing a remake of this round because half the players just seem to be disconnected. But aside from that, I just think that for the side of Orangutan, they are starting off on attack. So I think that that double duelist
10
setup might
seconds
be
left.
helping out. I just got a message from production. Apparently we are restarting the game because some of the players are having technical difficulties. So
At
hold
least
on.
it's still a 0-0, right? Could be worse. Could be in the
Oh,
middle
you
of the
jinxed it.
game and could be in the middle of a round anyway. So we're just waiting for a re-roll on when it comes to the game itself. And again, just for the people who are watching and just for the people who just hopped in right now on the stream, since you can see us, Wingman is actually asking, who are you in favor of? Is it gonna be Orangutan or the hero KDA? Do you actually have what do you call this? A bet or like a guess who will win this map number 3?
I think that
Prediction?
I think that it's most likely gonna be Orangutan. Conditionally, if Snowky doesn't drop like a 30 bomb, because I've seen her do that. Snowky, when she pops up, she's just incredibly dangerous. But I think for Orangutan, they're starting off on attack. They have that double duelist. I feel like after watching Iruma on Killjoy on that last map, or rather Cypher on that last map, she's finally settled into her Sentinel roleplay capabilities, and she can fully lock down a site by herself on defense. I am just terrified as to what exactly Chloe as well as Twirly are going to be bringing to the table, because just dealing with an angry Jet is one thing, but dealing with an angry Jet and Arena, I don't fancy
That's
that.
another, right? Two problems. Too many of a problem, I would say, if they actually pop off for this next map that we have. But we've seen Twirly and Chloe on map number 1. Chloe definitely shined during map 1. Map number 2, though, you cannot not say that Twirly was going crazy as well on that map. I think I already made a conclusion that this might be Twirly's favorite map. I will ask her later on. But every time she plays Fracture, every time she's on that Neon, you have the Filipino buff, you have the Filipino agent. As a Filipino non-biased caster myself, I would
Completely
say
unbiased.
the buff was completely on her side there. But here on map 3, if they can continue actually that momentum, seriously speaking though, the momentum they got from map number 2, which was very, very one-sided, they can actually still get and manage to pull off this third map. It's very essential. I mean, how much is the prize pool in this event right now, Zach? And to say the least, you get to qualify up until, you know, the next LCQ you have, and then you have Elite.
Yeah, I think for Orangutan, they already made a very deep run in that first playoffs, right? They were the second place winner. So them being able to make it to playoffs this time around as well. And if they can win this match, all they need to do to be able to qualify for Elite is to make playoffs in Open 3. They don't have to do anything else. All they have to do is chill and make it to Open 3. So I think that that's definitely going to be their focus. Of course, the further they go, the better, because there's always seeding issues and stuff. But apart from that, Orangutan, they are looking very, very strong this year in general. Last year, I think when they came out of the gate, they were one of the teams that made Elite immediately. And this year around, the first one didn't exactly go their way. They had a couple of roster changes coming in. But even with 3 new players on the team, I am very impressed with how they're playing. And now they have Chloe back. Chloe's always like a slay player, always just being able to like hit those headshots. I need to know the kind of aim training that she does. Hi, Wingman. I see you. Do you have anything to say?
That's what he said.
I
planted
agree.
the
He's
spike.
very good points.
Yeah, I mean, Wingman is a very, very good analyst, and whatever Wingman says, I truly believe. As I have him, but not the spike. It's with the players right now who are playing anyway. And while we are waiting for the rollback anyway, I'm seeing a lot of supporters from OGX here on the chat. And we also see, obviously, players who, or even viewers who really support specific players as well. Like, protect Twirly at all costs is a brand new hashtag nowadays, guys. To everyone who's watching. What else is the new hashtag for today? Hashtag Chloe Go Kill. Clutchper is the new name. It's not Casper anymore. We changed it up already. We decided on it.
Yeah, it's just I always like the OG fans. They're always like so lively in chat. And huge shout out to everybody who's here to support their players. Orangutan, this is like familiar territory for them, but I would like to highlight the Hero KDA here a little bit as well. You know, last Open, they barely missed out on making it here. And to make it this far with one player who has like, this is like their first tournament, right? Like for RKNY. So her being able to make it this far, and the team itself, I don't think they're a signed roster either. So they're just kind of like chilling together. I don't know if they have like a team org really backing them. I'm not sure. Maybe the Hero KDA is an org and it's not just like a really weird team name that people came up with. I don't know anymore. APAC teams have like the weirdest, coolest names. So I digress. My point is that it's really commendable that they managed to make it this far. And to take a map off the team that was the grand finalist last time, that's pretty commendable, because Orangutan, I feel like they had a very flawless run last time, with the exception of their lower bracket games against Sapphire and, of course, SMG doing SMG things.
But you do have to agree that they still have a lot to polish here, especially if you are planning to, you know, obviously we have our predictions as well, and it's very much obvious who is currently the strongest team right now in the circuit. And if you want to go up against a team like SMG, you have to keep everything at tabs. You have to keep everything clear on a table here and really polish every play that you can think of, because it's a very, very difficult to be position to be within. But at the same time, one problem at a time, right? They're still playing this third map right now. We're still looking at the bracket shifting, and you just never know. Okay, SMG is playing right now. They might lose. Who knows? I'm not watching the stream.
I mean, anybody could find an upset. I mean, I don't know about SMG, but like at least in this particular match, anybody could find an upset.
True.
You know, a lot of predictions in the chat were like, you know, OG 2-0s, OG clears and stuff, but just them being able to take split despite starting off slow, that was like what the Hero KDA really needed to jump into the series. Sure, Fraction didn't go that way, but I feel like the true sign of success for a team is when they are down maps, they are down momentum, but they're just able to swing back into things. Those are my favorite kind of games. We saw it with Fnatic at Lock-In. We saw it with PaperX at the VCT Pacific Finals. Who cares if they're 2 maps ahead? There's still 3 maps available. Just win your way through, and they don't even need to win 3 maps here. You just need to win 1 map. And like our Alice did point out, this is do or die here. You win, you have a rematch against one of the teams that you faced off against before. You lose, you unfortunately cannot play until 2 months from now. So you better work, basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's a long time to, I mean, at least learn from the mistakes and polish, right? We still have Open 3, if I'm not mistaken, from the tournament setup that we have, and then you still have LCQ, you still have Elite again. So really a lot at stake here. And to be fair, to be honest though, for Game Changers, at least we have this kind of circuit already that at least for the time being, the entirety of the year, there's something that the pro teams, the pro players have to look out for, especially the orgs as well, supporting them. And it's a big factor coming in here, knowing also from the very start when FSL started this kind of movement as well, until it became Game Changers up until the very end. It's just nice to see that support coming in, not only from the orgs itself, but also from the developers of the game. So big shout outs to Riot, by the way, and to our production right now. We're not here without you guys, and Wingman wouldn't be here without you as well, and Zach, which is all the way. What time is it there, Zach, right now? Since the game isn't starting. 3
That's
p.m.?
pretty early. No, 1:15.
1:15 in the afternoon?
Yeah,
See?
it's
Imagine
like sangria weather.
Imagine that, guys. Zach has been casting since 5 in the morning. Start the game
No, it's not that
casters.
early. It's
No,
not,
I'm
it's
just
not early.
kidding.
It's not that early.
I'm just making them feel bad. No. But
I mean,
anyway,
9 a.m. feels like 5 a.m. to me, so you can say
the
that.
gamer
it's okay.
time, I would say.
The gamer
You
hours,
still,
yeah.
that's true.
DJ hours.
I live in the Philippines, but I still sleep at 6 in the morning, so I have your time as well, Europe time anyway. Whatever, gamers unite in the end. And right now, as of the moment, of course, we're still waiting for our teams right here. A bit of a technical issue, but nevertheless, we're just gonna jump into a very short break. When we come back, we promise we take you the match, which is map number 3 for OGX versus the hero KDA. This is Tayrawr and Zach. See you guys in a few.
Shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back, everyone. Wingman is still awake, and we are ready to go ahead with map 3. Sorry about the delay, but it is an APAC if there are technical difficulties. Let's face it. I am Zahk, and with me here, once again, is the wonderful Tayrawr. I don't know, I just like saying it like that. But anyway, to recap for those who have missed it or who are just tuning in, map number 1 split was taken by the hero KDA after a very back-and-forth game, 13-11, I believe. Map number 2 was, in lack of other words, an absolute stomp coming out of team Orangutan X. They were able to just pop off. And map number 3, we are once again going to be seeing Ascent, a map where they've been able to 13-5, I believe, the same team in the past. And with their new double duelist comp, can they do it again?
Ooh, we're seeing Arena being pulled out here yet again in the hands of Orangutan X and in the hands of Chloe yet again being played out here. But nevertheless, here, Zach, the meta is ever changing when it comes to Valorant, and it's just nice to see, to say the least, especially in a map, for example, we're used to seeing already, which is Ascent, and sometimes plays can become a little stale when you just, you know, recover, rinse, repeat the process that we have, and it just boils down to execution on how perfect or how perfected the execution was. But having and throwing in that Reina on the basket makes it a little bit more like, what will happen next? Where is the Lear coming in? Is it gonna be a lurk Reina? Is it gonna be together with the team? But from map 1 a while ago, we saw Chloe was really like playing with the team as well.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like a lurk Reina is even scarier than the normal Reina, because at least the normal Reina, you expect her, you know, you're like, okay, fine. Even if she gets a kill, we can at least try to trade, find another kill, but a lurk Reina is just absolutely terrifying. Like, that's the stuff that gives me nightmares in my sleep. That and, like, seeing double Viper Harbor walls on pro. But that's just me. Anyway, we're going to be heading into the pistol round right now. Orangutan, they have that double duelist. They're going to be starting off on attack, which is a definite plus for them. Maybe that's why they went for this team comp, and already, you can see 2 players from the side of THK towards mid looking to push ahead maybe, but Casper already putting down that smoke towards mid will deny that additional bit of extra information. The players themselves are looking to head into this A site, and it does feel like a retake setup out of the side of THK. They have that Killjoy utility, probably looking to do a little bit of chip damage in the process, but Orangutan, they have a free site.
I mean, Turley already has a blanket on her arms already. A while ago, that wasn't there. So, next up, of course, we are going to be looking at them trying to plant a spike right now, especially in the hands here of Japeeps. They have to fight, though, because the retake is already bound to happen as they started to hop in and hop off. That's going to be Stokey getting a kill here. And again, obliterating players left and right. That's exactly what THK needs right now. And Ruma to go down as the final kill here. And THK secures the round.
Yeah, Orangutan, they usually set up better crossfires, but this time around, I guess they were like, okay, free side, let's just go peek, guys. And THK, they take the full advantage of that so far. I think that on every single map that we've seen between these two teams today, it's been Orangutan who have won that first pistol round, kind of setting the tone for the rest of the game here. But this time around, it's finally the hero KDA waking up, and Ululu in particular, not just being able to get the information off that 0 point, but finding 2 frags of her own, just being that dangerous entry KO that you play as a pseudo duelist. That's what you want to see.
Let's see here on our second round, though, as they jump in and really try to utilize the RS right now, but no one really to hit as OGX. They move a little further, no damage at all as well, but they're quite aware. These are warning shots, Zach.
Yeah, you hear that Ares, they're immediately like, you know what, guys? We might have started off towards B, but I don't like it. This doesn't feel nice to me. Let's just go towards the other side of the map. So you see them looking for that A push instead. Once again, the retake Killjoy setup coming in. It is going to be the smoke coming in. Will enable Twirly to maybe get a little bit more control if necessary. But the site itself, it's going to be empty. So at the very least, Orangutan, they should be able to get a little bit more money in the bank. Although already, you can see 2 players towards heaven just waiting to jump in.
For the time being, at least they get the plant here, especially on an eco disadvantage. Snokey goes for the dash in with the help of Hana. They cleared out Jenny as well. 1 by 1, OGX yet again falter on the round, which they wanted to try a post plant here, but then Zach, the disadvantage when it comes to the guns, you just cannot discount it anymore.
Yeah, it was just a flawless retake coming in for the side of the hero KDA. Very, very well played by them. And Orangutan, you know, the problem for them is that they know they have this A side for free. However, they have to be able to hold when that retake comes in. And by playing it for a retake, there's just so much utility available. The recon from Hannah, the flashes from Alulu, and of course, RKNY just chipping away at HP and shield alike with those nano swarms and to me the turret. It's a little bit difficult for OG to really make their way onto that site, and the fact that RKNY is able to hold on for so long, it just enables this 3-player stack towards this B side. And again, look at this push coming in.
Stack it is, but they're just really waiting. What intel, what info? Because they hop out of this. This recon completely shattered immediately. And they were able to get away with 1 kill already in their pockets here for OGX. They go for a little bit of a repositioning. And the same goes for THK. Again, they know that this might be a push. They anticipated it. They were able to get value out of it. And just good decision making from OGX to keep it a little safer side.
Spike itself heading towards a short right now. The read is there from THK though, so even though they're a player down, they're still going to be able to be available for this quick retake if necessary. You still see a player under heaven here, and Chloe already being brought down to such a low HP off the back of his Nanos one. Now it's going to be that flash. However, Chloe, that's the thing about playing Array now. You get that first kill, that's going to be an overheal that you can easily get down. Ash with the sight though, able to at least deny the flash before he immediately trades things out. Now Hannah in a 1v4, 2 of these players are incredibly low. However, that lurk from Aruma is just a little bit too much for her to deal with. And Orangutan, they find their first round finally. And hold on to 4 guns in the process. So all things considered, very nice for them.
Really, when it comes to this replay though, like Chloe getting away with half HP after that nano swarm, you would have you would have thought, I would say, that for the time being, if she was displaced, there's going to be a certain reaction from the team. But you saw there was a smoke also on Jenny that Casper was basically just really holding down. And Aisling, I mean, sorry for that. But it was Aisling waiting patiently on that smoke. But then again, if you hop out, it's just going to be 4-man trying to punish you as well. 4 people with guns trying to punish you. 2-1. We have an Odin in play. That's in the hands of Hannah. Really gauging upon this Odin play as well. You know, I don't know about how the others feel about this, but honestly, it's fun seeing an Odin in action, and at the same time, it scares the enemy team, and then you see them react to it and actually change up something, you know, like make it something creative just to punish the Odin.
I mean, Hannah is also tucked away in this very ratty corner. Rounds have been made or broken off the back of whether to do check that corner or not. Now though, Hannah kind of caught in this pincer, close to the trigger. This is good. And Molly not quite clearing her out, and already being able to find that first kill is huge. Chloe though, there for the refrag, and Japeeps will finally shut down the menace that is Hannah. 3v3 scenario right now. Japeeps one off of that Hunter's freebie. Might be a huge ult if she can really get into play here. Of course, Casper, with that positioning, finds that first crucial kill to bring that numbers advantage back into OG's hands.
She also prepared or prepped up that paranoia already. Aisling, on the other hand, catches Casper here. 1v1 situation. They have to fight if they want to make it happen right now, especially on B main a while ago. Lulu versus Japeeps. Japeeps has to hold. She still has a recon as well, and a good angle to play out from Japeeps. Secures the round, and still OGX 2-2.
Really nice repositioning coming out of these peaks there. Did have the perfect series, but her just being able to find the timing on that swing. That was good work coming out of it. Remember, this was the buy round for the side of THK. Now they're going to be put in a bit of an economic rough spot once again. I just saw Bucky on Hannah. Hannah like really pulling out the big guns for this particular game. But either way, for the hero KDA, even if they don't exactly win this round, it's not all bad because they will have multiple ultimates ready to go in that next round. Snow already looking to get a bit aggressive here, not caught by the utility, and there's going to be 2 players pushing up. Lulu with the Sheriff finds that first one, the second one as well. Ooh. Oh my god, these Sheriffs are absolutely doing work.
This is what I was talking about even on map number 2 a while ago. Put Sheriffs on the hands of these players. They can still manage to to really get pickoffs quite fast. But Twirly shuts down RKNY already and they hold onto the site. This opens up B for them to plant the spike as well. 3v2 situation. Twirly knows there's gonna be one more. That is gonna be the Sova Hunter's Fury being used already in the hands of the Peeps. But yet again, no info, no intel. Ultimates from the KO. The setups is there. Caught off guard, but in the end, Iceling wins the engagement. 5 HP remaining onto her. It's gonna be 3 people trying to push the Peeps here. Olulu already defusing the spike. THK, it was a Drifty.
They managed to win it too, and it starts with those headshots coming out of Olulu towards main. Can we get a replay of that, please? Because that was absolutely insane. Now, see, that was a thrifty round, and because they were able to win it, that is going to enable Snowkey to set up that operator as well for the next round. And they hold on to most of their ultimates. They didn't invest that null command, I believe, but apart from that, they have everything else to work with, and that's just massive coming out of this team.
I mean, you want to level out the playing field, right? You're already onto pistols. Why not make it more excruciating for the side of OGX? Pop the ult from the KO. It's early in the rounds anyway, and she can grab that yet again. This Odin, though, will do some of the punish. Not enough to take on the kill, but look at that. Timmy the turret in the action.
Once again, Timmy the turret just being able to find these kills along with Olulu here. Finally, Casper being able to find the trade here, but numbers advantage remains firmly in favor of the side of THK. Casper does have from the shadows if she wants to make a play towards that A side, but still with the numbers advantage being so firmly poised towards THK, it does seem like the side of OG, they want to get a couple more information bits, maybe a frag or two before they really decide where they want to go. Sova Joan, with that nerf duration, not exactly going to find anything, but one spam from Hannah, that's going to be able to take down Aruma. She's like 2 bullets on the Odin.
She doesn't know this, though. I'm not quite sure if the gun was dropped completely, but must have been not heard. Hannah ready to take on the action. She knows there's gonna be the double swing to face off the Odin, but nonetheless they were prepared. Anticipation is key, and that crossfire is gonna be the death from the players of OGX. 4-2.
I can feel Hannah. That was my kill. Why to me the turret? Why do you do this to me? But really nice plays coming out, and of course this recon from Hannah was phenomenal. It completely distracts Casper, trying to make sure that she's not in range of it, and off the back of that, it's just a free kill for Snow to be able to swing out and get the shot. They didn't have to use any of their ultimates, and now it's gonna be Orangutan on the back foot here. Not much economy to work with. Twirly already did use the Blade Storm in that last round, so that's not gonna be a factor in this particular one. In fact, the only real weapon available is gonna be that Guardian, and I guess the Stinger for Chloe. So the duelists, they have a lot of work to do. Right off the bat, the recon, it doesn't really spot out anything, although they just give away that there is mid presence. And Orangutan, this default, it does seem to be shaping up towards a push through short towards A.
You have an Odin, and then you have an operator. What problem does THK want to bring it towards the side of OGX? But it seems like that's gonna be the first shot, hitting Casper there. Snowkey on the other hand, 20 HP remaining. She moves away from that battle, but in the end, again, they're anticipating this plant of the spike. They still have a knife to play around here, canceling utilities here and there. Olulu gets the kill, and Hannah already with a wall bang, going crazy with that Odin, and now the lurk also goes down. Japeeps, in the end, with a stinger, not much you can do.
Does find one at the very least, but THK, they managed to win the round. And once again, in these eco rounds, right, your goal is to take down players as well as make them use their ultimates. But the strategy that THK is running towards this A site, this full 5v4 or whatever retake policy, like, it's okay if they get the site. We have the utility retake. It is working out for them in spades, and now Snow has the Blade Storm active to boot. She's already been such an incredible menace with this operator. In a dicey situation, she can now pull out the knives to boot, and this is the Snowkey that the side of THK really needed. They're looking absolutely dominant so far on this map. As soon as that operator came out, it's just been constant confusion from OG. Do I want to go towards the Odin, or do I want to go towards the op? And neither answer is very nice.
Yeah, the two choices, we would say, as we talk about it, you try to go B main, you get faced by the Odin. You try to go mid, you have an operator set up. You try to go A, you would have Killjoys trying to set up as well, or maybe even in B site even. So again, once you have a double innie here even, at the end of the day, Olulu is just gonna react onto the entry of the players, throw in the knife, and because of that diversion, and while OGX is trying to enter the site, they wouldn't mind the knife anymore. Now they have to fight with raw firepower. And again, if you get phased by the Odin and the Op, it's really gonna be difficult, really difficult for you to make an entry happen. You have that fear that an Odin or an operator is waiting on you, but in the end, you are the attackers.
Now the Orangutan, once again, they're gonna be having the buy coming in. They also do have, they are close to a couple of ults of their own, and the Empress already active. Aruma won off of that lockdown. It might be what they need. And look at the conditioning play that THK have pulled off. They've been saying like, A side is very nice and juicy, guys. Nobody plays here. It's just free for the taking, which is gonna trigger Orangutan to possibly go in for a B split. Drone information denied as well off the back of that beautiful zero point. It's just gonna be close coming to across the board. You're already picking up a few players to quite a bit. Snow with the operator fighting too as well, and now it's just down to Aruma and Casper. Casper with low HP already being shut down. Aruma in a 1v5 finds the first though. Still has the lockdown to play with even if the spike isn't available. Spots out the head of that player. But in this position, gonna be stuck between 3 different angles, and the off angle from RK and Y is too much for her to deal with. 6th round coming in for THK and Orangutan. They are shattering under the pressure here.
Yeah, you don't have the problem with the Odin and the Op anymore, and then you see Olulu. That's the thing. She knows how to isolate the fights itself when she goes into an aggressive position. For example, what we saw a while ago, she managed to catch people from OGX really off guard in a position where obviously she had the knife. She knew exactly how many players are coming in. Not only that, intel is coming in as well from the respective teammates. It's just information above information, and how to play around that information is the key towards THK really winning rounds after rounds here. Again, Zahk, OGX, they're gonna be stuck in a position they're not comfortable with, especially in the guns itself. Casper and Japeeps only has a Sheriff to play around here, and the others, the Spectre and the Bulldog.
A little bit of a, well, quite a bit of a weapon advantage, I gotta say. Aruma does have that lockdown, but unless it's going to be Orangutan getting a couple of picks, I don't think we're going to be really seeing that coming into play in this particular round. Orangutan, they're going for a little bit of a different strategy this time around. You see them put pressure towards B main or A main or A short, but now there's going to be 2 players towards mid instead. Already Chloe with the Spectre just being flashed, tagged by the recall and everything, and the kitchen sink being thrown at these B main players. Really has a power position. Unfortunately, the Odin is just more powerful. Chloe finally finding a trade here onto Olulu. Aruma as well with that lurk play, being able to find that is huge. 3v3 right now. I don't think they can really set up, but Snow with the operator still being happy.
A little bit of a diversion here. They're waiting for that null command to go away so they can entry. And not other than that, Chloe can also dismiss. But look at this scenario now. 12 seconds remaining to plant the spike. No chance at all for Aruma unless she makes an unimaginable or unimaginable play right here, right now. Again, Zahk, you have the players of THK ready up with anticipation. Good pop on the ult from Olulu because of that, literally OGX didn't want to try to come in. Again, Chloe cannot dismiss because the null command has been popped.
Really, really good play. And of course, the knives from Snowkey, we talked about it before. When she gets going, she gets going. And her and Olulu are being the driving force for this team right now. There's just no space for Orangutan to work with. The rare times they do get the site, there's just so much utility available for a retake. And talking about available utility, RKNY has had this lockdown for like 5 rounds now. It's just like, we don't need a lockdown to retake. We got the Odin and the operator and like my flashes and the fragments.
For next game.
Saving for finals,
Map 4.
finals at this rate. Yeah, map 4.
Yeah, saving for map 4. If you don't need it, why use it anyway, right? But that lockdown has been there already. I mean, Aruma also has a lockdown here in the hands of OGX. Can be a powerful take, I would say, if they use it correctly, knowing there's no Hunter's Fury to deny it anyway or any fashion. But it seems like OGX, again, a side for the taking. Snowkey trying to gauge on that operator yet again. Twirly already trying to come up from heavens above, trying to catch them off guard. This might be big. Too early, goes for the double, and now for the third. No! No way!
One enemy
She lost
remaining.
bullets right at that point, but already damage has been done. OGX secures the round.
And they were ready for it as well. They expected that lockdown to come in, so immediately see that pincer push. Twirly, of course, through the smoke, being able to find 3 kills is huge, but even then, they were just pushing towards that lockdown. She brought enough time for the rest of the team to make their way around, and despite the huge lead that THK have, it's still going to be them calling a timeout, because the thing is, right now, they're on defense, and Ascent has historically always been a very double-sided map. I feel like they want to make sure they get every single round possible, because Orangutan, they do not mess around on defense. This is the map where I think they hold the history for the best comeback in Game Changers history. The first half was 1-11 when they were attacking, and they came back to take it to overtime and win like 14-12. So yeah, you do not mess with Orangutan and Ascent. This is like their home ground.
They need a little bit of a timeout here for the side of the hero, KDA. They're talking about they heard us, Zach. They used the lockdown, especially and specifically for you, since you were asking for it. Yeah, but again, OGX, they found a solution. If you think about it, you face up against the players of THK for consecutive rounds. They keep 5 consecutive rounds to be exact. They keep that momentum rolling. They keep the guns coming in. The economy is doing amazing on their side. Everything is just going in their favor. And then you have OGX trying to extract all that intel, all that info, and maybe making this micro adjustments that can work out. This other round we saw worked out in their favor, and maybe they're learning from those mistakes already.
Quick adaptation is the key, and this time around it's just going to be Hana with the Odin slamming it down, not quite able to get any kills, but at least takes decent amounts of damage. Now it's going to be 3 players on this B side though. Once again, 1 into Cubby. A lot of value has been found by Hana in this position. This time though, it's going to be Lulu trying to make the same play here. Orangutan, they seem to have gotten the number though. They do have a lockdown of their own to be able to try and take sight off the back of, but for that, they need to find a pick first, and that does seem to be the call here, because so far in all of these 5v5 retakes, they have just been shut down brutally.
And if you have like a waiting time, for example, as well, for their respective teams, you have that recon coming up available yet again. You have, for example, this knife coming up again, and it gives out intel, you know. And if OGX decides a little much more later, they have to be careful, because this double innie setup that currently THK is playing is really going towards their favor. Soki needs to reposition herself, especially with this operator as well. Aisling, on the other hand, she finds Chloe here. Not enough to get the kill, but Hana, yet again, prepared to go for the Odin and just hide. It's a bait and switch, prepared in the hands of OG. It's still 3v2, now down to the classics. 11 seconds to plant the spike. They have a lockdown in play here if they want to use it up. But again, they need to plant the spike. The jump is there, but the plant is gonna be there, Zach. It's not enough though for them to actually take the round.
That was super well played by RKNY and Aisling. Twirly, of course, pulling off absolute heroics, shutting down the Odin and the operator. But in the end, it's just the timing on the jump through heaven. You see a little bit of a blitz coming through as well from one of the Orangutan players, and it's just too much for them to contend with. Hana doing quite a bit of damage before finally being shut down. The timing is so low. It was just too much pressure. Ash, as well as I believe that it was RKNY, they find the perfect timing for that 2v2 push, and they just find it. Now, 1 more round left. Orangutan, they have enough money to be able to buy off, except for poor Aruma, but they do have the ultimates to work with. However, well, they get a chance to use them, because so far Sophie has just been like delete with that operator.
Yeah, true. Every pick-off counts, and for OGX, again, the slow movements that the pacing that they're setting right now here, they get stopped on their toes once that initiators are having their ease up already, the recon or maybe the knife even. But look at this, it's gonna be a fast take yet again. They plant the spike already. Chloe was able to pick up on one, and now the knife doesn't hit, but Chloe is there to the rescue. It's gonna be the 4 kill and maybe even the ace, but no, Hana stops her on their toes with the Odin shots coming in. In the end, OGX, they do it fast, they take the round, and finally, 8-4. Zach, I have to throw this to the panelists right now to talk about what just happened right there. Tash and Donut, please do take it away.
What a first half that we were watching here on Ascent. Thank you very much, Zach and Tay, for that amazing, amazing cast. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen. Now, if we go back historically, not that historically, just a few days ago, rather, where we saw OGX going out THK, OGX had a better run on attack. Now, it looks like OGX is struggling compared to THK. What are you thinking, Donut?
I think it's the response of the hero KDA
Sorry, Donut,
with.
I can't really hear you.
Yeah, I think it was the response of Hannah when it comes to her using the Odin. All of her utilities is just so promising each and every round. Every time she throws in a recon bolt, either at least a minimum of one is detected by it. But also, I think it's their rotations and their quick responses to how the team of OGX are playing their attack. I guess they are playing a bit predictable. Or it's just that Hannah just has her spider sense up and running when it comes to the calls. And the combination of the utility with the KO, imagine just being suppressed by that blade, and at the same time, the recon bolts just really seals the deal for them. Now that's just given them the quicker decision and the right one for each and every round.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I think Hannah when that Odin has been very, very, very huge. A big impact, not only in just chipping out that first damage before OGX is even able to get into sight, but also her control of the recoil is phenomenal. Because you saw how she played from the corner of either logs or even Haven window, that you can see that she is just completely spraying it out. It's really hard to counter when you have a gun that's already, in the midst of already firing. Because the only biggest problem of Odin is that first contact. When you have someone who's already so good at spraying as well as controlling the sprays, it can be very, very, I would say, stressful for the team to even try and answer. But now, before we go back here, I just really want to say that I'm really excited to see the battle of the two Killjoys here. Let's talk about Eruma as well as RKNY. I think both of them have been doing a phenomenal job out lurking each other. Let's see if this will continue back in the second half. So take it away, Zach, as well as Tayrawr. Say hi to little bro for me.
Little bro says, hi back, Tash. Thank you so much for that breakdown. Now we're going to be heading into the last half of the first series for the day. THK, they have a little bit of an overwhelming lead here, especially if they can lock down that second pistol on the map. As for Orangutan, it's been a little bit of a slow start for them. Sure, you did see signs of life coming out of Twirly in those last couple of rounds, but now on this pistol, on defense, it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting that Eruma's got to do alone on that B side with everybody else pushing in.
I mean, this time OGX, are they gonna pull out the Odin? Are they gonna pull out also that operator? You just never know, depending on that economy. But anyway, here we go as the pistol round commences. Again, THK goes for that quick take. They take a side completely, plants the spike, but this is a plan for OGX. It's a 5-man retake coming in soon.
Yeah, they just left the site. It was the same strategy that we saw coming out of THK. They were like, yeah, we'll play aggressively towards mid. We have a Killjoy on B. Let's just go for a retake setup on A. And they already find that first, second blood to boot as well. Chloe with 3 already. Twirly with 2 as well. We were talking about how these duelists have to show up, and they're like, we got you, Zach. It's just the first round at the half. And Chloe finds 3, Twirly finds 2. And they just shatter that crossfire setup for THK on this pistol.
Chloe, Chloe is like a McDonald's branch. She just pops out of nowhere everywhere. Like at some point you blink and then suddenly there's a Reina looking and staring down at you, ready to get that headshot in. That's Chloe, ladies and gents. That was a phenomenal pistol round coming in from her, completely obliterating here the side of THK. Again, OGX, they have the advantage here, Zach. 8-4 in a half time is not too bad of a score, especially if you can take the pistol round like OGX did, but it would gauge up on this second round where it's gonna be their buy round again.
Yeah, Anti-Eco coming in fresh and spicy. Despite getting the plant, it's not gonna be much of investment apart from that Sheriff and that Ghost I see on Snow here in this particular round. And OG this time around, they're running a player onto site, Swirly playing behind the boxes here. Just caught out the first player, but Casper's there for the backup. It's just gonna be these two players fighting with him. Lulu does find one on the Sheriff. They'll be desperately fighting to stay alive. Still being able to frag out though, and will be able to find once again 3 kills on the round. 8-6. And Orangutan, they only lose Casper in the process. So all things considered, a very, very successful round.
Very, very much so. And again, looking at OGX right now, especially in an 8-6 fashion, not much people died off from that round as well. They have the guns still. They still have an Aris even. And one, you've seen Casper hit her shots a while ago from those 2 maps and the Sheriff as well. So not too bad for OGX, and especially right now, THK, it's more of an important round for them because it's a full buy round right now. And if they lose this, there's not going to be enough money quite easily. OGX can come back in a few, but THK, they have the advantage right now. If they can just pull off through and steamroll that momentum they got from the first half, can be a big chance.
Here.
Something that they can really, if they can pull it off, it's going to be what they need to jump back into this game with both eyes open here.
Is that an
Once
iron
again,
body?
I mean, they have every single buddy, so
Okay.
I would totally rock the iron buddy as well. I'm pretty sure Snowkey is like at least radiant the way she plays some days. But apart from very cute gun buddies, it is gonna be the Killjoy utility on the site completely shut down off the back of that 0 point, so no chip damage gonna be really available. The Japanese does have a couple of shock dart lineups here. The A side once again being taken by the side of THK for free. Lulu though caught out, and Aruma on the lid, finding 2 before being shut down. That is just so much damage here. Already this retake for Orangutan going very, very well. Spike not even planted yet. RKNY though doing her best to bring things back along with Ash, and it is going to be a super 2. However, Chloe with the Spectre in that close range just mows them down. Orangutan, they win a round they have absolutely no business winning. You just do not want to take those fights.
Especially the confidence from her, you know, that she knows that after this kill, I can overheal. Nonetheless, even if it's Arena and you don't get the kill anyway, you did the damage, you still get an orb, right? So she is very comfortable in that position to really be on the front lines, take the kills, dismiss away, or maybe even take more before dismissing. And again, that confidence you cannot take away from Arena right now. It can be scary here, Zach. 8-7 is the scoreline. Like I said, that was the buy round of THK. And if they lost that, obviously, they're going to be stuck right now in this position where they get only stingers. They only get some sheriffs on their hands as well. But you never know. Maybe a counter Thrifty?
Maybe. We've seen quite a few Thrifties today now that I think about it from both of these teams. Now though, I see Twirly has already managed to get her hands on that operator. Just misses the shot on Hannah. It's like a warning shot. Like, don't come here. Please don't come here. If you want to keep your life, I would suggest you avoid it. RKNY has taken up a little bit of advanced positioning in the meantime, triggering the recon from Japeeps to kind of smoke out this mid presence. Nobody really playing there. Japeeps instead is going to be choosing to play towards this back of B side instead. Does get caught by that 0 point, so they know there's going to be at least one player on the site. However, talking about plays here, Twirly with the Blade Storm popped is just looking for a couple of frags. RKNY will be able to find that kill on the lurk. Ash finds one with the Sheriff as well, and suddenly a number advantage. It is completely neutralized. Spike, I think they have time to go to A if necessary. However, they're deciding to just go towards B instead. They have the operator in their hands. Hannah finding a huge kill with the help of the Stinger. It's all down to Aruma to deny this. Finds the first onto Ash. Gets the second as well onto Hannah. The third kill, Aruma, the unstoppable player in the back of sight here. Equalizes OG 8-8, and get a replay, please. Production.
My God. I was just gonna dive into the spray control the 2 Stingers has right now. You have to give it to them. Chloe was moving away quite fast, jumping around through city, and still in the end, the control on the spray, especially on a Stinger, is quite phenomenal. They were able to pull up some kills here in the hands of OGX. Completely obliterating 3 of them players. But to think about it, THK, that was just a half buy, you know? It was 3 people on the Sheriffs as well. they still found value on that round. And here comes a timeout coming in from the hero KDA. The timeouts we've seen from a while ago, they were able to convert it after those rounds. And maybe this is their reset time, you know, a little holdback. We talk about what's gonna happen, especially economy wise. It's a little bit harder in the hands of THK. So the cleaner the rounds get, especially for OGX understanding this kind of scenario, this kinds of setup, it's a little scary. We're still halfway there, 8-8.
I think that timeout will be much of a needed reset for the side of the hero KDA. They are a little bit, they don't have the momentum anymore. Remember, at some point, this was 2-7. Orangutan were definitely down in the red, but now they're coming back in style. Again, the operator is going to be that menace that you really don't want to go towards. And the 0 point also gets the information that there's 3 towards A main. Immediately, you can see THK being like, yay, guys, the B side, it's free. And it is. There's only like 2 concerns and a couple of shoulders that's available. Sophie going for the dash into sight. Hannah taking so much damage. Oh my god. Oh god.
That's gonna be the final blow, the shock dart from the peeps, as they call it, the geometry itself. 4v5 situation. Spike not yet planted here. For the time being, THK, they would go for that lockdown. I'm not quite sure if OGX would respect this or fight for it, but it seems like it's gonna be a respect towards that. And they would rather go for that 5-man retake setup, especially they have the op here.
Yeah, no ultimates for them to really work with. It's gonna come down to these angels here. Ashton already being able to find the first one. The Casper tries to go for the knife, but it's just gonna be too much time being bought by these players. Chloe at least able to find one here, but no dismiss available. And just like that, that extra time that the lockdown bought THK, it finally let them get into those crossfire positions that you want ideally hold in a post plan. So for Orangutan, they've been fighting them inch for inch, not giving up any free space at all, but that lockdown, it changed things in that round.
Yeah, they wanted to go in for the rush. They wanted to retake the site immediately, especially after the kill towards Hannah, just completely connecting the nano swarm. She took all the damage. At this point, you can call her the tank of the team because all those utilities being thrown at her, she caught it all for the time being. And THK, again, you saw how Snowkey entered rather. She sees the alarm bot, she doesn't mind. As soon as that pops as well, she would just clear on the site and just let the entire team follow up, especially Hannah is giving them intel anyway. 9-8 is what we have here, Zach. It's 2 teams rallying up like volleyball against the points that we have. We started, what, 8-4 for this second half?
Yeah, we did. It's still going to be the comeback still coming in, and very, very commendable coming out of the side of THK. They didn't lose 4 rounds in a row, but they took that time out. They were able to kind of reset, and now Orangutan, they're trying to do the same thing. They're 1 off of that lockdown for Iruma. We might be seeing that coming into play on this particular round, but Hannah also has that Hunter's Fury almost, just 1 off of that particular ult herself. So if that spike goes down, and she's playing somewhere far away, that is going to be a fun denial that they can get for free. Now, though, it's going to be an A-site execute. 3 players for the crossfire here. Oh, Chloe and Twirly and Casper, all of them just mowing down. They're not even able to do any damage apart from some chips onto Casper here. Just like that, in about 5 seconds, it's just left to RK and Y. Does find 2 kills already. 1v3. Might gonna be dropped on the site though, and it's just gonna be a little bit too much for her to deal with. Orangutan, they equalize 9-9 and keep their economy safe.
It's the first time, I mean, you see a 2x2 crossfire setup. This is exactly it, Zach. Like 2 players, left side, 2 players on the right. You clear out, yeah, RKNY was able to take on the kills on the right side here, but you're in a main. It's a very, very strong choke point, especially if the spike has been dropped on the site itself. Very difficult to make a take happen here, unless some miracle happen as well. 9-9 OGX, adjusting again and again with how THK is playing here. So far, it just gets faster and faster each and every round we're looking at, knowing as well that OGX can play around the info quite well.
Now it's going to be a half fight coming in for THK. Snowkey does have that Blaze Storm. We've seen her do some real damage with this particular ult, so it's going to be a lot of pressure on her shoulders to be able to find that entry frag possibly. Just still though, it's gonna be 2 players on the site. A really nice recon from Japeeps will catch out Smokey. They know where she is. They know that she has the blades here. She's just gonna be going into sight here. Japeeps and Aruma though still able to shut her down. And the remaining players, they still have to make their way onto site. Aruma caught by the 0 point with a precise angle though. Gets that final shot as well with the swing. And unfortunately for Ash, not even be able to get that kill onto Japeeps here. Another flawless for Orangutan comes in. And they finally seem to have found their footing on this map.
Aruma here, especially whenever she's on the defense as well. We've seen this during Split when she was also using a Cypher here. At that point in this round, she was willing to take on the knife. Like, yeah, I get detected, the traps is off, but can you actually answer the raw firepower I can bring to the table? Apparently not. OGX closes things off to a 10-9 scoreline. Good hold yet again coming in from the team members here. The crossfires just working out greatly in their favors. Now they have a lockdown as well. Can play for the retake scenario. And Chloe with the Empress up and online. A clutch situation can happen. You just never know.
Now, though, it's going to be a little bit more of a slow play coming out of THK. They've tried that fast rush and they've just been falling apart, honestly. Now, Snowkey, gotta be the distraction. Oh my god, she doesn't check the corner. Might even be a knife coming in at this rate. Never mind, not gonna be happening. It's just gonna be RKNY holding down the fort, and Orangutan, they're not biting here. They have gotten the information that there is heavy mid pressure, but aside from that, not much else. Again, pressure across the map coming in, but there's still gonna be these 3 players towards the base side, and poor Ash is not ready for Twirly to just swing into her like that. Once again, Orangutan, they find that first blood.
Even trying for the double swing, but not much needed, honestly, as Twirly shuts her away. And now Snowkey going sneaky towards trees here. Japeep saw them though. Aruma on the other hand again holding down the fort here for the rest of OGX. And the last remaining player to go down as well. Orangutan X here, Zach. So far, the more rounds we're looking at on the defense, the more it's harder for THK to take.
Yeah, I think that Tash brought this up on the panel, and it was gonna come down to how well Aruma can really play that anchor well. She can play it pretty damn well, that's what I gotta say. On B side, it's Timmy the Turret and her utility absolutely massacring players. Between her and Japeeps, there's just no way they're getting into that site or mid. And towards A, like, don't even talk about A site. You have Casper, Chloe, and Twirly, the holy trinity just shutting things down. And now THK, they're gonna be on an eco here. 5 sheriffs across the board, so I wouldn't count them out quite yet. They've hit some nasty shots in the past, but the pressure is mounting up. At one point, they were up 7-2, and now they're lagging 2 rounds behind. In fact, only 2 rounds away from being eliminated from Open 2, so they gotta be really careful.
Entry is already there. The Jet is waiting patiently behind the smoke. Twirly already with a kill, and Chloe knows exactly when the timing will be right to hop out. RKNY, the only player yet again remaining for the team. We've seen her clutch time and time again, but can she do it with the Sheriff, half HP, and 4 people swinging her out? That's gonna be it as OGX closes the match point. 9-12 is the score.
Match point.
They look so much more comfortable on defense. Like, how do you play against them? They're constantly putting up pressure towards A main, so you can't really have a lurk player because Ash got caught out of guard a couple of times. They can't get into B because it's just gonna be Japeeps and Aruma chipping away with utility. You saw those shock darts kill and molly damages coming in. Now Orangutan, they have the lockdown as well as the Bladestorm once again in their arsenal. However, this is a round where the hero KDA have to step it up. They have the rifles, they have the lockdown on Hunter's Fury. If they can find a couple of initial frags in the beginning to be able to set them up for the rest of the game, they might be able to make a comeback. They're only 3 away from overtime, and I know 3 rounds, it is a small number, but it's a very daunting amount when you're faced with 1 round away from elimination.
One pre-fire, someone dies. Exactly what will happen right now as the players of KDA swings out. That's gonna be the retaliation coming in from Casper, hitting those 2 shots. 2-2 trade, not too bad.
That's just nasty shots coming out of Casper. Really beautiful and pristine work coming out of her. That's gonna set her team up for an advantageous situation in this retake. Now it's gonna be that lockdown popped by the attacker Killjoy. Twirly dashes into sight, able to find the first. However, it's gonna be too much for her to deal with in that 1v3. Make that a 1v2. Now THK only 2 rounds away from closing the gap, but it was a very expensive round for them. They spent not just the lockdown, they also lost 3 players, so their economy is still in a very rough spot.
Yeah, very rough spot ever for the time being for THK for how many rounds already? 3 to 4. If I would say in the entire second half, they've been just rallying upon on an eco disadvantage, going up again with the Vandal play. And then obviously that would take a toll for the momentum of the team as OGX tries to close it off yet again. They have the operator in the hands of Twirly already. The timing so far, especially for OGX, when they hop out, when they fight, it's just perfect, to say the least. THK cannot even try to plant a spike any longer because of the raw fire aim power duel that they're looking at in the site itself.
Just a bit too much for them to contend with. Now it's going to be a bit of change coming out of OG. No more initial A aggression here. Instead, they're just going to be sort of chilling towards the site itself. Twirly does have that operator, so looking to find an initial pick before falling back here. You do see a Lulu fall, getting those ult orbs into play. One off of that null command. That might be the difference maker here. If they can shut down that ult from Twirly, no more Blaze Storm available, it's going to make it much more difficult for the retake. Beautiful paranoia from Casper though. That's going to buy so much time here. Now Twirly with the Blaze Storm goes for the updraft, finds the kills between Casper and Twirly. This team is looking unstoppable right now. Ash in spawn, off from the shadows, able to find a kill. Lulu as well. Huge impact frag out of there. Casper finally shuts her down though, and now it's still going to be a 2v2 scenario. Make that a 1v2. Casper, no res available. Caught between 2 players. Does have the spike in her possession at the very least, but the flank is too much. The whiff! The whiff! Casper in a 1v1! No way, Casper! Oh my god, she almost does it, but Hannah with 30 HP will clutch it up. You do not wish whiff against Casper. Oh my god, I had a heart attack.
You don't have a co-caster anymore. Sorry, Tayrawr is already out. That round itself, man. Casper was supposed to be dead at that point, and if that was the final round for THK round, it would have been, yeah, how can I explain, you know, like it would have hurt a lot for THK. In the end, Hannah saves the day here. We go one more, or do we go home? That's the question. Or are we going to overtime? Who knows? 12-11 is the scoreline right now. Pressure is on. OGX, they have a lockdown to play around here from the shadows as well as the util. But THK, they don't really have any ultimates in their favor.
The one nice thing for CHK is that they no longer have to worry about that operator, because they know that Orangutan, they're out of money to put another one online. But to be fair, Twirly on a rifle is still terrifying as Twirly on an operator, but at least they can be a little bit more chill. Talking about chill though, it's going to be Twirly taking up that aggressive positioning towards mid, finding a huge kill off the back of that. That's going to mean no more smokes for the rest of the round for THK. Snowkey looking to get aggressive, does get spotted out, walks into Ruma's crosshairs, and now that's a 2-player advantage that Orangutan have. Twirly swinging out as well. 3 kills on the round already. It's all down to RKNY. The new player has been so phenomenal over the course of this, but it's too much for her to deal with. Japip seals the deal in Orangutan. They move on in this lower bracket. 13-11 once again, but this time it's gonna be them the victors.
The smile on their faces, you just get a discount. Going from an 8-4 Zahk in favor of THK, we managed to put it into an almost overtime even. Props to the side of THK here, but in the end, one should be victorious, and that is OGX. Though, Twirly, I have to revoke the Filipino card. The knife didn't hit, so I'm very sorry for that. No tondo for today. I have to revoke the Philippine passport just for today. Maybe tomorrow we see it again. But anyway, kidding aside, congratulations, Orangutan X. I mean, it was a very long match we looked at here. 3 maps that we had, but in the end, It's just nice to see beautiful Valorant here on the stage. Heading into our panel though to finally close off game number 1 here. We still have another series to go. Zahk and Tayrawr as your casters. Tash and Donut, how is it going in the panel?
Oh, it's going great. Lots of heart attacks going on here for that match. Thank you very much to our fellow casters, Tay and Zahk. Now, coming into that match, we have a lot to break down. It looked like in the first half, THK had everything in the bag. In fact, they were 4 rounds ahead of OGX. Now, we saw 5 rounds in a row taken away by Orangutan X until finally THK was able to take it back. What do you think happened, Donut?
I think statistically speaking, when it comes to the strong start of THK, they usually just lose their grip whenever it's pulled away from them. And I think Orangutan X, what they did so well during that time is just really play together. Those crossfires against THK, they had nothing against this specific team. And looking at how they played, right, Twirly at first during the first half, she was getting the kills, but not enough kills, like 26 and 17 KDA. Her combat score just really took off during the second half, during the defense. She was so aggressive and she was uncontainable. Even Olulu, as a KO, could not suppress how much power Twirly did show during the second half.
I think what's great about Twirly in the second half was more about momentum, taking it away from THK. And on top of that, I felt like she was very, very enabled by Japips, who was very, very eager or very, very good at providing her enough information that she needed to move around. On top of that, with Chloe's blind as well as Casper's, smokes, she's been able to get these phenomenal picks by either updrafting above these smokes or finding these nasty angles or just playing inside the smoke and just pushing out itself. It seemed like, there was a lot of, I would say, changes in the defense side for Orangutan X, where in one round it was a 1-4, which is having Eruma on B side and then all 4 on A. And the next round we had Eruma as well as Japips on one side and the other 3 on the other. Their lurks have also been very interesting in my opinion, because they would send maybe Twirly over coming in toward market, and then the other 2, which is Chloe and Casper, coming in toward main. So what do you think about these changes coming through in all the defense sides for Orangutan X, and why is this happening?
I think the adjustments were made to just really provide and empower Twirly here, who is our MVP for this specific map. Because when it comes down to the information, Japips can actively just send over the drone, the recon bolt, but information isn't enough. It's about the conversion of that kill, which really mattered the most for OGX, and Chloe and Twirly did so well playing together and really balancing out the map. If there would be a Ruma on one side of the map, she would just be at a standstill in that specific map, and the rest are doing the work for her. But of course, when the pressure is high for her, she does deliver multi-kills for the team. So I guess it really just tipped in favor of OGX during the half. Statistically speaking, we thought that the offense or the attacking rounds would just be in favor of Orangutan, but it wasn't the case.
Yeah, for now, we're going to be seeing another match later. Congratulations to Orangutan X for taking this one. Team SMG will be meeting up with FULLSENSE Sapphire. This is one of the most highlighted matches to watch. Don't go anywhere, because more Valorant coming right after this.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Turret destroyed. Who? One enemy remains standing.
Auf Wiedersehen, my ultimate is ready. Pow!
B. One enemy remaining.
There you are. Headshot. 3.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Who could have predicted?
Spike down A.
Good.
One enemy. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds.
shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
The first series was nothing short of a heart attack, but now we are moving on to our second series of the night, and this is definitely gonna be a banger. It's FULLSENSE Sapphire versus Team SMG. Now we all know that SMG has been one of the firepowers, the firecrackers here on the on Split 2, sorry, on Open 2, because if you guys remember, not only did they sign some of the best players here from APAC itself, but also the best, I would say, arguably the best duelist here in APAC, that is Aneri.
I think that's no doubt at all what you just mentioned. That statement just rings across true with anybody else who has watched Game Changers here. But there is a team who actually beat that that duelist, which is Sapphire, and they did proceed to the Game Changers Championship last year in 2022. This time, though, Aneri joining Team SMG might be a redemption arc for her in terms of her, pulling out the guns together with the likes of Alexi and the rest of the team, right? Is this going to be a revenge match, or is it just really be, will this just really be a showing of all of their talents across? Because Team SMG, they haven't really dropped the map just yet ever since the Game Changers started.
I mean, if we look at the lineups here for both teams, I think it's going to be really interesting, because if we know for FULLSENSE Sapphire, I mean, most, if not all, of their players stayed together. But for SMG, changing out, having Camille on a team and Shirazi, as well as Aneri, not Shirazi, sorry, Aneri, has definitely changed the dynamics of how they play. We all know that SMG has been very strong, but with the firepower coming through from Aneri and Kohaibi, I think it's just a perfect symphony for them, because if you saw during the Swiss stage, they did not only did they not drop a single map, but coming into this game, every single map they played has been very, very huge, the gaps between the team as well as their opponents.
Yeah, even against FULLSENSE Sapphire during Open 1, right, when Lotus debuted as one of the maps for Game Changers, they didn't even doubt at all their own performance. They just played so well. They were enjoying, and they stomped against this roster. But I don't doubt them at all. Of course, we have the likes of Ginny, Muffin, and Baby TZ, the trio all together, just performing so well for Sapphire. And together with Margot and Polly, just delivering all of those KDAs, their anchorship for the team. I'm guessing that this will be now a story of a rivalry. But yesterday, during the interview with Team SMG, when Team SMG were asked whether or not they would consider other teams as their rivals, they would say, not really. Maybe they're just really focused on what's ahead of them. They're just focusing on the Grand Championships, of course, overseas, right? And that's really the main goal of Team SMG. But this time, right, that will be a barrier if and when Team Sapphire, actually, or FULLSENSE Sapphire, does really give them a heart attack too. If match number 1 was a heart attack, this will be too, for sure.
I mean, I had the pleasure of visiting the girls for Team SMG yesterday, to see their facility and how exactly things go. And I really saw the bond between them. If you guys didn't know as well at home, that Team SMG also has a psychologist with them. And I think that a lot of esports teams should have this, because their pre-match is really good, honestly, because coming through from SMG, not only were they meditating, they were already sort of like trying to clear their mind and to bring themselves into a different sort of level of gameplay and teamwork coming into the game. And I love to see that. I'm not sure what's being brought forward on the pre-games for other teams, but I think it'll be really cool to see that one day. Regardless, coming through, we also had this conversation as well yesterday about their coach Fall, really setting it up for them in terms of their set plays and what they want to do. And coming into today, the question for me is, I mean, we all know that yesterday, in terms of their comms and how they play, it's all just straight up confidence from SMG. I'm wondering if today would be the same.
Yeah, I mean, look at the confidence too for FULLSENSE Sapphire. They did pick Haven against Team SMG, who actually really favors this map. But also, when it comes to the picks, right, Fall has a lot of influence when it comes to the decision making of the team. Probably Bind is another one as well. Given that this is going to be the first map, this will be what will define the rest of the momentum for Team SMG, or will it be able to swing in favor of FULLSENSE Sapphire? What I am very curious, though, would be the map of Pearl. It not being banned by FULLSENSE Sapphire means that they have prepared for this specific map.
Right.
Because Pearl has been Team SMG's comfort pick they have been getting scores of 13-2, 13-4. The most that the other opponents that they've had against Team SMG would be a 13-4. So
Right.
Pearl kind of is a rocky map, at least for FULLSENSE Sapphire, but there is a lot to show here.
Right. I think we should kind of focus on Bind first. Now we all know that Bind has just gone through a rework, and coming into this game, I think that Bind, I wouldn't say it's more complicated, but it's still definitely defender sided. Now, what do you think that we can expect from both teams for this particular map?
Well, the past 2 days, right? We expected for Team SMG to have a very decent composition, but even if they defied the odds, right? Statistically speaking, of what is usually picked within this specific map, they would go for either a full controller setup and then favor like four duelists and then one controller. I'm really gonna doubt whether or not they choose that specifically for Bind, because Bind is really such a tricky map to play,
It is.
especially against FULLSENSE Sapphire. So I'm really looking forward to see how they will be able to at least balance it out. I know for sure that Shirazi would either play the controller, and then Camu will be the type of support agent for the team. But given that we do have technically three duelists for the team, Alexi, Kohaibi, and as well as Zaneri, that's where the assignments really should be. And I'm curious to see what Fal has in store for them in terms of agent comp.
I mean, if you look at how they played here, I mean, for Bind, the last time they played was Swiss Stage against FULLSENSE Sapphire as well. And, you know, they actually picked, I think, a decent comp here. I mean, last time we saw it's going to be a Raze. Obviously, it's going to be Kohaibi on the Raze. We know how well she does that agent, as well as Neri on the Jet. Now, with these two, I would say it's a very, very viable comp coming forward, because it does provide a lot of space for them to take space in. If, say, they want to hit A, they can come in through main or even clear out showers, which already gives two different areas to clear out for them to get onto the site itself. But at the same time, we can't just talk about set plays here, because we have to really talk about individual skill, because that's exactly what SMG brings to the table. Just pure, raw, clean aim, and that's what makes them so terrifying. Now, on the flip side, if you look at FULLSENSE, they are a team that I think heavily relies on teamwork, set play. And what do you think that they can expect coming into this game against SMG? Because again, we talk about about FULLSENSE, how it was very, very, I would say, great seeing their team play, their set play, how they look more confident. But what can they do when they are against a team that's just pure great, just like basically a forest fire in your face?
I think it's all about the leadership. I think if you guys watch the documentary that Ginny was highlighted, right? It was all about the brain power, her being the leader for the team, and really her influencing the rest of the team members, right? If you have Team SMG with raw aim, raw firepower, raw talent, you do have a team as well that was built and anchored on one single player, which is Ginny. And if you can be able to try and provide that impact to your team members, and if all of the members just listen to one voice, then that can make a big difference. And I think that's also seen with how they play within a map, right? It's very crucial when it comes to Ginny's ability to lead the team mid-round, because even before Team SMG was formed, they did struggle for a bit when it comes to these mid-round recoveries.
Right.
But they've worked on that already, and now I think the biggest barrier is Team SMG.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of teams feel the same way, because if we look in terms of power rankings for this tournament, Team SMG is definitely far ahead of the rest. Now, whether or not these teams are up for the challenge is the question, and I think FULLSENSE Sapphire really want to prove that, because if you were to see, I mean, their last game, or just rather dissect it, Team SMG was so dominating on the defensive side, and that's honestly very understandable. Again, this is a defender-sided map, and FULLSENSE Sapphire, because they weren't able to get the attack side sooner, they actually lost that. Actually, no, because they weren't able to get most of the rounds earlier or get the momentum, they weren't able to push forward. Now, whether or not it would change if, say, FULLSENSE Sapphire would attack first might be a whole different story. Because for FULLSENSE Sapphire, they do run Muffin on the Jet, and we've seen her performance yesterday or even the day before that. Sorry, that when she plays as the Jet, it's very very clean because we all know that baby TZ as well as Ginny is just so great at providing and enabling her. Now, whether or not they'll still be able to maintain this set play is the question, because in a lot of situations for SMG, they're really good at breaking set plays, getting those pickoffs early, separating them from their teammates, playing aggressive. And I think this is something that I think a lot of our team FULLSENSE Sapphire, they have to really worry about. But now we're coming into the game here. Let's see if FULLSENSE Sapphire has an answer to SMG's very aggressive sort of play.
Yeah, I think it all boils down to what initiator that FULLSENSE Sapphire will be selecting. And I love this pick for Ginny as the Sky. She has been, playing the Sova for so long, but maybe changing it up a bit. She does usually play the Sky and Icebox, but in Bind, it might make all of the difference. And together with that double controller setup, I think control is what they want to yearn for.
Yeah, but if you look at the flip side here for SMG, I think that they have actually swapped roles here because Aneri and Kohibi, Aneri will be actually going to be the Raze. Kohibi will be taking a step back onto Smoke, and Alexi will be the one on the Jet. Now, personally, I don't remember seeing Jet on Alexi so far, so I'm really curious to see how exactly this is going to be panning out. So I really honestly can't wait. So I'm gonna pass it over to our casters. Ready or not, Tayrawr and Zahk, on to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tash and Donut. And Alexi, well, Alexi, this year she might not have picked up the Jet as much, but last year she was one of those slay players for Bren Victor's IGL duelist. You don't see that quite often, but Alexi, she does it in style. So I'm very happy to see it again. I'm Zach, and with me here is the wonderful Tayrawr. And looking at this team comp, what are your thoughts so far?
Ah, man, I was waiting for the 5-man controller, SMG. Why not pull it out now, huh? But anyway, we are finally here on our second series, ladies and gents, and you know what it is. It's gonna be FULLSENSE Sapphire playing here against Team SMG, and it's gonna be a real... You can see how serious they all look, right? So this is gonna be a banger of a match we're bringing to the table right now. Especially the first map is gonna be Bind. Hopefully, we can also see the player camps this time. And by the way, Zach, we're also on the main stream of FSL now. Bigger shoutouts to you guys who is watching there as well.
Yo, yo, yo! You know, so far this Open, the most number of rounds that any team has taken off of SMG is 4. So the question is, can FULLSENSE Sapphire do better? And more than that, can they actually overcome the absolute server demons that SMG have been so far? At least finally we're seeing an actual serious composition coming out of SMG here. They have stopped saving strats, quote unquote, and now they're just looking to refine whatever existing teamwork they have. They're going to be starting off on attack here. Very, very slow start for SMG, for their taste anyway. Still, though, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and Maneri gets the refrag through Hookah. However, towards long, it's still going to be player advantage shifting in their favor. Ginny barely getting away with her life. Numbers still at a very even trade here with Kohibi on the Viper, looking to get a little bit more aggressive. They know for a fact that Ginny is very, very good here. All they have to do is be able to get those kills. Polly, though, huge work there. And now it's going to be a 1v1.
They wanted to clear out elbow here. They really want to put a lot of manpower towards that elbow control. But in the end, Polly going and moving away with a double kill really wasn't part of the plan here for the side of SMG. It might be a rotation as we are looking into it right now. It's going to be a run for the plant of the spike, and for baby TZ, it's going to be a run to try and get the timing right. She hears the plant of the spike right there, and this is going to be position versus position, and the camera just doesn't help at all.
Yeah, doesn't really catch anything. Shirazi, though, gets caught out here. Oh, just the tip of Harbor's ponytail visible over that box, and Baby TZ will be able to clean things out. I think this is the first time that a team has taken the pistol off SMG so far in these playoffs in that first round, but really clean work coming out of Sapphire there. Of course, Shirazi did her best, but that HP advantage a little bit too much for them to deal with, and just could not get that reposition in time. Beautiful work out of FULLSENSE Sapphire, and I think the biggest credit here goes to Ginny, and more than that, just Polly for being able to keep things at a 1v1 and tagging Shirazi up so much. She was able to get like 2.5 kills towards that CT side of the B side, so phenomenal work out of FULLSENSE.
Yeah, exactly. Really good on the repositioning as well. And obviously, out of the luck itself, Baby TZ still had the traps on. She still had the camera on. Again, the upper hand advantage, especially in that kind of 1v1 scenario. But here we go again on another round that we have for FULLSENSE, where they get the Bulldogs, they get the Spectres, and now it's gonna be the fight for Neri as Polly shuts her down. This is one duelist away in the hands of SMG. Baby TC, on the other hand, very much aware there's someone or people on site already. They go for a plant here, but also with the smokes coming up from the harbor, really quite difficult to see.
Oh my god, Alexi. That's the Alexi I know, with the Sheriff being able to get 2 headshots. She might not get the Tondo, but she definitely gets the Sheriff shots here. Now, numbers advantage in favor of the side of Team SMG. However, it's gonna be Alexi still getting the Sheriff shots, still making magic work, and Kohaibi with the wraparound denies the defuse. That's gonna be SMG stealing this anti-eco away with nothing but pistols. And Alexi, I don't know what she had before this game. I don't know if it's like some kind of extra caffeine or just
Adobo, but laksa
Adobo.
flavor. It's a brand new sinigang mix. It's not sinigang anymore, guys. It's actually sinigang laksa flavor that they're trying out there in Singapore, wherever they may be. They're in Singapore, right? So,
yeah, there.
as we call it in Tagalog, just bring home some pasalubong or souvenirs, Alexi. Thank you very much. But
Sorry,
like you
Malaysia.
said, Zach, they managed to pull off the round that was supposed to be in FULLSENSE hands into their pockets here. So a little scary. Polly goes down immediately in the hands of Ineri with that quick shutdown.
That's a headshot though. Unfortunately, 145 damage, always the sad thing when it comes to Sheriffs at that range. Ineri should be able to get healed back up here with the help of the overgrowth, so that's not going to be too much permanent damage, although she is going to be vulnerable to a second Sheriff shot. After all that commotion towards that A site though, they seem to have gotten a whiff of that gamble stack coming in, and now they know that they can just walk into B. They're going to be able to get in without too much trouble. No real clear presence here from the side of the defenders, and that's just going to be a free spike plant.
It is gonna be indeed a free spike plant here in the hands again of SMG. Now FSS, they need to retaliate, they need to react to this with their pistols in their hands right now. Genie still has one guiding light that is available, but they have to wait for the smoke, and as the smoke dissipates, there's gonna be that engagement. Muffin still alive and kicking here, but again, not enough damage when it comes to those shots popping in, and the whole, you know, SMG team having the firing squad. You have to hit the shots.
They did do a little bit of damage. You do see some nice friendly kills, friendly damage coming out of Muffin, but yeah, Vandal power in the hands of SMG power is just too much overpower for any team to deal with here. And now SMG, they're 2-1 already. Shirazi with the Reckoning online. It's been 3 rounds here, Taylor. What the? And on the opposite side, Baby TC also does have that neural theft ready to go. So both teams very close to a couple of pivotal ults here. Sapphire in particular, I think that Ginny, if she can get a kill or even an orb, that's going to be the Seekers for the retake available. And that could be so much value, especially if it's going to be like a 3v3 situation.
If they do find the value, again, we are on a technical pause podcast brought to you by Zahk and Tayrawr. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gents, while we're waiting for this technical pause. Well, Zahk, to say the least right now, we are looking at how, obviously, first of all, how SMG is taking this series seriously as well. And you saw what happened on the first round, to say the least, on the pistol round that was supposed to be in the hands of SMG already. But obviously speaking, these two teams that we have, you cannot just discount that these are OG players here in Game Changers APAC. You've seen them time and time again. New org, probably new name, but in the end, same players we're looking at, and this is a pretty strong team that SMG is looking after too. Shirazi sees that camera, just destroys it. You know, traps here and there.
Scout destroyed.
Now the cascade as well. Instantly the Trailblazer gets broken. So that cascade, it could mean anything. People could be scaling up. There could be nobody behind it. Finally, it's going to go down. So there's going to be the re-clear coming out of the likes of Ginny and Baby TZ. But apart from that, not much else. Ginny is able to pick up that orb and get the Seekers online here. Already, almost half the clock has run down, so they're going to have to make a move pretty soon. It does seem like they still want to go for this B-side push. Spike as well making its way on towards the site, and that's going to be the key to W game their way forward. Still, though, two players inside Hookah, and that control has not been lost. Reckoning going to be invested to make sure that there's nobody hiding towards that backside or in any nifty corners here. And while Hookah is still taken, the site itself, SMG, they have it.
Cannot see even a slightest idea in the site itself. You have a cove set up, you have the wall set up, but Muffin going really crazy here onto elbow, but in the end, SMG yet again. The positioning were there already, Zach, to say the least, because of all the smokes that were thrown in the faces of FULLSENSE here. They really had no clue where the post-plan positions might be, and even if they hop out, they're gonna be answered back yet again with more utilities.
SMG, this is what we're used to knowing. They just do not miss any shots. And even though, at least to Muffin's credit, she was able to get one is going to be all that happens. And SMG, they are not only on their way to building up a significant lead, they're also really building up their bank here. 5,500 in the pocket for Kohibi. Remember, this is a player that went 29-1 yesterday in one of the games. So Kohibi, this time around, does have a little bit more deaths, but still looking as dangerous as ever. And it's just going to be firepower across the board. Now, remember here, SMG, they won last open 23 maps in a row, and that was without the additional buff of Energy joining the team. Now, it's just going to be frag central here as they take that A site, rushing forward, just pistols in the hands of these players on the side of Sapphire, and there's not much that they can do. Seekers invested as well, and that's going to trigger a CT push. Alexi not finding the kills, will be forced to fall back, but already SMG, they have so much space.
The aggressiveness you can just show, and you can just see Lexi just getting mad here. I think she's hungry, but nevertheless, Polly hops out as well. And Eri goes for the kill right now, and Ginny goes for the trade. There's still a Blade Storm in play here, but it's not gonna be enough. And Eri tries to shut them all down with the help of Shirazi. It's a clean cut round again for SMG. They lost 3 players here, Zach, but nonetheless, the round is theirs.
Oh, I have missed seeing Inari. Like, I feel like she's one of the most precise aimers in the circuit, and it's just
the real
it's just
queen.
The real queen.
Slay.
I mean, to be fair, Queen Slay. Yeah, it's just another day, another slay for Inari. Let's face it. But honestly, SMG, the squad, they just look so pristine when it comes to coordination. Sure, a lot of the games before this, it's just been them taking head-on-head duels, but this game, they're really showcasing the strats that they've been working on. Like, for example, in that previous round, the B-side take, the awareness from them, like, yeah, they don't have hookah control. They put up that Viper smoke. Harbor utility comes up as well. They get the plant, and they immediately push for elbow to try and catch Muffin off guard. And that just creates more pressure for Sapphire because they have to keep their eyes on CT as well. And again, the same. It's just been so much control on sites exerted by Shirazi and Kohibi, wrapping around, finding these timings. And Sapphire, even though they're in a situation where it's like a 5v5 retake, it's just been so difficult for them. Now, though, they finally have a chance to start things off with early kills, because guess who has an operator, Taylor? Oh, never mind. She baited me. She baited me. She baited me.
Zach debated, guys. Psych.
Not fair.
Psych, as they would say it here. But they're still thinking twice about that operator setup. You never know. At this point right now, SMG, though, again, if you pull out a composition like the Harbor Viper setup, you have to get the cues right. As soon as the wall of the Viper goes down, might be seeing another cascade coming in from Shirazi, for example. But again, it takes a lot of precision when it comes to timing to pull off this double control setup. And let's see if SMG has enough. I mean, you have the foundation already for SMG, but has it been enough? The timing and everything else. 4-1 again. Maybe a trailblazer out to try and see who's hiding in the corners. They know it's gonna be a crossfire here. We're using up utilities just to push them out of their comfort zones right now. It's only one. Baby TZ needs to answer back here. Showstopper right in front of the face and completely diminish onto that spot there.
I feel bad. Baby TZ was trying to make a play there. Oh, okay. Alexi with the knife jump peek. This time around, it's going to be an Aerie to back her up. And it's going to be the kills once again going in favor of SMG. And Aerie is on fire in this game. It does seem like she's that unstoppable force. Unless Margot has something to say about it. Finds 2 headshots concurrently. And now it is going to be a 2v3 scenario. Camille is so low as well. Only 2 HP and a dream left to play with. This is definitely a round that FULLSENSE can win. All they have to do is play their cards right. They're taking a lot of damage though. This smoke here. Margot with 4 on the round. Now it's a 1v1 controller versus controller. Shirazi though, the HP advantage of the positioning are just a little bit too much to deal with. Margot finally going down after getting 4 heroic kills. And SMG, they find 5.
It's a curse, Zach. It's a curse. You just never get the ace today. You know, no one, everyone just got 4Ks. The ace moment, not today. That's what happens. It just so happens it was a 1v1 situation as well. So the curse just worked in the end. But anyway, seriously speaking though, Margot, come on. That swings, not only the shots connecting for the first person, but actually the spray control and transfer towards the next possible person to kill. Completely there. She is on fire right now. And it's a little scary to think of, especially how about the other players of FULLSENSE once they gain full control of the map yet again.
They're just kind of taking away the map now, though. It's going to be an aggressive push coming out. Camille still able to flick on and get that kill. Muffin with the weapon, finally able to get that refrag. And Baby TZ with a beautiful headshot will not only be able to get that neural depth for the info, but also some additional weaponry in her pocket. Now numbers advantage in favor of SMG. Only Sheriff in the hands of Baby TZ, and Kohibi runs her down with the help of that rifle. Flame coming in onto Kohibi, and you just don't walk into her Viper spit like that. You just don't do that. Kohibi just mows them down once again, and SMG, they find sticks. I know that was an eco round for FULLSENSE, but it definitely looked doable until Kohibi said, "Stop right there! You are under arrest."
No entry, no ID, everything you can think of, even an exercise up until the very last moment, you know, just trying if her knees are still okay, just a little crouch here and there. But anyway, 6-1, SMG so far, they have a one-sided match that we're looking at here, but to think about it, FULLSENSE is also not doing bad on their economy rounds. The shots coming in from, for example, Baby TZ and even Polly and even Margot, you know the good foundation of Valorant is there. It's just more about reacting to how SMG is also reacting. And so far, SMG just keeps on winning the rounds as well, especially with the help of those a lot of smokes, by the way. It just takes coverage for them to really open up a site.
They are just having the time. It just looks like they're having fun. Like all of those player cams are smiling into it, especially Kohibi. She had a very evil smirk that last round, which is completely understandable. Now though, Muffin able to find that first blood here, taking down Camille. That's gonna be huge. No more flashes available for entries here. Alexi's gonna have a much more difficult job to really be able to set things up. In the meantime, 3 players still being held in place by Alexi on that B site. A site, only 2 there. Alexi now on a solo venture looking to find some frags here. Oh my god, Alexi finds 2 already before finally being shut down. However, Polly and Baby TZ between them are doing absolute work. It's all down to Shirazi. Only 30 HP left. Gets the wall bag on the first. Now a 1v2. Gets the reposition into U-Haul, but not aware of the position of where Muffin is. Heaven. Gets that shot. No way you do this! Shirazi Finally, somebody stops her. Polly gets the defuse, but that 1v3, it looks so terrifying for like a minute. Oh my god.
I don't know, Zach. Maybe I should go back to the Filipino broadcast and VCT PH. I feel like here in Game Changers, I'm gonna die from heart attack at 25. So many things happening, so many rounds where you think it is a 3v1 and in the end, the other team or the other player can still clutch it. But in the end, you can still see that obviously having that manpower, extra advantage towards the people you have on the site as well really helps a lot, no matter how clutch the player may be. You saw the entry with Alexi. She was looking for one. She managed to find two. But then something is happening on A site. Like complete destruction in A site. They tried to set it up for them to really take it. But in the end, they were just overpowered here by FULLSENSE.
Finally, the rare timeout coming out of SMG, and this one seems to be a serious one. Before this, they've been kind of like them being 11-0 and still taking a timeout, but for once, it's going to be something that they're considering. How dare you not win that 1v3, Shirazi? But overall, last round, it was an indication of what FULLSENSE and Sapphire are capable of. You saw them being able to hold down, and of course, that A side hold coming out of the likes of Polly and Baby TZ together, with Muffin finding those initial frags. That's the kind of potential that they do have. Remember, this is the team that did represent APAC at that global championship last year, placing in the top 6. Now SMG, they look to take their slot this year around. And Aries said in one of the promotional content that FSL put out that this is her year. Her goal is to debut, have her international debut, and I feel like this is one of the few teams that could possibly stop it. Unlikely, but possibly.
Well, you just never know. It's still a long way to go here anyway in our open. And nonetheless, it's the first map that we have currently. Again, I truly believe in this roster that FULLSENSE has, that they have more than enough foundation of professional playing in Valorant to really take rounds here and even maybe a series away from SMG. But anyway, Muffin already for the first initial pick off here towards Ineri. They have a Blade Storm up online if they want to use it. Margot also has that Orbital Strike, but it seems like it is going to be a waiting game until they want to try a retake.
Now they have the plant down. They have to make this retake work out, but so far it's just going to be 1-for-1 trade. Numbers advantage still in the favor of FULLSENSE here. Margot's Orbital Strike finding the final kill to boot, and once again Margot has been just so impactful on this particular map, but not just the utility but also the raw frags. And despite that timeout, Sapphire, they're still able to win this. They realized that if SMG they try to go in for the retake, they have quite a bit of utility to work with, and just that patience coming out of them, that change of pace, that adaptation that Sapphire have made, it has served them so well over these last couple of rounds.
I mean, especially when you set up the site like that, you have all the high tides coming in, even a cove. It's very difficult to really engage on a fight immediately while they try to plant the spy. And for FULLSENSE right now, they would rather go for the retake where everything dissipates already. At least they have that opportunity to actually know where the players of SMG might be. They don't want to be caught in surprise here. But other than that, getting initial pickoffs is very, very essential for FULLSENSE. And that's why you can see them really trying to get aggressive positionings, especially here in A Cup B right now. And if they manage to get a kill onto Kohaibi, it might be a domino effect all throughout. And that's exactly what will happen right now.
Again, Muffin finding that first blood. That's going to be 3 rounds in a row where she's managed that feat. And now you do see SMG trying to go for that showers control instead. But again, Sapphire, they're so quick on the reads. You know, they've been kind of holding onto that position for the last 2 rounds. And now they're happy to adapt and switch things around here. You see SMG repositioning to try and go in for this B-side hit, but there's just so much oppressive utility lying in wait for them. Polly with the Viper walls and mollies, as well as the Cypher utility on site. It's going to make things a bit rough. However, SMG, they have their Seekers to try and make their way through. They know for a fact that there's at least 2 players on the side off the back of that. Alexi again on the lurk, just being an absolute menace here, brings things back down to a 4v4. 30 seconds left on the clock. They haven't gotten the plant down yet, but Alexi has the A side, and that's going to be the call to rotate. Oh, God.
Well, caught off guard. That's going to be Alexi going down already. They take advantage of the verticality of the positioning here onto Heaven. Shirazi, though, like they said, she never misses the shot. Let's see if it happens now. Baby TT shuts her down. Showstopper to the face. And that's towards Baby TZ. 2v1 situation. They go for the heal here. Kamiyu and Neneri just holding down the fort when it comes to Lamps. And that's going to be Margot for the first kill. They go for the molly and tap on the spike. Margot, though, is she going to continue or just halfway there? Oh, no! That's going to be Margot hearing Kamiyu out. Outplayed it is Zahk.
Easy old dog now.
Oh, that was so well played by Margot. Again, like, finally she's able to shut things down. It's been like a couple of rounds where she's been getting like 3Ks and 4Ks and not able to close out the round. But this time she doesn't. Playing that 1v2 to absolute perfection here. To be able to stick down half the spike and just hearing that sound cue to get that final kill. Really, really good work coming out of Sapphire here. Looking much, much more confident in their play. Sure, they lost 6 rounds in a row, but they got 3 back. And now they have that neural theft once again, as well as the Viper Spit to work with. Economy finally looking a little bit dicey for SMG. If Sapphire can win another round, we might actually see SMG forced into an eco.
Look at this, though. Might be something big for Muffin right now as she hops out. The kills coming in from SMG yet again. Kamiyu looks unstoppable right now. Maybe for a third, but not gonna happen anymore. As Ginny stops her toes. 3v3. Very, very leveled playing field here. But Alexi has the opportunity to use the blades.
And Neri gonna be the one left towards this A site right now, where there's just so much defensive utility here. The Viper's pit towards short, the Stripwire as well to boot. And now that she's created that presence, that pressure towards shower, the rest of the team, they're trying to figure out if they can really make their way back into this. Hoping perhaps against hope that Polly might have fallen back, but no, Polly is just like, I'm not moving from this position, guys. You know what? I'm gonna hold down short. Good luck if you want to take the rest of the side. There still seems to be SMG's plan. Oh no, Baby TZ peeks for some information, just walks into an Ares crosshair, and that is gonna be Heaven control taken to boot. The spike itself is gonna be planted towards the backside here, and despite Polly playing in this angle, she will be forced to wait for her teammate to try and get a crunch in.
Not only that, though, she rotated all throughout, and it's going to be a showers hit for her this time. It might be a good repositioning, too. So, to say the least, this is still a workable retake scenario for FS if they get a kill.
Oh my
but
God.
Ginny already getting dipped here. 21 HP remaining onto her. SMG, they're quick on their toes. They know exactly where they're going to look at. They know exactly what positioning they would be in. 7-4.
You just cannot make a single mistake against SMG players here. The round started off pretty well for Sapphire.
One
Right? They
enemy
were able to
remaining.
trade out pretty evenly towards long, and they still had so much controlling utility on that A side, but just one peek from Baby TZ, one sliver of that Cypher had, and Ineri is just quick to the trigger, doing absolutely bombastic damage. And just like that, SMG, they once again jump back into the 7-4 right now. Last round and a half. Reckoning online for Shirazi. Seekers for Ginny. Not Seek. Sorry,
The
Orbital
only-
Strike for Margot, yeah. My bad.
Bombastic, I know, is a side eye, but that's just me. Marco, though, and Polly going for the kills here. 2-1 trade coming in right now, but Alexi evens out. Again, Muffin answers as well. 3v2 situation. SMG, will they go for a rotate now? They go for the TP. This has been heard by FULLSENSE completely. They know it's gonna be 2 people. Delay. That's what they're gonna do as they hop out in front of the crosshairs of Polly. 1 man down, and the last remaining player. This is gonna be Kohaibi now. She can still go for that quick TP out. Let's see what she's gonna do, though. Instead, she reloads in 14 bullets. Now with Muffin hopping out. 1 man down yet again. 1v1. Kohaibi versus Margot. It's a battle of duel. Whoever hops out, and that's gonna be Margot winning.
Margot, just that clutch player that FULLSENSE Sapphire has truly needed against the super team. And that's the record broken here. Taylor, that's going to be finally SMG losing more than 4 rounds. But we're not done with this map yet. We still have a half to go. Before that, though, let's toss it to our panelists to break down what we just saw, which was, in my opinion, chaos.
Chaos or not, but the thing is, we are seeing such a close half here between SMG and FULLSENSE Sapphire. Well, everyone thought that SMG will still be stomping around and just running everyone over. FULLSENSE Sapphire had something to say about it in this 5-7 half. There's a lot I want to highlight here, but first of all, I really want to talk about Margot's performance from FULLSENSE Sapphire. She's been such a game changer for a lot of the rounds coming toward the second half of the first half, and I think that her clutches have been huge. What do you think, Donut?
Yeah, especially as a controller for the game, you usually save all of that utility for last so that you have that molly, those smokes to try and control that situation. But Margot, being the last player alive, so much pressure is on her, but the pressure is not there. At least it was shown during the last round that we saw in that half. It was a Margot versus Kohibi, both at the top of the scoreboards. But at the same time, you would want to see at least in terms of performance, they're of equal footing. But I guess what the team of FULLSENSE Sapphire really did figure out during the first half was that first kill advantage. Each and every time it went in favor of Team SMG, and then everything went down from there. So what they did was they actively sought those kills. Once they get the kill, now everything went in shambles for Team SMG. So now a 5-7 scoreline is really something beneficial for FULLSENSE Sapphire. So let's see if there are more rounds to be lost by Team SMG.
Okay, let's see how it goes now because we're about to start the game. Now, I really want to talk also about how the rounds have been pretty close because in most of the rounds at first, it seemed like it was so one-sided until FULLSENSE Sapphire knew how to play the game. It was a lot of lurks, there was a lot of watching the backside. We do see Alexi really, I would say, kind of like moving around and trying to stop those lurks, but it has been caught off guard by Ginny herself. Regardless, as we go into the game, let's see if SMG can bring this forward or we'll be seeing a round taken away by FULLSENSE Sapphire. On to you guys, Zach and Tay.
Second half here, Zach. 7-5. Record has been broken already. All throughout from Swiss up until here on the stage we have an Open 2. And like I told you, look at this first half. I really actually believe that right now, in this Open 2, FULLSENSE Sapphire is one of those teams that can go up against a team like SMG.
I mean, I think so as well. They have been one of the most hardworking rosters that we've seen over the past few years. And the thing is, they're a team that does not stop the grind, right? For 2 years, everybody said, yeah, nobody could beat Alter Ego. They're winning everything. And then these guys are just like, yeah, we have something to say about it. You're not. Now again, they're looking to replicate that feat here. SMG though getting aggressive towards this B long area, already able to find not 1, not 2, but 3 kills on the round. And everybody who got tagged up is just getting healed up by Camus. So it's just going to be overwhelming damage once again to Sapphire on this pistol. 2 players left, Baby TZ and Polly. They still have the spike. They still look fairly healthy, but it is going to be a very difficult round for them to get back in. They have to find a pick right off the bat. Shirazi's position getting spotted. The Maul one not quite going as expected. Shirazi's still able to hold down the angle, and now it's just down to that one player. Polly finds 2 kills though. Suddenly this looks very much doable. The jump peak as well. Just quite a bit of damage to Kohibi. The Kohibi is able to strike back. 13 HP is all that Polly has to be able to try and close this round out. And instead of taking the TP after her, SMG decide, hey guys, it's a 2v1. Let's just try to play for that
Spike
instead.
planted.
Polly gets the plant down at the very least, better position. Alexi, sharp as ever, gets that kill, and it's going to be SMG getting to 8.
It was a run, you know? In the end, at least they were able to secure a plant here, and that would help out in the economy in the next following rounds as well. While Alexi is still exercising in front of the spike, you can definitely see as well that the advantage when it comes to the HP was very much heavily in favor here of SMG anyway. Not only that, like you said, they had the Sky alive. Kamiyu was alive and well to make a heal happen, and that completely resets at least the HP of the remaining players of SMG to go in that battle against Polly. And 5-8 is the scoreline as SMG wins the pistol here. They have another upper hand, but we've seen time and time again, Zach, that this anti-pistol or anti-eco that we have can also go turn around.
Yeah, it just happened in that last half here, and honestly, with the kind of aim that these girls have, the sheriff shots are almost as deadly as phantoms and vandals in their hands. This time around, SMG, they contested B long. They're happy to just play kind of from the back here. Camus investing that Trailblazer, spots out 2 players, which is going to trigger Shirazi to put down her utility here. Hookah is not going to be contested by the players of Sapphire until now. And Ari watching. It's going to be Spectre on the ready, and Baby TZ is just not able to really do anything there. Instant read to rotate and reposition coming out already. This one-way though, Kohibi being such a menace. Everybody tagged down by the poison orb. It's just Kohibi running that farming simulator. 3 kills on the round already, and SMG, they pull off a flawless on the Eco.
You go rotate at the same time. That set up already from the Viper itself has been there since round number 1. So Kohibi, her expectations, knowing it was a TP out, it was everyone just running through showers here, just hoping and praying that they see someone, they tag someone, and maybe get the plant of the spike come in. But that didn't happen at all because Kohibi was patiently waiting on the corner. 9-5 is gonna be the score line here. One more round, Zach, to get that double digit. And FSS so far, we've seen rounds being closed off by SMG, but it's a very close fight still.
Yeah, 5-9 is not that bad. And now FULLSENSE, they have their full buy coming in. If they can win this, they're going to be right back into the series. Alexi tries to go for the peak, takes a little bit of damage, but will be able to fall back to safety. Kohibi still being an absolute menace with the Spectre here. Oh my god, Alexi with the Sheriff. Kohibi as well. 2 for the price of 1. Polly and Ginny, though, they're able to trade out and things are back at even numbers. Spike will finally go down, and SMG, they have to retake.
Yeah, the spike here again going in for the heal. That's gonna be Polly fully healed, not really fully, but 7 HP down to 100 there. 3v3 situation. And Ari, again, this is gonna be a double trouble coming out. But then the reload caught off guard. Camus on the action though will take everyone away. And again, a round for SMG.
Camille, Shirazi and Camille, they're able to do it between them, pick up these upgrades. Camille gets the defuse as well, which will give her the Seekers for the next rounds. And that is a round that FULLSENSE really needed to win because it was their full buy. They invested quite a bit, and now they should be able to have a very awkward half buy again. It's going to be a timeout call by them. Good call, honestly, because SMG, they are only 3 rounds away from taking map 1. This is their pick, to be fair. We might see Haven be something a little bit more comfortable for FULLSENSE, but nevertheless, SMG, they're a very momentum-based team. You just do not want to let them steamroll.
Yeah, especially SMG already steamrolled through the first half here, which is probably one of the attacker's side is very difficult, especially here in Bind, when you can't make an entry happen, right? So the setups just perfectly aligns for the side of SMG. Again, it looks unstoppable knowing, like, imagine being thrown off by multiple smokes coming in from a Viper and then a Harbor as well. So it can phase you as a team, but at the same time, here on the defense itself, it seems like FULLSENSE, when they have that duels as well, they get good trades here, but it just so happens SMG and their rotations as well just coincides with the timing and the perfect timing that FULLSENSE wants to do. For example, a TP going to A, pushing showers. SMG is not phased at all. They don't hyper rotate. They don't overextend.
Yeah, they're just having a blast here. Honestly,
it looks
like they're just chill. They're just. It looks like they're just playing a casual game of ranked, except that it's not as toxic as my ranked games get with some of the teammates we have. But that's just me and my luck. Either way, though, once again, FULLSENSE, they're looking to take a hit towards this A side. Alexi does have that operator, still finds a kill, holds down the position despite how far Muffin has gotten into side. Polly, though, there for the trade, so that's still gonna be a 1-for-1 for Hybe, though. The anchor for this U-Haul area, having to watch both sides. It's going to come down to timing here. Not quite going to be able to find it, although Kohibi will take a little bit of damage from the mollies. Now Polly stuck in the corner, hit by the Trailblazer. So much utility just being thrown at these ladies, and it's just going to be trades coming through in favor of SMG once again. Muffin in a 1v2. Coming is low, finds that first kill, but Kohibi, as always, impeccable recrab. Look at that smile, look at the celebration. Deserved, honestly.
Yeah, and in the end, she thought she defused the spike, ready to run away and get the op for Princess Alexi, the master. Going back again towards the hands of SMG here.
I have a question.
What?
Does Alexi still have her Filipino passport? Because last 2 days it's been failed tondos all the way.
I'll think about it, Alexi. If she allows me to call her princess, why not? First name princess, last name Alexi. Here we go. SMG so far, very much on their side here, heavily in their favor. But FSS, again, stuck in an economy, brutal economy for the entire games or the entire first game we're looking at here, Zach.
Yeah, it's just the SMG that we've come to know and love over these last few games. Once again, Alexi with the operator tries to go for the peek onto Muffin with the knives. Oh my god, that's a whiff on the Blade Storm. Very, very unfortunate. How is Alexi still alive? Finally going down, but Shirazi is there for the trade, and that was the only real weapon they had. Blade Storm, they do have the spike down though now. They're going to be investing the Sniper's Pit into Blake O'Hivey. Spots out the position of Judy. The facials throw it at her. This is so rough right now. And Neri, the spam through the smoke to get that final kill, and now it's just Margot. A 1v4, and Neri takes her down. The first obstacle is going to be where she falls. A little bit of tactical crouching for celebration, and SMG, they get to match point.
Alexi the Turbo Man, number 1. Next Turbo Man on the other side is gonna be Kohaibi. Everyone's just having fun here for the side of SMG right now. You can definitely see the core foundation of this team is really good on the trades. They actually managed to pull off a kill here and there. Even if you see Muffin, for example, trying to go in on the site, executing a site, she knows exactly how a jet plays. She's a jet herself. She knew that this jet wouldn't come out of the smoke and instead wait for the other teammates to pass through. And in that case, she would just rather focus on those enemy players that would pass through next compared to Muffin that is already on the side. Anyway, SMG, they're just 1 point away. Yet again, another kill for Princess Alexi.
Margot already going down. Holly as well. That's both the controllers shut down here, so it's going to be such a difficult task. Alexi, as you said, strikes working, and now it's all down to Captain and IGO. Chinny finds 2 with that spray down, but it's going to be the Blade Storm to close things out. Finally, Alexi getting a knife kill. Maybe not the Tondo you wanted, but it's the Tondo you're getting, and that is going to be some well-deserved celebration. I love you too, Alexi. Now, yeah, that's going to be map number 1 in SMG's favor. To FULLSENSE's credit, a lot of these rounds were very close, Taylor, and they did win more than any other team has taken off of SMG in this open, but still, that was a stomp from SMG. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, there's no other way to say it and nor to hide it, I would say. But it's a map picked by SMG, so you can expect the comfortability of the players would be there. Strong showing, and not even that though. I would just give credits where credits due here because they broke the record, to say the least here for FULLSENSE already with regards to the matches that was played out by SMG. That is just the start though. This is map number 1 we just saw, and map number 2 is coming up really, really soon. But before I pass it on to the panel, Alexi, can I see the Cupid TikTok after this match, please? Thank you so much. But right now, we have to pass it on to our panelists to talk about the first game and also to introduce you to our second. Tash and Donut, please do take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. And I was really curious to know where exactly Lil Bro went. But regardless, we have to talk about Bind first, which is honestly a very surprising thing given the fact that the roles as also agent picks here by the members of SMG. Now, it is a very, I would say, a very interesting thing I want to talk about here is rather the combination of the Harbor and the Viper, and also Kohaibi on the Viper. What do you have to say, Donut?
I think Kohaibi played yesterday as a Cypher, and even if she is a Viper now, I think she delivered so well. I think the perfectly timed snakebite, and I recall one round wherein there was a swarm of FULLSENSE Sapphire members over onto the site, but she kept her calm. She just waited there towards U-Haul, and then everything else was just timing for her when she had to strike back. And it is no surprise at all that for Team SMG, we have the MVP, which is Alexi. But you know what? The kills are evenly distributed. Alexi with the 18 kills, but if you take a look at Aneri's score at 17, Shirazi at 16, Cameo at 16, Kohaibi at 17, it all just boils down to Team SMG being individualistic when it comes to their plays, but playing as a team and using all of their utilities for each other. I think this is the best possible way to describe Team SMG now. But for FULLSENSE Sapphire, we see a bigger performance from Margot with 15 kills, and their controller performance from her was just stellar. But all of the
sorry, go ahead.
all of the stats for Team SMG now in favor. Well, look at this. Everything highlighted for Team SMG.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Team SMG's plays, I think, I mean, yeah, I have to agree with you. It is individualistic. It's all about how they are in terms of how they played. I think they were very comfortable with leaving Gohaibi alone on a side and stacking 4 over on B. That's number one. Number two, you can see certain rounds that they are so confident. They're confident enough to even walk out into B main and challenge them for that space. They completely deny the areas. Now, there are a few rounds that I think that comes very, very close to the point that, you know, the record was broken on attack side for attack side, for SMG. And I think that for it shows that even though team of FSS was able to take the lead, it's not a lead, but comes close to SMG when it comes to the game or second half. It really shows that on the second half they already knew how exactly to execute, exactly how to hold. And in the end of the day, it's all about that space denial and the space taken by SMG that's really just catching them off guard. How many times did FSS try to go for the attack or try to go for the execute, and they were caught off guard in the middle of their trying to get onto site, and then they rotate, they pivot out, they teleport onto the other side, and then you already have Gohaibi pretty much set up there and running straight into her one ways. In this situation, I think it's just great reads for SMG in general. It's not a lot about like just individualistic plays, excuse me, but also rather how exactly they play and think for themselves as a team. Regardless, as we go into the second map after this, it's gonna be a good one because it's gonna be Haven. So don't go anywhere. More VCT Game Changers APAC 2023 coming right for you.
Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
On the money.
Spike.
That's 3.
One enemy.
Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Planted. One enemy remaining.
While the record has been broken here on Bind for Team SMG, but they still do take the W. Now coming into map number 2, Haven, which is the pick of Team FSS. Will they be able to take the point back? Tashbunny here alongside Donut, your analyst. Now for Donut, what are you expecting to see from Haven?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to really catch up on for FULLSENSE Sapphire. And the map of Bind, the first half really went in favor when Margot was stepping up as the controller. Now in Haven, you have 3 sites to protect, and you have to really double down on how you play your defense. They did it so well, but now in Haven, they have to at least triple that. Given that this is their own map pick, we want to get to Pearl for sure. But given how SMG is playing and their ability to be more flexible, like Kohaibi just being the Cypher here playing in the map of Haven, I can't imagine just really penetrating that type of site wherein you have massive damage from a Cypher. But this time, I think what FULLSENSE really has to rethink here would be how they would play it, either slow and steady or fast and quick, to try and catch SMG off guard, because it seemed as if that SMG really read the map too well. The rotations, they depicted already what would happen if and when they would see either the Cypher Baby TZ on one side of the map. It means that Baby TZ is on a lurk, and that's why they immediately invest all of the members there on the rotation. So probably changing it up a bit here in Haven has a lot of potential for FULLSENSE Sapphire.
I mean, if you look at stats, I mean, FULLSENSE Sapphire has only played this map 4 times, at least really soon. I mean, just recently, right? And I think, and even that, they haven't played against SMG as well. I mean, even then, when you look at the score lines between a lot of the teams they've played recently, it's come very close. Now for SMG, they've played this map 23 times. And what's more interesting is the fact that if you look at a Swiss stage here in terms of their points, it's very far ahead of the curve. Now I'm really curious. I mean, if I were a team seeing that kind of score, I would be really deterred to choose this map, even though I'm very comfortable on it because of the potential that SMG can bring. But given the fact that Haven, I think if we remember it from previous situations as well, FULLSENSE Sapphire has been a team to thrive on this particular map. This 3-site might just work well in their favor. Given the fact that it's more sites means less players to worry about on each site. Perhaps they can play going into B quickly, planting, and then moving off the site and playing off main. Or perhaps they could be playing into A and quickly positioning themselves in a position where they're able to really secure that post plant. Again, if you looked at how they played earlier on Bind, so long as FULLSENSE Sapphire manages to get a plant down, I think their post plants have been very massive.
Yeah, I think the reason why they selected this map is they really prepared for this. They've had more successes as a team now with how FULLSENSE Sapphire is built. And even if Team SMG also is very comfortable in this map, they probably have a lot of strategies in their pockets which they can just pull out whenever it is needed. And I guess in terms of the direction that they are going, comfort is going to be key for them, because I don't really think that the rest of the maps are very comfortable for FULLSENSE Sapphire. So that's why they're leaning towards this specific map. But I guess it all boils down to what they will be choosing. At least in the past, FULLSENSE Sapphire, they have been playing a double initiator setup, which I expect them to do so as well here in Haven. But Shirazi picking out that Astra, not the Harbor, is quite surprising, because she's been really slocking at that Harbor each and every time.
Okay, now coming into this game and both doing Astras, I understand the intention and why they decide to do that. And we know that the Cosmic Divide can be very huge. They can zigzag through if they want to. It disables any styles or just hinders it. It also provides cover as well as splits the map in half. Now coming into this game here, Inari will be taking points by playing the Jet. And we know the firepower that Inari can bring on this particular agent. As everyone is rolling back into their usual agents, I'm guessing that for Team SMG, they are starting to really see the potential or understand the firepower or potential that might come into play here by FSS. Regardless, I have so many questions that I want to see answered, whether or not FSS can bring it even close or even take this map away. So I'm going to pass it over to Zach as well as Tay. Ladies, what do you think?
I don't know about you, Taylor, but seeing Inari lock in that jet on Haven, I'm just having war flashbacks from last year. Like so many times on Haven, she's just been in these kind of 1vx situations and she just like clutches out. So it's just like, yeah, it's just that's what's running through my head right now. But aside from that, finally a mirror matchup. SMG taking this map seriously. I see Little Bro wants to say hello as well. Hi there.
There. You can see my finger. Hi there. But Wingman wants to say hi, guys, to you, everyone out there who's watching this series right now. Send in your predictions. Is it going to be done and over with? We might be seeing map 3. Who knows? This is a map selection by FULLSENSE Sapphire right now. And if, you know, like you said, like you mentioned already, seeing Inari on the jet right now, but as you can see also, Alexi on the Sova is also quite deadly. You put someone who has a mind of a duelist out there on a Sova, she would probably go for intel and go kill as well on the intel that she took. You know?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like almost every single player on this team has like the mindset of a duelist. Like Kwai was like the Raze
Even
player,
Baby
Shirazi was
TZ.
chamber main.
Yeah. Margot, for example, you saw her on the Brimstone a while ago and she was still able to answer back to SMG. The thing is, what is important right now here, Zach, is that FULLSENSE Sapphire doesn't have that hindrance of being scared to actually go against SMG. Not think about it any longer and just play in what Valorant game they know right now. Because this is a very formidable team going up against SMG right now. And who knows, we might be seeing map 3 or the first map to be taken away from SMG here. It's just, who knows, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I agree with that sentiment, but I just think it's gonna take a lot of work for it to come to that.
We need a believer. If someone is a believer, you just need one person to believe, and that can work already. But anyway, Zach, it's the entry happening already from the side of FULLSENSE here. Very open side for them to take.
Yeah, I feel like at this point it's just gonna be the retake attempts coming in for the side of SMG. Already a fast flank for them. 2 players coming in. Baby TZ, that first point of contact, already falling away from that corner, tucking herself away into Cubby instead. As the rest of the team charges forward. Oh no, that's a player in the open. And Ari, she doesn't miss when you give her chances like that. And now Baby TZ and Jinu, the only 2 left. They're doing work between themselves though. It's all down to Baby TZ. Tries to reposition, but Kohaibi says, look, yesterday I was 29 and 1 on Cypher. Today I'm playing Killjoy. I do not miss on this map. Making a kind of a statement there.
They even give the orb away towards Kohaibi, really gauging on the objectives here. Not only that, but in this initial pistol round, Kohaibi is just 4 orbs away for that ult for the retake. And it's just the first round we're looking at here. And like Japeep said on the comment section, Zach, it's a map of a Filipino. Even it's a map from a Filipino. Princess Alexi was born beside Jeremy from Team Secret in C Cubby, as far as I know. They were born together, same birthdays.
You're probably right, and I'm pretty sure Shirazi is that kind of player you want towards A short just with Jesse Mash over there.
Yeah, exactly.
I completely feel you there, Taylor. Now though, for the side of FULLSENSE, they did get the plots, so a little bit more extra money for them to work with. We see pistols coming in across the board for that anti-eco. Kamiyu though, of course, his backside just an absolute speed demon menace to deal with. Between her and Kohaibi, they just completely shut down this push coming out of FULLSENSE. Now, Baby TZ once again. Last time it was a 1v2. This time it is a 1v5. Spike counter and control leader. Can she get even one with the sheriff? Yes, Lexi goes down, but Kohaibi strikes back, looking to do better on her record from yesterday. I feel like she was kind of sad she didn't get the 30 bomb, but she's already on track for it.
I mean, I only get 10 kills on my rank, right? What else can you ask for? But anyway, the kills coming in here from Kamiyu as well. It's just a complete spray down. Again, you can just utilize the smokes from the team of SMG. They know how to retake, and necessarily, jokes aside from a Filipino map itself, this map is a map for retakes. And if you have a really, really good retake scenario and a retake option or a really good foundation on that retake, you can definitely lopside one map away from a team.
You could. unless that team is SMG. Like I just feel like SMG at this point is overpowered. It's like that patch that you know that patch where they made the area insanely broken and aim-wise. Oh my god, Inari, you do not do that with a Marshall. No way. Spots the head of the third player as well, barely taking any damage in the process, and that's 2 huge kills coming in for the Jet. The third one as well, and Neri, you haven't been on the server for that last 4 minutes. This is exactly why finally Muffin buys justice for the rest of her fallen teammates, but there's still gonna be such heavy side presence. Now Muffin has to ace this out to clutch it for the team here. Spots out Alexi's position, has a spike in her presence at least that it's aware of the flank coming in, but there's just so much work for her to do. Shock darts, flashes, the kitchen sink, I don't know, whatever they have, they're throwing them at her, and that buys enough time for the flank and Shirazi to clean house here. Inari with 3 kills on the Marshall, all of them headshots. Yeah, I miss seeing this on the server.
On a Marshall against a full buy, FULLSENSE, that was definitely something to look out for here. I mean, as soon as she locked in the Jet, you know that she can be the star of this rounds we're looking at, and so far she has been living to that expectations. 3-0, very clean in the side rather as SMG here. They also buy off the operator here in the hands of Inari as if the Marshall isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, why not a little bit of an upgrade? She has the money. You know, this is one of the first times I'm seeing a Jet buy full armor and an operator like after 3 rounds, but that's just an area with all the kills she's getting. Of course she can afford it. She's rich at this point. But yeah, SMG definitely being able to pick up those upgrades and improve their buy quite significantly here against the pistols out of FULLSENSE. This is going to take some very heavy lifting. The spike itself going towards this A side where there are 3 players from SMG just lying in wait. It's going to be Mary watching down for short. Alexi finds 1 though. Polly and Muffin find 2 more. Baby TZ with the 3rd. Huge kills coming in, and FULLSENSE, what looked like an impossible round for them is suddenly very doable because they pick up all of those guns and only Shirazi and Kohaibi can stop them.
Not only that, the flashes connecting perfectly in the hands here of Ginny as well, being thrown into the side and really just eliminating the factor of fighting the duels themselves. 3-0 so far, 4 versus 2 situation. FULLSENSE has full control right now of this post-plant situation. And what else can the last 2 remaining players do here? Kohaibi and Shirazi just waiting for probably those exit frags as well. They want to gauge on that operator, maybe kill it, but Kohaibi was just gonna go for the fight. Maybe take or give a lot of damage towards the economy in the hands of SMG here. They lose the operator, and so far, again, that first round is what exactly they needed and what they're looking for.
It's the same on last map as well. They seemed to struggle a little bit initially, but eventually they were able to bring themselves back into it. The problem is that SMG, they're still going to have enough money to buy up that operator, and not just that, they also do have that lockdown to counteract whatever Baby TZ brings to the playing field. A couple of ults that we should be seeing next round, including that Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, as well as Rolling Thunder on both of these sides here. But again, it's going to be an op versus op battle, and look at who they gave the operator to, Taylor. It's Baby TZ.
Yeah, I mean, she is so far right now the lurk, or basically the last person remaining from the rounds we were looking at as well. So this is probably good into her hands, but look at this angle isolation play coming in from Polly. Angle diff, I might say, because she had no clue, 0 clue idea, but Polly knew everything that's gonna happen.
Yeah, she finds the timing perfectly, crosses over, spots the shoulder of Inari with that operator, and that's going to be a free kill. That's going to trigger a little bit of rotation over towards that C site, though now you do see them eventually coming back. It does look like SMG, they have the A retake setup kind of going on here. Still have control, and now they're going to be positioned to almost immediately swoop in. Lockdown not going to be invested by either side quite yet, though. You can see Kohaibi lying in wait with it. The moment she hears the spike, yeah, that's going to go down.
Counter lockdown being used here. We're building a Venn diagram onto the sides, but then again, spikes planted here, preparing for that post plant. Muffin already getting 1 kill away out of SMG. They need to respect this lockdown as well, create that space. They have more than enough time to make a retake happen here, but they have to do it as soon as this recon comes in. Alexi good for the shot, maybe even for the second. Just a little dink on the side. 2v4 situation. And of course, Koibi hops out. Alexi yet again for another kill, but it's a 3v1. She has to win the duels, and that she do. Yet again, 2v1 situation with very low HP and time's dwindling away as this round closes off and goes towards full sense.
I think Alexi, I don't know if she has the time. I don't think she has the time, but she could have tried to retrieve that operator from C-Long. You can see her kind of going towards that side of the map, but yeah, not much time left for her to really get her hands on it. And now SMG, they might have gotten the first 3 rounds in a row, but already Sapphire, they're fighting back here. They look so much more comfortable now. And honestly, that attack, it seems to have kind of slowed down SMG, because a lot of these rounds, you saw them pushing together aggressively, fighting that pick, being able to trade. But with Neri, I just forced to watch one particular angle. The moment she goes down on a 3-sided map, it's just so much difficult for the other players to really hold on, and that seems to be the case.
Yeah, knowing it was also an operator that was actually she was holding as well, that just completely eliminates the factor of the operator play here for Full Sense side. They knew there wasn't any trades at all anyway. They picked up on that op, and it's in their favor. It's in their hands. Baby TZ, she knows, she's expecting if there are any nuances, not other than that, anyone who wants to play aggressively, she can catch it off guard. But then again, Alexi spots someone on mid. They might be seeing an Aldrone here to actually try and see how many players are there. 56 seconds left on the time here, Zach.
Numbers advantage still pretty even. You do see the jump peaks coming out from Shirazi. Doesn't quite have the information yet, although it does seem to be a C split coming in. Shirazi, the only player on site, at so much risk of just being punched down. Cosmic Divide invested as well, and now that's going to let side of Full Sense get onto site here. Nothing off the back of that stun, looking to get a couple of kills. But Camille, that's really good work coming in. Shirazi as well, pushing through, finding so much value right now. It's just the operator left now, Baby TZ, in a 1v3, desperately trying to hold on and save it. The spike not in her control either. So at this point, it's just going to be Baby TZ running away to try and hold on to the operator, and SMG, they bounce back.
Still tagged though. That's Baby TZ. She knows exactly the angle she's holding. Power it has, but then again, they really want to shut down that operator setup from the side of Full Sense. SMG doing really good on this rounds yet again. Not other than that, Shirazi and her positioning and even the kills that she was able to get here, very much so impactful for the rest of the team to come by and make a swing happen as well and just completely shut down FSS.
4-2 right now. It's gonna be FSS taking a timeout this time around, and let's take a look at what has worked for them so far. Of course, giving SMG the rope to really trip themselves up, that seems to be a strategy that has worked for Sapphire. They managed to catch a Neri off of position twice now. Those are the rounds that they've been able to win. And with them finding those initial entries with some coordination and some really nice sharp shots, I gotta say, that's been the rounds that they've won. But SMG, they're not just really cracked aimers. They're also able to just adjust themselves quickly. You saw the more patience coming out of them this time around. And of course, just that stun, the utility that Camille is able to set not just herself, but the rest of her teammates out with, and that Huntress Fury coming out of Alexi in that last round, it denies any kind of post-plan setup coming out of Sapphire. So it's going to be very quick readjustments from both teams. It just seems like for now, SMG is a bit quicker at adapting. However, Sapphire, in the last map, they looked pretty good in that first half. So maybe they can bounce back.
Let's see, as Muffin already has the Blade Storm available. And other than that, Ginny as well has a Rolling Thunder here. That's also available for them to use. But honestly, as Neri shuts down one of the players, yet again, you lose intel, you lose information. Margot has the Haunt available still, and then she also had the Prowler out. But then again, they have to move a little backwards here as Ineri again tries to pre-fire here. Not other than that, warning shots all across the board.
Yeah, no damage really being done aside from Margot's huge kill being going down, but they still have the Rolling Thunder on Ginny here. That might be what they need to make their way or prevent this diffuse from coming in. Already Seaside has been taken in exchange for Margot's life. That's really bad. Now though, once again, Inari caught out of position with that operator. Rolling Thunder to try and deny the plant from coming in, but Polly, not quite caught by it, is able to do quite a bit of damage. Off the back of their own Rolling Thunder though, it's just gonna come down to Camille. 1v1, Muffin versus Alexi, and Muffin is able to close it out. FULLSENSE, they find another round. Precise trades coming in. Despite losing a player right off the bat, they make it work. And once again, the operator, not the best look on that CT side.
Yeah, not other than that, though, we know SMG already is quick on the trades. And again, they are on the defense here in a map like Haven. You still have to assume that this is a triple site kind of scenario where the rotations might be coming in from A, too far off going towards C. And FULLSENSE, as fast as they can be and immediately obliterating players inside the site, at least they can take control, they can take the space. Not other than that, really answer back to the firepower that SMG is bringing to the table. But Muffin, yet again, Blade Storm out for her. She sees two people, but because of that, Gravity Well is a little bit of a mishmash. In the end, FULLSENSE still takes full control here of A.
Now it's only Shirazi and Kohibi left. One with the shorty, one with the Sheriff. Shirazi's position already gonna be sniffed out, forced to go in for the reload. And Kohibi on the flank gets spotted out as well. Sheriff in hand knows that Polly is quite close. So if she can find this kill, that's a possible weapon upgrade that is available for her right now. However, at this point, it just seems like the side of SMG, they're just looking for these exit frags. You can see Shirazi also making her way around here. Gets the kill onto Kohibi, and now they think it's home free, except Shirazi. She's gonna beat that demon in the corner. Finds the first. Here's the second. Looking for the frag here. Will she get it? Is gonna be the question. As FULLSENSE, they find another round, 4-4.
They know exactly where she is. They just couldn't come out. It's 16
Oh, no
HP
way.
for them. Shirazi still managed to get away with 2 kills out there. In the end, the round is more important, especially for the side of FULLSENSE here. They picked this map. They are showing great confidence as well in taking those duels against SMG. And so far, for the past 2 rounds we're looking at, Zach, they've been winning those duels as well. Even in those 1v2 situation, you just can't expect that these are also clutch players coming in from FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Yeah, they're definitely showing why they did manage to win out Elite last year and represent APAC. They're a team that even if they face a loss in that first series, they're happy to like kind of bounce back onto this. And now it's 4-4. I think this is the first time we're actually seeing a tight score for Team SMG here. That isn't just 1-1. Now though, Muffin already ready to go in for these frags. Catches 2 players right now and opens up the C side for business. The remaining 3, they don't have any ultimates between them. They're gonna have to just rely on raw firepower and the little bit of utility that Alexi has in her back pocket. Inari with an op as well makes his retake look incredibly awkward. However, the fact that it's gonna be all 5 players positioning themselves towards long, it might make this doable. But SMG, I think their call is to just go for a save with the clock having run down so far.
Yeah, they would rather go for a save here. Alexi doesn't have anything really, 0 onto her pocket. So they would rather go for a safe play instead of losing this operator yet again. And we've seen that from the previous rounds as well, that it's been difficult for SMG actually to find value really on this operator shots. They may be able to get 1 here and there, but in the end, FULLSENSE just rotates around it, plays around away from Inari as well. And in the end, they take a free site here. And once the post plant has been set, and you don't have any clue or idea where the other players might be, because we haven't seen a Recon really connecting towards this retakes we're looking at as well, Zach.
Yeah, finally, it's gonna be for Sapphire taking the lead here. Still has that cosmic, nightfall. Sorry to try and retake, but also one off of that lockdown for Baby TZ. On the opposite side, it's just Shirazi with that cosmic divide and a judge here. It does seem like A side is actually in contact. A bit of conditioning towards that C side over the last couple of rounds has meant that A side is looking relatively tasty. Alexi finding that first kill though is going to be huge. And now the pressure is on. Muffin onto site. 1-for-1 trade. Polly though being able to find these blocks absolutely insane. Baby TZ catching the flank as well. And now it's all down to Kamiyu. Only a Guardian in hand. The Baby TZ says no entry, no retake. And that is going to be FULLSENSE finding 6.
Not even planted, to say the least, for the spike, and they still managed to pull it off in the very last second to just add more into the economy that they're actually trying to save up here. From looking at how the first map went, knowing that in the end, despite SMG having advantage in that first map a while ago, we still always see that 1v1 situation. So we all know that FSS can truly answer back with the raw firepower duel of SMG. But the question remains, how can SMG react back towards FSS? Because so far, they've been setting the pacing here. They've been setting the momentum against a team that obviously right now is pegged to be the strongest here in Open 2. But to say the least, Zach, FSS, we have a timeout anyway. FSS, they have a lockdown here, a cosmic divide in play, and SMG, a little lopsided on the economy as they stick onto the sheriffs.
It feels so weird to see SMG in these eco rounds that aren't like rounds after pistols, because I don't think we've actually seen them push to that limit over the course of the past 2 days of this Open. It's just credit to FULLSENSE as to how much they're really able to do here. 6 rounds, by the way, that's a new record being set. Every single round they get after this is a new record being set. But Sapphire, they look fully in control on this map. And this is a map that historically they've been very, very confident on. Our panelists did bring that up as well. And even at that International Game Changers Championship, they were able to push this map into overtime against the likes of a team like Shopify Rebellion. Now the Veneri once again with the Marshall doing quite a bit of chip damage here, tying Polly down by 101. But in the meantime, the push through B comes in, the split onto A is converging, and unless Aneri and Alexi can work some magic, it's gonna be very difficult. Alexi tries to go for a play through the smoke, but it's gonna be Aneri and Kohaibi, in fact Shirazi as well to boot. So it's gonna be the convergence onto the spike here, and rifles picked up as well. 2v2 scenario. No haunts available quite yet, so they're gonna have to play this very, very patiently.
Didn't help really that they were sticking to the smoke here. Not other than that, multiple players sticking through just behind the smoke. And as this smoke is already up, makes it harder for FSS to really take on the spike. Ready for the trade yet again. It's gonna be Kohaibi. But look at this. The goal is to just get the spike and plant ahead. She hears this right now. You see a lockdown as well. Let's see if it's gonna be played out right now, because as we can see, Muffin already updrafting towards heaven here. Not quite sure if Kohaibi heard that as well. She can still set the turret up. She can still have the utilities thrown up above as well. It is a 1v1. Nano Swarm to force out position. And she heard the shot. It's sure. It's gonna be heaven. It's just gonna be playing about time. It's all about that right now. Muffin using all utilities here just to try and face Kohaibi. But in the end, that's what she gets.
That was so well played by Kohaibi. Spots the jump peaks, acts like she's gonna be sticking it on that first one, and Muffin is forced to peek to deny that half diffuse from coming in. Almost played it with time, played it with time perfection, but unfortunately for Muffin, I feel like that cue that she gave with the updraft was just a little bit too much information, and Kohaibi doesn't even need the lockdown. She's just so confident. She's like, yeah, I got this. Don't worry about it, guys. And just like that, SMG, they jump back into this after that timeout that they took.
It might be a reflex moment where she shot, obviously, the Nano Swarm. And that just confirms it, nevertheless, that it's gonna be heaven for the taking. And again, you have a turret to play for the CT side. But look at this, fast takes coming in from FULLSENSE as they go full throttle here. Baby TZ already with the first kill towards Shirazi. Now the lockdown has been placed. Kohaibi, now preparations coming in from both sides.
Lockdown versus lockdown here. Inari on the flank as well. Cosmic Divide to boot for the side of FULLSENSE Sapphire, but that Cosmic Divide only lets Inari take a little bit of space here. Now Muffin gonna be alone on side. They didn't expect it. Oh no, not like this. Lexi caught in the open with their Hunter's Fury. And Muffin slices and dices her sushi time here. Inari tries to go for the Blade Storm for some slice and dice action of their own, but it's not gonna be happening. And FULLSENSE, they end the half 7-5. Really good work coming out of them, and this is the FULLSENSE that we've been waiting to see here over the course, Taylor. But before we talk more about that, let's see what our panel had to say. 7 rounds for Sapphire. Wow.
It's been a while since we've seen a situation where FULLSENSE Sapphire actually takes the wheel, and this is one of them. Thank you very much, Zach and Tay, for that insightful cast. Now, coming back to the game here, I would say that it looked very strong in the hands of SMG in the beginning of the rounds, especially round number 3, where Inari was able to get 3 headshots with just a Marshall, and it seemed to have gone downhill from there. Now, let's talk a little bit about the changes that happened that FULLSENSE Sapphire was able to do, Donut.
Yeah, I think there were 2 timeouts that was called by FULLSENSE Sapphire. The first one was really to try and disable them and disarm them with Inari being brought down first. And after that, a few rounds when Baby TZ would always peek out and she would bring down Inari, that's when they had their first stride. During the timeout, the second timeout though, I think what they had covered was both the head and the tail. Head being Muffin, just taking care of everybody else on towards the side, of course, with the assistance of the likes of Margot. But also the tail was very important because Baby TZ had the flank covered. Shirazi nor Kohaibi couldn't even get so close to that type of rotation, and that's why I think those 2 timeouts were very crucial for FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Right, and I noticed since round number 6 till 9, it was 3 rounds in a row taken away by FULLSENSE Sapphire. And I think in those situations, again, it was Margot with the multi-frags that have really been fueling up the team. Let's talk about her performance and how exactly she has been in those rounds.
I think Margot really plays a pivotal role, right? Because earlier on, she was the Brimstone. Now she is the Fade. She is going to be the one to provide that actual information to the team members with the Cs. The amount of damage that she can deal as that agent really would try and stop Team SMG from really being so dominating in this map of Haven.
Yep, that's right. And also can start to see Muffin really coming online as well as the Jet. So I'm curious to see how it's going to go for the second half here. So Zach and Taylor, on to you guys.
Second half is what we have right here, Zach. But the question remains, are we going to see possibly a map number 3? So far, it's been going great for the side of FULLSENSE. They have that 2-point advantage already. And this is their map pick as well.
For sure. However, now though, we're going to be seeing SMG on attack. And remember, on that last map, in that second half, SMG didn't drop a single round. They look flawless and beautiful while doing it at the same time. Once again, though, it's just very protracted battles in that garage area. Baby TZ being able to find the advantage for her team. SMG, they do get that spike down at the very least, but they're not going to be able to properly reposition towards long. Shirazi, along with Kohaibi, does make it towards that side. So now at least they should be able to hold down a little bit of a crossfire, but numbers advantage, it's still in favor of the side of FULLSENSE. As I say that though, Shirazi and Kohaibi, they find the frags. Now it's going to be just Shirazi in a 1v2. Both of these players are attacked up a little bit. Han getting broken. Vice trying to get isolated, but Margot once again with the pristine aim, a 3K on the pistol, and that is going to be FULLSENSE extending their lead to 8. Holy.
Margot just bullying out Ginny to go away from the spike, so she gets the defuse and the orb itself. Understandable anyway. And an understatement here even, Baby TZ on pistol rounds, by the way, is very, very crazy. You have to be really careful laying smokes in front of her because she can play around it. We've seen it time and time again. She played around the smokes of the Astra, and this time around, she played around the smokes of the Jet itself. 8-5, again, FULLSENSE here. Really showing that this is their map right now. They have the advantage when it comes to the guns, but yet again, SMG never discount the Sheriff in the hands of Ineri. She managed to get a little bit of a damage here towards the side of FSS, but not enough for the kill. Going for the entry, and now a shutdown from Baby TZ.
That's just a little bit greedy of Veneri. Tries to go forward, gets caught by the stun, the alarm bot, the molly, as well as Baby TZ. A little bit too much for even Veneri to deal with. Now they look to go in onto the site. Perfect pull coming out. Shirazi finds a kill. Very awkward interaction here. Finally, Polly able to get that shot in, and now it's Alexi in a 1v3. Sheriff in hand. And it's Alexi with the Sheriff, okay? I'm not going to discount her quite yet. Spike going to be dropped in an awkward position on the site, though. So it's going to be a very, very difficult attempt for Alexi to even get towards it. Haunt to try and gauge out if she's pushing already. Alexi does have a recon of her own to spot these players out. Does get instantly destroyed, though. And now it's just all of them playing towards his backside. Margot with the off angle to boot Alexi, though. First kill coming in already. 30 seconds left on the clock.
30
2 bullets
seconds
in the
left.
magazine. Can she get the clutch of the tournament if she pulls it off? Soldier gets spotted out, and that's just a distraction as Polly goes for the swing. Yeah, and Ascent, it's going to be FULLSENSE finding themselves at 9. Super good anti-eco coming out of them, but SMG, they do a decent amount of damage as well.
True, especially they have good reads against FULLSENSE here. You can definitely see Alexi after that initial pick off for the 1v3 situation that she was already looking in the eyesight and eye lines of Muffin there on the backside. But in the end, again, a Sheriff versus obviously the players waiting patiently for her to go into the site. She will have troubles, definitely. 9-5 is the scoreline here, ladies and gents. Ineri doesn't need the kill, but Kohibi does it for her as well. She goes for the dash in just to get space here. Ineri yet again through the smoke. They have to be really careful through smokes here because of how situations were in the past rounds. But look at that. Ineri yet again. A beautiful shots coming in from SMG, and Shirazi to the rescue as well.
Finally, signs of life from this SMG Rush. The first run that they've won in a while, and that is going to be a flawless one to boot. You're still behind, guys. I wouldn't do that if I were you. FSS gets quite pissed, but anyway, maybe that's the motivation that SMG really needed to jump back into this. Shirazi in particular has been so frag-worthy across the series on that controller role here, but the rest of the team as well, they're definitely able to step up huge, and already Shirazi has that Cosmic Divide, so maybe CZ one away from that lockdown as well. A lot of ultimates that are pretty close to coming into play here. This round should be very exciting.
Yeah, this round should be very indeed exciting for us to see. SMG 6-9, nice. Anyway, Ineri on the other hand goes for another take here on A long with the help of Shirazi. They managed to pull off a kill onto Sewers as well. 4v5 situation, drone setup from the side of SMG, trying to spot if there's anyone on the cubby, but Margot waiting patiently in the right side. Will they check? They go for the check, and Kohibi gets the kill, and now it's gonna be diversion for FULLSENSE. 3v2 situation. They tried to fight Baby TZ for the triple, and now it's all down to 1. Baby TZ still managed to pull it off with a 4K, and the clutch settles in.
Oh, that was just gorgeous shooting coming out of Baby TZ, as well as her teammate on site. I believe that I think it was the Astro, I'm not quite sure, but either way, Baby TZ, yeah, it was Polly. Baby TZ and Polly between them just destroy the onslaught of SMG coming onto site, and just that quick rotation coming out of Sapphire. They are so adaptable. The moment that call comes in, they make their way onto site, and they don't let SMG get them a chance to set up at all, because you really don't want to let that Astra, Killjoy, and Sova get into that post-plant utility playstyle. Instead, they just go for the site instead, and now it's going to be Muffin finding that first frag with a really aggressive push rotating.
Precision is key, and so far it has been precise for the side of FULLSENSE here. Ineri, she tried dashing away, but still caught here by FULLSENSE. They might get a full retreat from the side of FULLSENSE here, as the aggressiveness onto A main is a little bit dwindling. It's dwindling down basically. 5v4 situation. Not only that, FULLSENSE has retake capabilities here, a Nightfall, and even a Lockdown. Very powerful for a retake scenario. Not only that, position-wise, Zahk, very deep on C long. And they know that there's not going to be anyone on C. They have garage control. They have B as well. This is an A hit they are anticipating.
My ultimate is ready.
Ivy though, able to find that opener onto Muffin is huge. Nightfall coming in now, that's gonna cut the sound because Alexi finds a kill with the shock dart and Margot immediately there for the refrag. The recon bolt giving away the position, caught with the reload as well, though Margot is still able to get away
30
with
seconds
her
left.
life. Now, that's gonna leave them in a 3v2 and Baby TZ is still alive, still has his lockdown. Alexi doesn't have the kill either, no Hunter Sphere available. They're gonna be forced to play off of sight or go for the push. That is
enemy
debating what to do.
Last
Alexi though,
player standing.
goes for the push and finds 2 kills off the back of that. Now it's gonna be a 1v1. Cosmic Divide invested by Shirazi as well, though already you can see Baby TZ pushing past it into the corner of the site. The reposition is immaculate, and now it's Baby TZ looking to try and stick the spike here.
Oh,
Bull
they
coming
know.
in though. Yeah, they know that it's not gonna be stuck here. And Shirazi playing this 1v1 to perfection, buying as much time as possible here. The clock already having run down. Half the defuse come through. Baby TZ trying to stick it. Already though, the wallbang damage is just immaculate, and the run and gun from Shirazi will close out the round, denying 11 for SMG, and they are still in it to try and 2-0.
What an outplay from Shirazi right there. Calm,
Alexi.
cool, collected, and then you see Alexi on the other side of the map going crazy with the shots. And because of that, honestly, because of these kills coming in from Alexi, this gave the chance, the opening for SMG to really punish Sight, and not only that, prepare for the post plant. Good utilization coming in from Shirazi. Like I said, calm, cool, collected. She knew she had a gravity well that she can pull. She knew that she can jump peak. She knew it was a killjoy she's looking after, and she knew she had the upper advantage.
Yeah, she played that round to perfection. Now, SMG looking on the opposite side of the map, towards the C side, and area with the Blade Storm will be able to sweep onto site, and it looks like a full retake setup coming out of the side of Team Sapphire here. They are going to be on an equal to boot, so any kind of kill they get is going to be huge. Area with the Blade Storm looking for these kills, finds the first, but the counter trade is there from Muffin. Lockdown going to be invested as well by Kohaibi to push them off of side if possible. You do see Muffin trying to push forward to break it, but that's not going to be happening. Now, the last 2 players for the side of FULLSENSE, they're going to be caught in the open already. A lot of damage being tanked. Kohaibi finding a kill in the garage. Utility as well. It's just too much for FULLSENSE to really contend with here. That should be an 8th round coming in very comfortably for the side of SMG.
Kami, on the other hand, just really waiting for the exit from the players of FULLSENSE. But at this point, they can't really do anything right now. Instead, die off from the spike itself. They try to go in for the kills and really try to punish players here in the side of SMG. But then again, you have a lockdown. They know exactly the corner where the lockdown wouldn't be. They know, and they used up the aftershock just to force out players from that position. And again, SMG utilization of skills so far and utilities is up to par. And FULLSENSE, they might go for a timeout right now to completely reset, refigure out, go back to the drawing board and see what they can do to stop SMG again steamrolling this game.
They are looking to make a comeback here, and now Sapphire, they have their full buy coming in. They are 2 off the Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide online as well, and they need to take a timeout. They managed to play super well so far, keeping up their lead against a team like SMG, but now SMG, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They managed to get 2 crucial ultimates online as well, both the Hunter's Fury as well as the Rolling Thunder available for the next round. So they're going to have to be very careful how they play this, because SMG, they have that economic buffer after their last 2 wins. But Sapphire, if they lose this once again, their money, it's not going to be looking very pretty.
Yeah, that's why you also see them going for those half armor play. Very Zeta NRG division kind of play scenario here, going for half armors in the hands of all the players. Again, SMG, they need 2 rounds to make it even against FULLSENSE, a map that they chose right now, showing great dominance and great control. And so far, Muffin has been performing exceptionally as well.
Still gonna be holding down the angle, distracted by the recon. They know where she is. She's still trying to play aggressive though, not able to connect the shots this time around. Will be forced to expend the tailwind to get off sight into safety. Now it's gonna be the rolling thunder coming into play. Muffin sitting in her own smoke. Gotta be caught by that Hunter's Fury as well as the Neri though. 2 kills already off the back of the round. Really good trade for the ultimates right now. And just like that, once again, SMG, they have the sight. Oh, the flanker gets flanked. Shirazi, as always, impeccable with the timings.
The flankers get flanked. Well, didn't hear that. And obviously, right at that point, she wasn't looking as well. Free kill. 5v2 situation. Full sense. They might go for a retreat here. Save up the guns they have as well. As economy, like you said from a while ago, not really in their favor right now, especially moving forward here. We might be seeing them on an eco disadvantage or a half buy moving forward as well. But SMG, it seems like they're hunting them down. They want to finish this round with no one being alive in the hands of Full Sense here. I mean, it's a round for SMG already. They want to just, you know, go off and save the gun.
They do manage to do that, and that's gonna be very important in the next round, because if they can trade their teammates who don't have the ideal weaponry for kills from the side of the from the SMG players, that's gonna be what they need. They didn't manage to at least bait out every single ultimate that SMG had in their pocket, so it's just gonna come down to the gunfights right now. Unfortunately, Muffin, having expended a Blaze Storm in the last couple of rounds, won't have anything to work with, and in fact, you are seeing a force coming out of the side of these Sapphire players. High risk, high reward play, but they are going to be trying to buy around the rifles that the other 2 team members saved in this particular round. SMG, they're changing up the pace once again. We saw them go for those fast CNA executes, and now instead they're just waiting patiently for Muffin's aggression, which seems to be expected on this A site right now.
Muffin, yet again, from A long. She spots someone. Woo! That's gonna be Neri. Taken away. Good on the shot, Muffin. What a kill.
Absolutely brutal shot coming in. That was just like a peek out, hello there, goodbye kind of situation. I didn't really like barely saw her. But yeah, that's gonna give first blood to the side of Sapphire. Now, again, the holding game. A doesn't seem to be working for the side of SMG, so they look to pivot towards C instead, where there is only an Astra on site, but there's a turret in Garage. It's going to give away quite a bit of information. DBTZ will rotate over to try and pick his teammate up here. Oh, but the tanking of the Molly, that's going to get a huge kill for SMG, and suddenly the numbers are equalized once again.
Numbers are equalized, like you said. Alexi took a little bit of a damage there. They need to clear out the haunt, but they managed to not do that because of the blind. Perfect setup for the retake here. Zach, you have a haunt connecting to everybody. They wanted to actually deny that haunt, but the perfect flash coming in from Ginny. It was the ultimate teamwork makes the dream work scenario.
Yeah, now SMG only 2 rounds away from losing their almost impossible win streak, in all honesty. They've cleared it out for so long, but they're only 2 rounds away from being pushed into a 3rd map, and that's going to trigger the 2nd timeout here. And let's take a look at how FULLSENSE are playing this, right? You have Muffin constantly pushing the limits on that A side. Sure, sometimes she goes down, but she gets a lot of information in exchange, if not just the kills. And off the back of that, it's just the C side being held down by Astra and Killjoy Utility. There's just no safe space on the map for SMG to really attack, and they're being made to pay in blood and sweat for every single inch that they take.
Timeout it is, I guess, for SMG. A little bit not comfortable now, I would say, for the strongest team that we have here in Open 2, going up against the reigning queens, basically, from the last season that we had here of Game Changers. And as we head on to this final, basically, moments of the rounds, it's either FULLSENSE loses, you know, control, gets stuck in an 11, or SMG really just doesn't win this map that was chosen by FULLSENSE, and we might be seeing Pearl. You know what? I'm not complaining. It is a good game anyway, Zach, and I would love to see it as well.
No, I don't want to see Pearl. I have nightmares of Harbor Viper Wolves. I hate that map. I hate playing it. It's annoying to cast it, but I wouldn't mind watching a little bit more of these two teams facing off, even if it is on Pearl. But my map bias is apart. Just a reminder, SMG, they are 37 map wins in a row, and FULLSENSE are only 2 rounds away from breaking that streak for them. Already though, for the side of SMG, they are still going to be able to buy up, and now they're trying a route that they haven't quite tried before, which is that B side. In fact, it does seem to be a push from B towards A. There's still gonna be Margot, Muffin, and Ginny to try and head it off if they decide to go that far. But now after seeing that resistance, it's just gonna be the B side plants coming in instead. Already Aneri caught off guard here in position. Alexi and Camille though there for the cleanup. The trades coming in favor of Sapphire here. And now once again, it's gonna come down to Shirazi to be able to clutch it out. Rolling Thunder into play, has to hit the headshot, but concussed. She cannot do anything. And Sapphire, they find match point, 1 away from ending SMG's domination over APAC so far this year.
Match point it is, ladies and gents. FULLSENSE right now. Like you said, just 1 win away from taking us to map number 3 here. But other than that, again, Baby TZ really good on the isolation of the fight. She knows her strengths. She uses the architecture even of the entirety of the map just to play it out in her favor. And yet again, they even used up the Rolling Thunder there. Was it worth it at that point? You have to do what you have to do to just really get the rounds that we're looking at. Anyway, for this next one, they will still have that Cosmic Divide available. Another brand new round for SMG to try and pick up the pace. Because so far, Muffin has this operator in her hand and it can be deadly.
Look, it's Shirazi in a 1v2, okay? She's gotten too many clutches. I wouldn't risk it either. I completely support FULLSENSE using that Rolling Thunder because Shirazi does not miss unless you have to hit her with a lot of utility. But either way, it does seem like SMG, they're looking to walk their way into B-side once again. They have that extra control on the map. There is going to be a late flank coming in, but Aneri caught off guard. Just a bit of a jet tip coming in, and that's going to be that flank taken out as well now. The players of SMG, they're going to be caught onto the site. Once again, they're looking to fight this A-link area heavily. Oh, the concussion as well to see along with the haunt. 1-for-1 trade so far. Ivy and Alexi, the holding strong here. Muffin finding a kill with the operator, the right click as well. And that is the end of SMG's domination. 37 maps is all they will get. And we are going to Pearl for map 3 as Sapphire do what everyone called impossible. Oh my god, what a game out of them.
Even gods bleed, and that happened in this game that we just had right here. FULLSENSE winning up the map that they chose against SMG here in even a very dominating fashion, to say the least. Here on the second half itself, performance has been phenomenal. Muffin on that jet is just crisp, I would say, Zach. Wingman's happy. Map 3.
Yeah, I hope we see some wingman action coming in on that map as well. But yeah, just for me, Baby TZ was a standout player on this map. And with that, Sapphire have proven that gods can bleed. However, to break down the rest of the map, we're going to toss it over to our wonderful panelists.
Ends the reign of SMG, but FULLSENSE Sapphire showing us that they came here to play. Tashbunny alongside Donut, your panelists here, and we are here to break down the game. Now, coming into the second half of the game, I think there's a lot of talking about here, especially since we start to see the strain coming through for the side of SMG. I thought that we will start to see a power spike coming through from them, given the fact that we wanted to see Aneri come online, but we didn't see that happen. Any thoughts on why that is a thing?
I think SMG strengths are also FULLSENSE's strengths. So when it comes down to the playstyle, right, the type of aggression, the coordinated pushes, that was also imprinted to us by Sapphire. And initially, right, there are just some factors and some things that were changing mid-round, and those were the timings, the available ultimates, the calls of Ginny each and every time she flashes. Team SMG, they were just caught off guard. And when it comes down to either fighting or flying away, Baby TZ just really is there to put up a fight, and that's the reason why she is going to be the MVP for the team, really fighting her way each and every round. And if you take a look at her deaths, that's 23 and 12 deaths. Just really trying her best to control everything on towards the site, ensuring that she saves the gun so that they will have the firepower moving on to the next one. And Haven, there's a reason why they selected this, and FULLSENSE just really showed us why.
Yep, and just now we were talking about the history of the map where SMG played this map more than FULLSENSE Sapphire. Well, we can only just go from records, but I don't know what they have had in mind, and I think this was exactly why they chose this map. And I really want to talk about Baby TZ in general, as brought to my attention by Zahk. While Baby TZ's positioning, especially around 16, has been phenomenal, it was mostly about how she played in terms of holding, and that's why I really start to see her shine on defense side. Now, if we saw her see her play on the site itself, you saw her start to take this multi-frags. She knows how to be very quiet, and if you see her play on separate maps, this is including Ascent last year, she is always the one who knows how to wait for the right moment to swing out. And I think in this situation, she's just been trying to move away and just play out of everyone's cues, while everyone else from SMG was distracted by other members or even util. She'll be there to really swing out. On top of that as well, there are so many times where Baby TZ has managed to catch an area off guard whenever she's trying to go in for that flank. In this situation, it felt like at certain points, SMG had no choice on had no idea how exactly to approach the game in terms of how to commit to a site. Regardless, we are coming to the end of map number 2. We're gonna go to map 3. I'm really excited for this because this is where we might see the fall of SMG or the rise of FULLSENSE Sapphire. See you guys in a little while.
Last player.
Flash out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. 30 seconds left. Looks like one enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready. Here. No more.
Last player standing. Down A.
Now.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. What's this?
domination of Team SMG has stopped, and FULLSENSE showing us that they are here to play. Tashbunny alongside Donut, your analyst for today, as we are moving into map 3, which is going to be Pearl. And Pearl is such a, since this is not the updated map, this is going to be the previous patch where B long has not been fixed quite yet. Now, coming into this game, Donut, what do you think are the game plans for both these teams?
Well, we can't now put it and base it on stats, right? Because Haven just really turned things around for Team SMG. FULLSENSE Sapphire just really gripped that win because of the amount of control that they were able to do. And it was just a mix of utilities in Haven. That's why they were able to get that 13 and 9. But Pearl, as a decider, that might be something of a banger for us. I mean, when it comes to Team SMG and their win, the recent win against FULLSENSE Sapphire here, they got a 13-2. And given that loss, right, I don't know if they are able to pick their mental back up, and after just losing all of that domination, would they be able to at least show us the real strats that they have in their pockets, their pockets. So now, Pearl as a decider might really be impactful. If FULLSENSE really gets this win, then that will be a big statement.
I think for set plays, FULLSENSE definitely has it in the bag. When you see how they play, they're like perfect cogs in a machine. SMG is more about firepower and overwhelming the enemy team. Now, given the fact that FULLSENSE Sapphire does have some set plays in mind, I'm already sort of expecting to see either a KO or even a Viper Harbor. We've seen that Viper Harbor play before. It worked very well for SMG. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do it again. Now, coming into this game as well, Pearl is very tricky to navigate, because if you think about Pearl, it's all about not only just controlling main, but also the idea of mid link, coming into B or even A sites. And if you control the entire link between both the mid areas, it gives you full control of most of the map. And I think for SMG, when they are more proactive in taking up space and holding it, they have had like a better chance in playing that way. But given the fact on how exactly Team Sapphire plays, all about that smokes, all about that double initiators, all about control, they might be having a problem. So I think that if they still want to play the whole overpowering firepower game, they need to be able to go for isolates, get those picks before finally committing to the site itself. B long is definitely still very viable. If they decide to play that Harbor Viper pick, it gives them full access to B long, cuts the site into half, allows them to plant and play from long.
Yeah, but looking at how Team SMG usually would select their agents, Canary is going to be the Reyna, while Alexi is the Jet. So something different here is Kohaibi being that Killjoy. We saw her be effective as the Cypher, but earlier in Haven, I think she did try her best. It's just that she was just outplayed by Baby TZ in a lot of those rounds. So now, I think you have a good point there, whether or not they were gonna select that double controller setup, which for sure FULLSENSE Sapphire is very known for. But a good counter to that is just sticking to the double duelist,
right?
Because if your strength is really that aggression and you try and hold that back with just selecting 2 initiators, then Team SMG might struggle yet again in this map.
If you want to go the double duelist side, we have seen Bleed from MYSG do it in their challengers, and it shows a lot of strength on Pearl. But I'm not sure if that is going to be the case, seeing that Shirazi is going for that Viper. So coming into this game, Alexi will be the one running initiator, and it's going to be Kamiyu on the Harbor. So we are going to be seeing this play, and I think they're not going to stray too far from the set play that we are already expecting. Surprised to see Gecko here. This is gonna be very good news for our casters. They seem to love Lil Bro so much, and with the KO as well, I think with Margot and KO will be huge, because it disables this set play that is going to be put in here by SMG. But if SMG is smart enough, they can just wait for the knife to come through, and then finally doing that set play.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see what Shirazi and Kamiyu have in store for us as the double controller. We would usually see that type of selection from the likes of FULLSENSE Sapphire, but given this, the amount of control was lost in Haven, now they want to regain it for sure.
Yep. But for now, let's throw it over to our casters, Lil Bro, Mom, and Dad, Zahk and Tay. Go ahead, guys.
Lil Bro has to go because he's gonna be used. I'm so sorry, Wingman, but you have to take a rest because you're gonna be played out this time around. And in the favorite map of Zahk, Pearl is gonna be the third map that we have right here. We've seen new the meta, which is basically the Harbor setup and the Viper, and then you see the Gecko on the other side. Thoughts on this, Zahk?
Honestly, I love it, but I'm not too confident about Sapphire's chances on it because, see, in Open 1, in the SMG and Sapphire did face off on this particular map, and it was 13-11 in SMG's favor, but it was the closest that anybody until today had gotten to taking a map off of them, and that was with the Harbor, that was with a completely different comp. They were running Muffin on the Neon, they had an Astra, they had like a very kind of they had a Fade and a Breach coming in along with the Astra, so it was a very different comp. And the comp that they're running right now, they played in the Swiss stage, and they ended up losing 13-4. So statistically, I feel like this is a comp that Sapphire haven't been able to really find success with in the past, but it's only been one try. Maybe they've been able to go over WODs, learn from their mistakes. And I honestly, if Wingman wins today, I think it's just a W for everybody. Little Bro, you have our love and respect, but heading into this pistol, it is gonna be this A side that's this point of contention already. 3 players from SMG are just waiting for someone to walk into their crosshairs here. They hear the sound cues, but I think that for Sapphire, they're just like, nope, we don't want this site.
They're just waiting for any reaction coming in from the side of FULLSENSE or rather the side of SMG as well. And at the same time, there's still a waiting game when it comes to the knife of the KO here from Margot, for example. And diverting some of the players, actually in some of the other locations as well, might be a good plan here to really put in the pressure in the hands of SMG. 2 tags from the Dizzy. He knows exactly where it's gonna be. Muffin and Baby TC to the rescue after that. And again, good follow-ups coming in from FULLSENSE.
Spike planted.
Finally, Shirazi finding a kill of her own here. Watching the cross. Doesn't expect Muffin's positioning though, and she is able to clean up that kill. It's all down to Kohaibi. We've seen her come in clutch before in the past. Knows the position of 2 players towards Art. Finds the first, isolates the 1v1, but now has to try and go in for the defuse. Instead, we'll be looking to take up even more space here. And it's just going to be Jinny finding that final kill. First round, the pistol once again going in the favor of Sapphire. A very, very good start for them.
Good start indeed. Exactly what they need right now, especially coming from the momentum and the high they got from the second game that we actually had a while ago. Not only that, because of the Dizzy as well, this gave out full intel, full info from the players of FULLSENSE that there are 2 players on the backside. And again, you have a double innie setup anyway. Having a Gecko here on this kind of scenario, you just have to have that double innie or else it wouldn't work. And like you mentioned, they might have pulled out this composition before it didn't work out in their favor, but they also might have polished it already.
I'm just happy to see Little Bro in action. We really don't get to see enough of this particular agent. Now though, it's gonna be a Neri with the Shorty looking to push up with the rest of the team towards mid, aggressive mid control. It's something that SMG they like to do on this particular map, especially in these eco rounds. And for the side of FULLSENSE, they're just waiting outside this A site. Not gonna be caught out by the turret. They know that there's gonna be a flank incoming, and they look to go into the site, and that dash is going to save Margot from her disruption. Neri with the Shorty looking to rush in. Can't quite get the weapon out in time though, and now it's just Baby waiting down the flank, waiting for the cavalry. Between her and Polly though, they managed to pick up everybody, and that's gonna be a flawless coming in for the side of Sapphire. Really, really clean round coming up.
Yeah, they tried to put on the pressure there, but in the end, you have to go up against Bulldogs, against Spectres that can spray you down. And again, Baby TZ is a type of Sentinel that we have right here that doesn't just let you pass through flanks. And she is ready to take on duels and trade-offs as well. Moving forward though, this is going to be the official buy round of SMG side. Though Alexi half on the armor itself, They try to take on the intel here. The information game is on play. Using up the Dizzy as well. Good on them because they can still pick it up quite easily as well.
Gonna be the Harbor High Tide though that comes up, denying a further push coming out of these players on Sapphire. They've been usually you see teams kind of hitting that B side on Pearl until it stops working, but in the case of Sapphire, they're kind of taking the opposite strategy. Now they're gonna be looking towards the other sides of the map. They've conditioned this A side quite well, so you already see 3 players from SMG stacking up towards it, especially since Polly is still gonna be here. That flash will detect her as well. And you already see Ineri kind of itching to push out off the back of that flash. Multiple players coming in, and Alexi will be able to find the kill. That does bait out enough sounds though, and the spike itself heading towards this B side instead, where there is still quite a bit of pesky killjoy utility available.
Preparation for that retake is what exactly SMG is doing right now. Kohaibi spots someone from B long, but at the same time, they take control already for FULLSENSE. Ginny trying to go for the spray down. This is going to be a deadly crossfire they're looking at. Ginny goes down as well in the hands of Alexi here. Shirazi on the other hand tries to go for the kill, but didn't get it in the end. SMG had the better guns. Again, positioning wise, they have to figure out where FSS were, and they actually did that.
Yeah, super good trades coming in from across the board here for the team. So they will finally find their first round and hold on to 3 guns while at it. Alexi will also be able to find her Seekers and get them online for that next round. So SMG, they do have an ult to work with, but Sapphire, they have 2, one of which is Thrash. Now, I have not really seen a player get detained by that particular ult quite yet, so I am looking forward to it. I've seen people, so they have a lockdown and Thrash. It's just gonna be like 2 detained ults that could go out simultaneously. Just food for thought.
Yeah, it can happen. Maybe for today, it can also happen. Again, it's all about the timing anyway when it comes to the Gecko, when they can utilize the trash specifically as well. Using up, again, the wingman to try and punish anyone who's going aggressively, followed up by the Dizzy to try and see even if there's someone waiting patiently. They take full control onto A main, put down the lockdown as well, and SMG has to respect this.
Yeah, they have nothing with which they can really break it here. Muffin, though, through the smoke is going to be tagged up quite a bit. In fact, Ineri able to find a kill just with spams. That's going to be numbers advantage taken. Now the community caught off guard, still able to almost find the kill. The Gecko finally strikes here. Unfortunately for the side of Sapphire, they still have backup. The Geckos trash by strike, but the team protects them. Now it is going to be a 1v4 for poor baby TZ. We've seen her come in clutch before, but you know, SMG, they're so careful about things now. They even put down a cove to make sure that spike defuse would go on without too much difficulty. And just overall, a really, really good run. Once again, you see the team synergy coming in, just being able to coordinate. Camille finds, but does a lot of damage on one YB, and Jazzy are there for that protection, and that's going to be protect the president, but on the opposite team now.
Probably they can hear the scream like, help me, I'm tagged, I'm stunned, and that's exactly what's probably happening in the back end of the scene. But like you said, SMG, they're taking it slowly this time around. Cannot be too confident, especially going up against FULLSENSE, and especially we are here on a map, or on a decider map we are looking at. FULLSENSE takes control of A main, but not really much, not an intel, not a single player that wants to go play aggressively. They probably go also for a retake and leave Polly for the time being here on A.
Blinded.
Muffin is 1 off of the Bladestorm. I'm surprised they didn't try to go for the orb, especially since that orb on A side is so accessible. But instead, they're just trying to play patiently. Now in the corner, it is going to be Ineri being able to find a kill of her own. Still gets taken out and traded by Baby TZ, though. That's going to be 1 more gun that the rest of the team can pick up. And Polly as well, hitting an absolutely insane shot towards Shirazi with that Guardian. Things down to a 3v3. Unfortunately, there's going to be no healer available for the side of FULLSENSE to get back into full HP and fighting shape. Kawhi be forced to watch towards mid. That means that the B side is going to be more or less open, but there is still some mollies and the turret as well to boot. So I feel like we're going to see Timmy the turret kind of pop off here.
Timmy the turret might pop off, but on the other hand, Wingman already wanting to plant the spike. They're prepared for this. They set up traps coming in from the swarms to try and deny this plant. Ginny, on the other hand, will do it herself. not gonna be able to pick up the wingman any longer as time is dwindling away, and entries coming in left and right. Ivy on the side, Wally to get a kill here, but then a 2v1, a wingman, or not a wingman, but then Kohaibi just hops out. Again, Ginny stuck in a position you don't want to be, especially in a 1v2.
Oh, that's gonna be another defuse coming in for SMG, and they're looking more and more comfortable on this defense side. Sure, the first 2 rounds didn't exactly go the way they expected them to go, but now not only are they able to supercharge up these ultimates, they're gonna be able to get Ineri, that operator, as well. And so far, I gotta say, SMG, they look much more confident than they did on Haven. This is the decider map after all, not a pick coming out of the side of Sapphire, and this is a map where they've been able to beat Sapphire twice so far just this year, so something that they got to be keeping in their mind.
Yeah, but they also have VODs, Zach, so maybe going back to those mistakes, they learn from it. I mean, I guess I'm a FULLSENSE believer at this point right now, especially with how SMG is very strong in this tournament as well. But look at this, confidence coming in from FULLSENSE, walking through wards or towards B long here, with the knife settling in as well. This cancels a little bit of a utility play, but Neri getting cancelled out. Good on the shot. It's going to be Muffin yet again. 2-2-1 and the lockdown has been placed.
Oh, Polly finds a kill though onto Shirazi. That's gonna be huge. And oh my god, the utility combination might be enough to break that lockdown. It does strike, in fact. Both the Gecko and the Killjoy Mollies are enough to take it out. Now, 2v4 scenario. I do not know how this retake is going to work out, especially with this reflank coming out of Ginny. It might just be the safe call on the operator, but already Ginny able to take down Kohaibi there. That's going to be a huge kill. And now Kamiyu all alone in a 1v4, holding onto the operator for dear life. At least Ginny has fallen away, so she should be able to save this weapon. But a meticulous, beautifully planned execute from FULLSENSE will net them their 3rd round on the board.
They were really heavily gauging on that lockdown and didn't expect that the lockdown would be destroyed by some swarms. And in the end, 3-3, they managed to save the operator here in the hands of Kamiyu, to say the least. But then it gets a little bit more scary for SMG's side, because you can definitely see that FULLSENSE actually has good reads. Not only that, but the pre-fire on positions where SMG are actually staying.
Yeah, SMG, they're looking a little bit shaky. They do still have that operator that they managed to retrieve, and of course Shirazi has that Viper's Pit available along with that Judge, so we're gonna be seeing that coming into play, both of them towards this B side. But you know, I think that for the side of Sapphire, Muffin has been so insanely impactful today. Round after run, she's able to get those crucial entry frags and just pop off after that. I think that she is the difference maker here for Sapphire that they really need on their attacking half. Now Cosmic Divide going to be invested by them to try and make their way on the side. It is going to be, though, a barrage of utility coming in from both of these teams here, trying to deny something. Shirazi still anchoring down the site with the help of her Viper's Pit, and it's going to be very, very difficult to get that site down at all.
Oh, Knockerman has been used here. Margot goes for the pop flash, connects perfectly, but then the shots just coming in. Alexi for the triple already, trying to look for another, but Baby TC will find her instead. For B1 situation, it's all up to Baby TC to manage the spike being planted and being diffused. And now Ineri with a double up kill, especially from that KO a while ago, and the final blow towards Baby TC to close off the round.
And Ineri finally showing why she is such a feared player with that operator. She looked a little bit shaky on Haven. You know, I think that our analyst just mentioned that she was kind of alone, unsupported out there with that weapon, but now the rest of the team is behind her. And Ineri on her own is a scary player, but Ineri, when you set her up to frag out, is just terrifying. And SMG, they seem to be finally on that road to unlocking that potential. Once again, Alexi with the Seekers available here, and on the opposite side, Thrash is back. So now we're not just gonna be seeing some cute wingman and Dizzy. Thrash is also here to join the party.
A mad Trash can actually come over and see if he can stun anyone. But let's see, it starts off with the trade or the kill coming in from Muffin. Immediately like that, complete shutdown towards the traps from the Sentinel. And there he moves further as the Trash is also settling in. But the pressure towards art control here is definitely there. FULLSENSE takes full control yet again of situation. Lots of trades happening here and there, but the Seekers gets away intel towards Alexi. In the end, she doesn't win the fight. Muffin going for the ace. Is it gonna be the first? No, it's cursed. 2v1.
Nobody's gonna get anything more than a 4K these days. That's what I feel like. And now Shirazi, 1v2, knows the positioning of one of these players at the very least, but it's just so much utility that she will have to get through. The mollies, of course, from Baby TZ buying so much time. Taps the spike, expects one towards main, but instead it's just gonna be Baby TZ finding that final kill and bringing Sapphire back to a 4-4 scoreline and keeping things competitive here. Oh my, Muffin just absolutely slayed that round. 1, 2, 3, 4. And especially that last kill that she got while she was tucked into that backside there. Just insane.
The ace at this point of the map is unachievable. No one got an ace for today. It's always up until 4 kills, and then the rest is a curse happening and not connecting the shot. But anyway, like you said, Muffin yet again popping off here in this map that we have here, map number 3. With this, you have to adjust yet again, especially for the side of SMG. They are on a half buy here. You are looking at Guardians, Vandals, and a classic, or not a classic, but a Sheriff in the hands of Alexi. But we all know what that can do, right?
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, we know exactly what it can do. That's the perfect demonstration. I was just waiting for her to get a shot. I was
Perfect
like,
demonstration. Thanks, Alexi.
Yeah, Princess striking hardcore here. Ginny though able to get that refrag as she walks right into halfway almost to the spawn and finds that kill onto an area there. That's going to be shutting down any potential plays for the Kwaibi with these weapons. Are able to find immense value. It's all down to Baby TZ looking to find yet another kill, but now it is going to be SMG finding that advantage once again. Now that they know that most of the players on SMG are towards that B side, they're looking to forge away towards A instead, and Baby TZ, if she gets this plant down, she will have that ultimate as well. And oh my god, Shirazi with the snake bite able to find that kill right now. 2 for Shirazi to clean things up, and that's gonna be basically a thrifty round that SMG will put together. Started off with the Sheriff, ended with the snake bite. That's how you do it, SMG.
SMG taking the lead here. Only 1 point though. And might I say this might be a timeout coming in from FULLSENSE as well. You see the execution that SMG had here, especially when it comes to trying to extend the fights or engagement or deciding when to go back. And again, you can definitely see that as soon as Alexi was able to take 1 kill away, help out even mid control, in the end, they just run away from FSS. It's not yet planted. The spike is not yet in play. And they can still eliminate that factor and get into positions instead. But moving forward, again, a timeout from FULLSENSE here. They want to stop the momentum as soon as possible, as soon as SMG gets a win here, and really polish everything out.
Yeah, they've been having some really good rounds, especially when Muffin is able to find that entry. But the moment that it's going to be SMG finding that first blood instead, the round kind of falls apart for Sapphire most of the time. So they kind of need to sit together and reevaluate how best to set Muffin up. So far, Genie has been doing fantastic with being able to clear a path towards the site itself with her utility. In particular, I think that her use of Wingman to, instead of just planting the spike most of the time, she's using it more as an aggressive, like, go check if anyone's there, Wingman. Good little bro. And it's been working out great for the team. Now though, it's gonna be a full buy for both of these teams, except that there's just gonna be a bit of an awkward situation for the side of Sapphire. In fact, 4 of the 5 players are going to be forced to play on the light armor here. However, they do have that lockdown to work with, like we talked about last round. So I believe that's going to be the way they look to get onto the site, especially with Dizzy being that first point of entry to set Muffin up to take all of the space.
Ooh, space created?
Oh my god.
That's going to be the question mark, because Shirazi is ready to punish as he's not yet done, and Alexi finished things off for SMG side. Flawless round indeed. Not even a trial of an entry here, Zahk. A Dizzy out, a smoke out is all they were able to manage.
I can understand how Shirazi got that first one, even the second one, but what was that fadeaway on the third? That is just illegal coming out of her. I feel like Shirazi is like last year was one of the most underrated players, criminally underrated players in my opinion, on that Bren Victor squad. But this year, Alexi and Shirazi are both like really showing up why they were such scary individuals to try and deal with. Now SMG once again looking to build up that comfortable lead here. Are playing much more aggressively. Ineri already with that push out along with Alexi able to find huge value. The Muffin there for the trades. 2 kills already on that Blade Storm, and they are 2 huge kills to boot. That's going to be no more flashes available if you want to play for that retake instead. No ultimates on either side, although Shirazi is 1 off of that Viper's Pit and Ginny is 2 off of the Thrash here. Things slow down.
It's still a 3v3. Like you said, there's still so much time here on the board for them to try and rotate and maybe regroup themselves. We might be seeing a B hit as well, removing at least 2 of the players that are really crazy on the clutch here and the kills itself. Ineri and Alexi. You still have to deal with Shirazi, Kohaibi, Camu. The double control is still here. And they are just patiently waiting for the tap of the spike. This is a plan for a retake anyway.
30
Yeah,
seconds
they might
left.
not have the ultimates, but they do have the firepower with which to do it. Now Shirazi once again watching the cross, spots out Muffin's position, knows exactly where the Jet is playing, and will be able to put that Molly down to possibly deny the kind of weird peek coming through. Now though, Thrash is ready to go, does manage to detain 1 player, buying even more time here for the retake attempt before it comes in. 2 players towards his backside. If they can win their fights, it's going to be what it needs, especially with Polly being so low. This is definitely still a doable strat for SMG, but they're going to have to be quicker about it. Harbor's Cove comes in as well. They try to go in for the defuse, and across the board, it's going to be kills coming in for SMG. Ginny now in a 1v2 clutch situation, finds that first one, but it's going to be SMG who nevertheless take the round and extend their lead even further, 7-4.
A little bit of a
Last
paper hold,
round
I
before
would
the
say, as
switch.
Polly was very and extremely low on the HP itself. Not other than that, they also probably didn't internalize there's gonna be a cove. So even if there is someone on B long to try and really make a crossfire happen, it just doesn't work that way. They would stay inside the smoke. Not other than that, the players were already prepared to defuse the spike. One stays inside the cove to protect, and the others attack. 7-4, SMG, 1 win away to close it into an 8-4 scoreline in FSS. We might be seeing a 7-5 yet again. You just never know still up until this point. Lockdown has been used from Baby TZ.
Yeah, I like that at SMG they have so much money in the bank, they're just rolling around with multiple operators here. Now though, it is going to be the push into the site itself. They know there's a lot of space available off the back of the ultimate. Alexi though has crept her way back into this corner right now. Manages to spot out a player with the Trailblazer, but once again it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Ineri still with that operator in this retake scenario, waiting for some aggression perhaps coming out of these FS players, but it's going to come down to timing and the angle. Polly more than ready for it, will be able to shut her down once again. And now it's Shirazi and Kohaibi, the dynamic duo in a 2v3. Make that a 2v2 as Kohaibi finds the first, looking to push through the smoke, gets the angle, the second to boot, has a lockdown of her own, and with the Viper Spin and lockdown both coming in, it is going to be very difficult for Polly to clutch it out. Has to push forward, spots out Kohaibi, manages to make the wrap around though. The timing not quite there, unfortunately. Half the defuse does come through, and just like that, it is going to be SMG finding an 8-4 half on defense. Absolutely gorgeous work coming out of them.
Playing against time, exactly what FSS and SMG are doing right now. It's a third map. Let's see, it's the first half as well. That's why we pass it on to our panelists, Tash and Donut. Take it away.
Thank you very much. We did see the debut of Lil Bro here today, which is very exciting for us. Unfortunately, it didn't really do the trick that we wanted to see for FSS. Tash here alongside Donut, your panelist, and I have a lot to say about this map. Now, the idea of what FSS wanted to do with the Gecko was definitely there, but there is a reason why the meta of the Viper and the Harbor really shines on this particular map. Donut, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the combination of the double controller really worked for some rounds for Team SMG. But I guess one weakness of Team SMG would be the likes of Muffin. Muffin just dashing on towards the site, and her actions once she steps foot on either the A or the B site, she already technically knows where they are going to be defending. I think out of everybody else, her pre-fire advantage against the Team SMG is very, very accurate. It's just that when it boils down to the anchor of the site, such as Shirazi delivering the 3Ks, and then throwing in the snake bite and just the perfect timing, that's what really gave them that advantage. I guess also the Gecko did work for some rounds. The Thrash is just easily destroyed. There was one time that there was a detain, but it did not really convert to any other kill, which we wanted to see for this map.
I think when you talk about the way that they play here is that for the first few rounds, what was interesting, it was a tug of war between the two teams. See one win, one loss between both teams, and I really like to see that. Also, if you talk about rounds here, for each of the rounds that we see from these two, it has always been a battle of trades over on the mid side. It's always been a battle of control. One time you'll see maybe SMG will be on top, and one time we'll see FSS come up on top at the same time. It's all been about positioning, and I think these two have been really outplaying each other in that quest for that mid control. Now comes the big problem, because we start to see SMG take that timeout. Actually, no, it wasn't SMG. It was FULLSENSE, Sapphire, take the timeout after a round that they lost against SMG. But then during that round, I'm not too sure what happened, but SMG has started to win.
I think we're back into the game, and Tayrawr and Zahk, let us know what you think for the second half.
Right off the bat, it seemed like the side of SMG, they're going for a very, very quick hit onto this A site. There is some killjoy utility from Baby TZ, but it's not going to do much from the onslaught coming in on this SMG squad. Now, Neri looking for that aggressive push here, not quite able to connect that kill, does do quite a bit of damage, and Shirazi is available for the trade. In fact, Shirazi and LSC, they're taking this all the way into that defender spawn, and it's gonna be Sapphire not even able to walk back onto the side. 30 seconds, Taylor.
Too fast, too furious. It's like I'm watching a movie at this point. I mean, if you go in and go kill, as they say it, you would find whatever you're looking for. Anyway, up until that point, they just cut off all the rotations, basically, coming in from FULLSENSE on that pistol round. Gaining that advantage, making things a little bit more difficult for FULLSENSE, as we are almost in that double-digit scoreline yet again. Might be a different story from the second game that we had a while ago, but I mean, it's not yet over till it's over, right? As Shirazi shuts down another with just a wall bang. Good read.
It's gonna be a really crucial kill as well. 4v, that's gonna be no more smokes to try and slow down the push even further. Now 4v5 scenario, once again, they managed to get a pick, and they're looking to go towards this A site. It's completely empty. They don't know that, so they're being a little bit cautious. But I think that eventually they will figure out that it does seem like Sapphire as well. They're getting a hint that, all right, it seems like B is not going to be where the action is coming. It's going to be A instead. But at that juncture, SMG, they just get that spike down once again, absolutely free.
Yeah, absolutely free. Like you said, in Indonesian, gratis, and even in German. But in any sense, point right now, we are looking at a post plan coming in from SMG side. FSS tries to go for the peak from Margot. Didn't get anyone instead. 5v3 still. Spray downs coming in from SMG side as they want to make this harder for FULLSENSE. They go on a double-digit score already, 10-4, even on a flawless fashion.
That's the kind of anti-eco that they really need to set themselves up for on this map. Last time they played, I think it was 13-4 or 13-5. I don't remember. I think it was 13-4. So if they win 3 more rounds, it's gonna be the exact same scoreline they played this team on with this comp. They are looking to kind of make up for how tormented they seem to be on Haven. They look much more confident and settled in their skin on this particular map. Now, though, for Sapphire, it is going to be their full buy finally kicking in. No ultimates online for either side. Oh, you see that Shirazi's only one away from that Viper's pit. I'm surprised she didn't buy a judge, honestly.
I mean, she was already on a Vandal in the second round, full armor, by the way. So she's rich. Shirazi, even just a burger would be fine at this point. 10-4. Again, FSS, they want to take a little the things a little slower this time around. They are on the defense here. They have utility that they can play around to check for intel and info. Again, this is how when you don't have a sky, you don't have that guiding light to really punish and see if there is someone. There's an entry happening already from the side of SMG. Preparation to really prepare and make that post plan happen as Neri shuts down Margot yet again.
Nice kill with the Sheriff there. Shirazi finding a second as well on the round. That's going to make this full buy round very, very awkward for the side of Sapphire. Three remaining players. Baby TZ able to find that first kill is huge, taking down Shirazi. He will deny that Viper's pit. Now, though, looking for a little bit more. Finds a second one, though. Numbers advantage still in favor of the players on SMG here. Oh, Canary, though, through the smoke, despite the smoke, rather, will be able to find the final kills. 3 on the round for her, and SMG, they find 11. So close to locking the series up.
It's also a wall bangable spot, so they weren't really worried much, especially in that post-plan scenario here for SMG. 11-4, guys. We really started this day into 13-5, where we finally broke records today. First of all, for the first game, and then second game, the first loss towards SMG in 30+ maps that they have right now as a streak, as a winning streak. Completely broken, but that really didn't phase them at all. They're ready to conquer it all. As Shirazi, they have a Viper's Pit in play here that they can use.
They're just holding on to it. It seems like they don't really invest about due cause. And now it's going to be Ginny finding one with the Sheriff, but Kwaibi finding 2 in exchange. That's not a very good trade offer for the side of Sapphire. They seem to be kind of once again struggling on this particular map with the team comp that they're running. They just don't seem to have enough utility to try and do anything. And honestly, even if FULLSENSE lose, the only thing I hope to see out of this is for little bro to defuse the spike for one of these rounds. Ginny does have him online, unfortunately not going to be alive in this particular round, so I doubt we're going to be seeing that. But instead, just look at this post plan coming out of SNG. They feel so confident, they're not even going to invest that Viper's Pit. They're just like, yeah, you hold here, I hold here, we hold Crossfire.
Oh! The smoke dissipates and everything is seen. Nowhere to hide, as they say it from Sova's perspective. 12-4 is gonna be the score right now as we see match point coming in from SMG. This lineup that they have, it's basically rewatching Bind all over again. The double control setup that they actually used up also on that kind of scenario. You just have to give credit where credit's due here for SMG. Really, really strong team right now. I know I'm a FULLSENSE believer here as well, but may the stronger team win, right? And Eri ready for the blades yet again. Is it gonna be Margot as her next target, as we saw in the next rounds? The shot didn't connect, the right click didn't. Margot finally wins against Eri.
God, I hate it when that happens to my Jet Knives. And Eri, Jet Knives not connecting, barely doing any damage, in fact. And that's going to be 2 for the price of 1. Both in Eri and Shirazi being shut down. Kwaibi now on a bit of a lurk play. Does have her turret and will be looking to see what exactly to do. 3v4 scenario. Again, Sapphire, they just have so much control. BBTZ holding up such an advanced positioning here. Kwaibi as well will at least be able to connect onto this A side, and they should be able to get the spike down. But BBTZ, if she gets a kill, she's going to have this lockdown online Taylor, and that might be just completely a game changer.
It can be a game changer here, but we are looking at game changers anyway. We still have an operator in the hand of Muffin here, bound for a retake to happen as the wingman is crawling over, trying to see who can they punish. It's gonna be
One
Ginny
enemy
instead
remaining.
being punished. Baby TZ, on the other hand, and Margot was able to get on the kills here, but it's all up to Alexi to make this happen now. 2v1 scenario, a bit of a pressure point from FULLSENSE right now. They want to go for the defuse, and they actually did. A round secured yet again for FULLSENSE, but the trouble was there. Damage has been done.
Oh, Alexi manages to find all those kills. If she thought to wrap around a little bit earlier, she might have been able to clutch it up. But nevertheless, that was a very expensive round for Sapphire. You can see, like, even though they won that round, they still have to, like, kind of force together, like, a very awkward buy, compromise a little bit on the armor and stuff. Muffin does have the Blaze Storm to work with at the very least, and at this juncture, every single buy that they get has to be a full buy because they have no more room to play eco and stuff. They do have 4 ultimates, 2 off of the 5th one, so those might be the key they need to push this further a couple of rounds, but 7 rounds in a row, that's what they need to keep themselves alive in the series.
Alive in the series is what exactly FULLSENSE needs right now. Muffin has a good angle, good on the blades. She was able to even pick up a Vandal for herself as well. Again, Zahk, anything can happen here. I'm just saying they need 7 perfect rounds, and it's never impossible. Again, this is FULLSENSE we're playing at. Margot already good on the kill towards Alexi yet again. Polly to shut down Ineri. 1 by 1, SMG is falling down.
It just seems to be the end of the road here, especially when Kohaibi and Kamiyu do things like this. Now, Kohaibi has that lockdown as well to work with. The second kill as well, that is absolutely huge right now. Look at the amount of space she's able to take. It's all down to Muffin and Polly to deny this insane 4v2 clutch coming out of this SMG squad right now. Once again, the site has been completely taken. It does seem like Kohaibi isn't going to be using the lockdown
30 seconds
though. Instead, choosing to just kind of chill out. Position given away by the Blade Storm finally. With Kobe using to plant as well, and it's going to be planted for CT, which means that the read should be there by these players on FULLSENSE to go forward. Already the Blaze Storm not quite working in Muffin's favor, causing her to lose half of her HP. Kamiyu and Kohaibi are both so dangerously low here. Oh, but they don't check the corner. Kohaibi and Kamiyu with 2v4 and SMG. They move on in that upper bracket. Gods do bleed, but they are still the victors for today. You can see that little bit of sweaty celebration coming in. And honestly, really, really well earned by them.
Princess Alexi, ladies and gents, sweating on a game. That's a first for SMG. FULLSENSE really made it so difficult for SMG to really close off the maps that we just had right here. But they still managed to pull it off. They are the strongest team right now in the circuit anyway. And this is pretty much expected coming in from them. But what was not expected, Zach, is obviously FULLSENSE taking this to map number 3 right now. And almost as if it would be the first series loss coming in from SMG side.
Yeah, at least for the first 4 rounds, Pearl was going like pretty even. It was like 4-4, but then yeah, after that SMG, they got their coffee. They were like, yeah, little bro, you're cute, but I'm sorry, it has to be done. And they just like swept through out of there. But that last round coming out of Kohaibi and Kamiyu was just beautiful work. That 2v4, and of course Kohaibi is just insane on the killjoy. She was cracked in the race last year, but this year she's on a whole other level. But let's have our wonderful panelists talk about how amazing both of these teams were. And bye bye, little bro.
Thank you very much, Starcasters and Lil Bro. Let's break it down because that was one hell of a map. Now, while it did seem that SMG was shaky on defense, on attack was when their heads start to rear in terms of the piece we call Team SMG. Now, coming into the game in the first few rounds, it felt as though it was a back and forth. But round 13 to round 16 was where Ineri really started to come online. And as soon as she came online, she was comfortable. She was put in a position where she can't get these frags. That's where we start to see these multi-frags come through. But the same can be said about the rest of her team.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was all about the control, right? I think that was one of the core strategies that Team SMG showed us for the map of Pearl. And the control isn't just about the selection of agents, but it was about how they took away some space of the map from Team FSS. If they take away the control from Muffin, then I think it's already around 1 because Muffin did a lot of heavy lifting for the team. Given that she is currently the team MVP with an ACS of 233, if we take a look at the other side of things, for Team SMG, it was Kohibi just providing that sense of control, using all of her utilities as a sentinel. And I guess that also goes to show for the likes of Alexi and Camu doing all of those initiations, providing cover for the team. And if FULLSENSE Sapphire has the wingman, we have the ultimate wingman from Team SMG, which was basically Shirazi. If you took a look at all of her assists for the whole map of Pearl, it just stacked up the amount of snake bite damage that she was able to pull off, even the amount of damage through the smoke she was able to do. I think that was really more of that quote-unquote game changer for the map of Pearl.
Yeah, and it's also really exciting to talk about how FSS really tried to wiggle themselves into the game again. Now, MVP will be Kohibi, and I'm not surprised. I think a lot of mid-control had come from her, given the fact of how she actually held the sites. What she would do is she would drop her utility on the A site, and she would play near Link. And I think a lot of times her hold has been very phenomenal for the team, because she would get one frag, leave for a little while, and then go again to the mid side, and then catch another one in that time. And I think it's really exciting to think that, you know, we're starting to see a lot of dual rules start to take a step back in a lot of regions in so many different VCTs. And in this situation, with Kohibi playing on a Sentinel, I think it really allowed her to just play pure and clean gunplay and really thrive on the aim duels. So I think that's where she really shone, especially on how exactly she played with her utilities. Now, I think that coming into attack as well, it seemed a lot more coordinated for Team SMG. They had an idea on how exactly to attack, taking up space, eliminating one member of FSS again and again from each other. And on top of that, on how they enabled Aneri here, it was the fact that they had one person completely deleting Lil Bro, any kind of utility coming forward, which really allowed Aneri to take up space. And before we end though, what do you think, Donut? Will FSS finally come back online? Maybe see them again in Grand Finals?
Well, I guess we got a glimpse already of what the Grand Finals could look like, at least for this weekend. But they still have another hurdle to face, and that's going to be Orangutan X for sure.
All right, we're going to end here. So let's have a look at the brackets coming forward here as we see the end of the day. Now, if we saw the secondary stream, we saw OGX, THK, and GERQ running forward, and we saw OGX and GE coming today. And I think that it was really exciting. I'm really excited to see them because these are both Indian teams. I think the fans from India would be really, or at least South Asia would be really excited to see who the victor for this is. Now, the victor for this will definitely be having a hard time coming up against FSS for sure, and I'm really hoping to see a great match from the teams.
Yeah, the only challenge now for tomorrow is whoever will win game number 1, they have to face a
FSS.
big barrier, which is going to be FSS, and just playing back to back is going to be a challenge. So I think it will be a showing of endurance and persistence. After winning, how do you reset your mental? How do you go against one of the strongest teams in Southeast Asia, which is FSS, and the one who took down the undefeated Team SMG?
I think it's also really exciting to talk about how some teams really thrive not only under pressure, but also really do well when the matches go very, very long. I mean, we saw something like that very similarly last year during the VCT APAC LCQ, where Onyx versus Boom went into crazy overtimes. They played back-to-back against Bleed as well, going into another overtime. So teams like these, they tend to do better the longer they play. And I'm really hoping to see both these teams really thrive in those situations, because after all, I think that now when we can start to see the power rankings, SMG is definitely shakeable. It's all about just finding out and just really understanding what their weaknesses are. And it was definitely done on Haven. Regardless, that will be the end for today. Thank you guys so much for spending some time with us over at the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023. Tomorrow will be another day. So Tashbunny here alongside Donut. We're your panelists for today, and hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Good night.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Oh, come on. One enemy remaining. I'm ready. Cease. down A.
That's 3.
Quit your tiptoeing.
Bye-bye. Got one. That's on.
One enemy remaining.
Off your feet!
You're standing.
Auf Wiedersehen. My ultimate is ready. Headshot. 3.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining.
Grounded. Grounded.
On the money.
Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player.
Flash out!
Thirty seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Crown. Watch this. Headshot. Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Enemy
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Okay. Bomb grenade out.
One enemy remaining.